What's up, everybody? Oh, hold on. I'm not plugged in properly. Oh, my goodness. Okay, there we go. Now I'm... Good morning. I'm just getting started here. I'm changing the background on my virtual background here on my green screen. I got something new for you today. I don't really want to turn on the camera right now, though, because I haven't had a chance to actually do my hair. I had to take my husband to get his truck this morning, and so I've got wet head, no makeup, but whatever. I'll put my makeup on while we watch this trial. How's that? Oh, shoot. My computer's not even plugged in. So how'd you guys sleep last night? Anybody get any sleep? I actually did sleep for the first time in a week. Oh, that testimony yesterday was something, wasn't it? Yes, it was. All right, hang tight. I'll be there in a second. Running late this morning. Get on in here, like and share and subscribe. If you're on YouTube, you can take part in different polls that I will be putting up throughout the day. And I do have to tell you guys, Facebook screwed me yesterday. They took the stream down. It disappeared. So good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you. I've got clips in my hair. I'm still drying my hair. I didn't have time to do it. All right, so I look crazy. Whatever. Coming to you from Johnny's Island this morning. I thought that we could all use kind of vacation mode. So I poured myself a Bellini, which is a mocktail. I actually did not put any alcohol in this, but it's tasty. When I made it, it's got caffeine actually. It's got orange juice and peach bubbly sparkling water with caffeine. And it's so delicious. And I'm using my Make Americans Friends Again glass that you can get in the merch store, which is in the description, because I believe that all Americans can be friends again. Depending on, it doesn't matter who you vote for. You can still, if you're a Republican, you can have a beer with a Democrat. If you're a Democrat, you can have a beer with a Republican, and we can all be friends again. So that's my motto. Let's make Americans friends again. And it starts with usually a drink. So pour yourself a drink and get in here, because we're going to watch this trial together. And frankly, this is a good opportunity for everybody to become friends again, because we can all see what's going on here, can't we? Can we see what's going on here? We are bonding over this experience of looking at what is the truth and how do we find the truth? How do we, and the way we do that is we look for evidence. And we look at the evidence and what evidence is presented. And so far in this case, we have seen a lot of evidence that Johnny Depp has been abused by his wife. We have seen corroborating witness testimony. We have seen people backing. He said he got hit with a what do you call that, can of mineral spirits, and then the corroborating witness got up on the stand and said, I put ice on that wound. That's a corroborated testimony, right? That's how we look at evidence, and that's how we decide something is true. We don't just decide it's true because one person says it. What we've heard from Amber Heard yesterday is everything from her side, from her perspective, with no corroborating witnesses. 2 of her main witnesses are dead, including her mother and Jerry, who was the security guard for Johnny. So he can't take the stand, and her mother can't take the stand. Get your mega pints ready, everybody, because court's going to start in a little bit. I've got myself a mocktail Bellini. It's delicious. And I've got my my own glass, which I sell in the merch store. If you guys are looking for a way to support the channel, check out the merch store. The description is in the link. There are all kinds of things in here. I have a t-shirt that's really funny. It describes me. It says, "Caution, bitch switch." And on the back, it says, "Flip it and find out." Is when I get angry. Things happen. I also have a couple more that say "Make Americans Friends Again," like the glass that I'm using today, the pint that I have, my mega pint, "Cancel everything, sue everyone," and we have the Johnny material as well. Isn't happy hour anytime? Get your own mega pint or t-shirt in the merch store. They're all there. Okay, so island vibes today, guys. Island vibes. This is the last day in a long week of court drama. And I'm going to try and take it easy today. Let's see if we have problems. I think I'm going to try Sky News this time. Sky News live Johnny Depp. Let's see how we do on Sky. Because it's been tough to get a stream that works. So, okay, I was telling you, those of you on Facebook, I seem to have a really large audience on Facebook versus YouTube, but you might have a better experience watching on YouTube, because yesterday Facebook took down my stream at the end of the day and I wasn't done. And I think it was after the stream went down on Facebook that we found, I discovered People Magazine changing a headline live. Changing a defamatory headline against Johnny Depp, doing it live. I caught them. We were literally looking at the Google headlines, and they had this defamatory headline up about Johnny Depp. And I refreshed the screen after pointing out that they didn't say alleged, and they added alleged to the title, and I got it on video. And you guys missed it. But if you go back on YouTube, you'll find it there. So let me share with you in the link, you guys on Facebook, I'm going to share with you the YouTube link, because you might want to switch over to YouTube. Hold on. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can send super chats if you should desire, and you can also take part in any polls that we do today. So there is the YouTube link, and you might want to go and watch there. All right, let me get to the comments, see what everybody's saying this morning. Because I slept so well last night, I didn't have a chance to really do much prep for today. I didn't go through Twitter and but when I woke up this morning, what did I find on Twitter? Guess who's trending on Twitter? So Amber Heard's PR team must be getting paid a lot of money, because they're spending it by, using it to trend her name on Twitter in a positive way. But it was really funny, because when I opened it up, and it's probably not like that now. No, it's still at the top. It is trending in entertainment with 18,000 tweets. I stand with Amber Heard. But if you click on it, let's go over there. Let's look at it. So that's what I woke up to this morning. I stand with Amber Heard. Okay, look over here. Look over here on the right side. Do you see that? Oh, it just here. It changed. It just updated. Holy crap. It updated right before. I'm going to refresh and see what happens. All right. A second ago, I stand with Amber Heard was at the top. And this morning it was at the top. Now Amber Heard is trending. But it was I stand with Amber Heard. And if you clicked on it, you got a bunch of bot accounts that turned off comments. So you couldn't put any information underneath them. You see? And they also had it on top of Justice for Johnny Depp, which had 46,000, guys. 46,000 tweets. Hers had like 13,000 or whatever. So they are using their PR machine to trend her name. And they're trying to put out this narrative. Now, I'm a little concerned, because this is the last day we're going to have court for 10 whole days, guys. 10 whole days. I don't know why. They have not been reporting in the news. Why? And no one has the story. I've heard Nick Rekieta talk about it, and it sounded like he said the judge had prior I don't know. I think probably she's flying off to an island somewhere. That's what I think. I think she has a vacation scheduled. But a lot can happen in 10 days. And so I don't think we're going to get Cross today. I think Amber's going to continue her tall tales for the rest of the day. And so Cross isn't going to come for 10 whole days. 10 whole days. Thank you for switching over to YouTube. Angie, that's probably a good idea. Like I said, Facebook screwed with the stream yesterday, and you guys missed a very important story. So 10 whole days. What are we going to do? What's going to happen in 10 days? First of all, I have a couple of questions. All right, I'm getting sick of this music. I'm turning it off. It was making me happy for a minute, but now I'm done. Okay. It was, 10 whole days. What's going to happen in 10 whole days? For one, Amber is not supposed to be, or Johnny, are not supposed to be on social media. They're not supposed to be reading any press about what's going on, especially Amber, because she's now on the stand. So she's going to have 10 whole days to prepare for Cross. That to me is outrageously unjust. No, I don't think it benefits Johnny's team. I think it benefits Amber's team. Because she has 10 days to figure out how to answer the questions on Cross. She has 10 days to look at the transcripts of what she said and make sure she has an answer for all of it. I don't know how this is allowed, frankly. It benefits her. Also, another thing that I do is when I, at night, I usually go, after the stream is over, I've been rewatching parts of the trial, because while I'm doing this with you, I'm like concentrating on I'm also looking at your chat. And so I miss things. And a lot of you yesterday were angry with the cross-examination of Dr. Hughes. And at the time I was like, I don't get it. I think it's fine. It seems fine. However, I'm going to say, now that I rewatched it and I listened to a few people talk about it, I can see that the cross on Dr. Hughes was not nearly aggressive enough. It was not nearly aggressive enough. It should have. Why on earth didn't he play more of those audio tapes of her clearly abusing Johnny and ask her to explain how this is not abuse or how it's reactive abuse? Hey, Silverlock, thank you so much. Silverlock sent a super chat, sending a little support. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat so much. It helps the channel, especially because YouTube, by the way, demonetizes every video I make before, as soon as I put it up. So I have to fight it every time. I'm getting a glare on the green screen. I need to close my window. But yeah, they demonetize me with every single video I put up. So it's really hard to make it work, but I'm trying to grow the channel, and I appreciate it very much. I appreciate the support. Okay, Kama says the 10 days, I think the 10 days is just going to break her down. She's already lying through her teeth. You can only keep up an act for so long, and the negative publicity and the truth coming out, you can tell it's really beating her down. I don't know. I really don't know. I thought her testimony yesterday started out really poor and contrived. And of course, a lot of us don't believe her because we've seen a lot of other evidence that suggests she is lying, that especially the Children's Hospital, stiffing the Children's Hospital, the ACLU. I mean, who are these people? Hashtag I stand with Amber Heard. Did they not hear the ACLU say she didn't pay the money she promised to pay? And then she went around on the press and told them all that she donated all of her divorce money to sick children with cancer. And then we find out, we read the letter from the Children's Hospital that she sent $100,000 of Johnny's money, and that was it. She promised $3.5 million. That's a very big piece of evidence to me. That says she is a liar. She's caught in court lying. Duh. So I think that they should have played recordings. I don't know why Johnny's defense team did not play more recordings for Dr. Hughes and force her to testify that that's somehow not violence. It's only minor violence. Like, I'd love to hear that. I'd love to hear her say that. They did it one time, and that went really well, because she did make excuses for her, and she did say, wait, is this live? Started streaming 22 minutes ago. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to share. It looks like somebody's arriving at court. Oh, dang it. How do I get there? Somebody's arriving at court. Share screen. Here we go. Is it Johnny? Let's see, let's turn on the volume. Yep.
Then he had ashes on his shoulders.
He said, and then he had ashes on his shoulders. Crowds cheering. It's kind of a circus out there. People are, giving him gifts and things. It's just, yeah. What is everybody drinking? Everybody in the live chat, what are you all drinking? I've got myself a mega pint of a mocktail Bellini. It's in my Make Americans Friends Again pint. My mega pint, make Americans friends again, because I think we really can be friends again. And I'm sick of all the fighting. I think you can have your opinions and I can have mine, and we can still share a mega pint together, can't we? I think we can.
That's right.
All right, so Shanita has a liter of Sprite.
Thank you so much, you too. See you this afternoon.
Jay's got a Jameson on the rocks.
How are you?
Nice. Julie's drinking a mocha. Adriana, you've got a mega pint of coffee. I also have my coffee. I have both. I have my coffee and my mocktail Bellini. All right, let's talk about something that is the main criticism. The main criticism of people who say, people who are supporting Johnny. The main criticism of most of us, let's say, because I have a bias, an open bias. My bias is that I have seen enough. I've seen enough so far that I believe Johnny. However, I'm trying to remain open to the possibility that some of this that she is saying is true. I'm trying. So far, I have not been convinced, but I'm trying to remain open to it. Jess has a mega pint of green tea. Lots of tea. Good. Tea's good. Green tea is great. Okay. I realize that we all have a bias. We think Johnny's telling the truth. And let's all admit right now, we don't know him in a personal, intimate way. It seems like you know a celebrity because you've seen them in the public eye for so long. I felt that way about Trump. I felt like I knew him because he had been so public for very long. Now, that doesn't mean you actually do. So could Johnny Depp be this monster behind closed doors? Maybe. However, so far the evidence hasn't proved that out. Now, I made a list of things I'm going to need in order to believe Amber Heard's story. I posted it on Twitter. I'm going to go over there, pull it up, and I will read it to you. Because I was trying to think to myself yesterday, what would I need to hear? What would I need to hear that would turn me around and say, oh my, I guess she was abused. Okay, so I made this list. Here's what I would need. In order for me to believe Amber Heard, I would need to hear the following testimonies and evidence. The flight attendant. I need the flight attendant on the stand that she said Johnny grabbed her arm, harshly, threatened her that he was going to break it. I'm going to need to hear that testimony. Oh, here she is. All right, today's hair is good. This is how she should have been wearing her hair the entire trial. Oh, she's also wearing a dress today for the first time. For the first time, she's wearing a dress, looking demure and very feminine. So she's been wearing these manly suits and now a dress and already wiping her face with tissues. So I know how this is going to go. All right. So getting back to what I would need to believe her. Wow, this is the first time she's worn a dress. I can't believe it. This is intentional, trying to look feminine, trying to look weak. I like the hair though. Her hair, that's how she should have been wearing it the whole time. Yesterday's hair was bad. They got the memo. That yesterday's hair was not good. Okay, so I would need the testimony of that flight attendant she said was on the plane to Russia. And I would need, what else? What's the next thing? The unnamed party guest at the fire, who she said Johnny grabbed her wrist and did the same thing and threatened that he was going to break it for touching her. I need that person on the witness stand, and I need to hear her corroborate that story. I would need the full text message context that she had with her mother when she sent her the picture of the bruise on her arm. I want to know what that conversation was and how it led up to the picture. Because how do we know that she was talking about being abused? They didn't show the text messages, but we got to read all of Johnny's. So where is the context? All right. Then the next thing I would need is the friends who she said witnessed the Yorkie abuse. She said Johnny was howling in the car and he held the Yorkie out the car window. Wow, look at this. Feminine floppy bow all the way down, hanging down. We still don't have any volume though. Where is the volume? I guess they're not. Oh, they don't turn it on until after the jury. Floppy bow today. I want to hear from the friends who she says witnessed the Yorkie abuse. She also said there were text messages between her and her friends about that incident. So where are those? How come they didn't show those to corroborate that story? And on the day that she said that her arm was bruised, she also testified that Johnny beat her in the face severely. Oh, wait a minute. I can't hear it. Where is the sound? Elaine is speaking. I guess the jury hasn't come in. Maybe that's what it is. No, she's not speaking. She's just standing. But I've had so many problems with these streams. I'm telling you that if the stream goes down, don't panic. I will get up another one. But wow, her hair looks great today. Great. Her hair looks so much better. She looks like Princess Grace.
Good morning. All right, before the jury comes out, I just want to let you know for planning purposes, I plan to go to 5:30 today.
Oh,
We've lost a little
5:30.
time throughout the week. So we'll go to 5:30 today. And then
5:30.
starting when we come back on May 16th, I want to start at 9 o'clock. Okay? So
9
to 5, starting
Oh,
those
no.
last 2 weeks, just to give us a little bit more of a factor there so we can get all our time in, okay? All right.
9. Ugh,
Okay.
I
yes,
can
ma'am.
barely make it to this stream by 9:30. How am I going to do 9?
One defendants 167 and 170. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, she brought tissues to the stand. Did you
Okay.
see that?
All right,
She's
so we got
definitely going to
those
be
two.
dabbing her
All
face
right.
with tissues.
Anything else before the jury comes out? All right, thank you.
Okay, here are other things I would need to believe her. Lily Rose on the witness stand to talk about the helicopter affair. She told a dramatic tale that Lily Rose needed to be rescued from her raging drunk father. And you guys are saying that the audio sucks. Do you mean mine or the court audio? Because I have it boosted all the way up. I'll try and find a louder stream at some point. It looks like... So, but don't lie to me, chat. You guys love to screw with me. Tell me if the court... You can't hear the court right now anyway because it's on mute. It's the court. Okay. Law and crime stream never works for me, but I will go and look. I will see if it works.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to let you know that today we're going to go till 5:30. So I just want to let you know at the beginning of the day that we'll be going till 5:30. Okay.
All right, I'm checking.
All right. Thank you. All right. Your next question, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when we finished yesterday, we were talking about the Bahamas and the yacht and flying off in a helicopter. I'm going to just ask you to take a look at, Michelle, if you can bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1091.
I want to hear Lily Rose talk about this helicopter.
I think that's 1090.
Law and Crime hasn't even started their live stream yet. I don't know why. It's up, but it isn't. It hasn't started on Law and Crime. They haven't turned it on. So we may have to just wait until they do and find it. Who was I using yesterday that was so loud? Might have been WGN. I wish they would get this streaming thing fixed. It's really annoying.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that looks like the picture I took of Johnny in July, around July.
And why did you take it?
Why is this happening?
Because at the time,
There.
I was already sensitive. I'd been in a relationship with Johnny for over a year. Coming up on 2 years, and I had already noticed that there was this pattern of behavior changes with him that would make my life significantly more complicated or peaceful, difficult, or wonderful, depending on what he was using. And I only could tell what he was using because I would have to look for clues, and he would pass out and get sick and lose control of himself, and then people would pick him up and clean him up and fix it, and he wouldn't either remember, or he would deny it, or he would accuse me of saying that this had happened when it didn't. And there was no one to back me up. There was just his employees and everyone who had been taking care of him, versus my word. And so I started to take pictures to say, look, this is happening. This is, I understood enough about addiction to know that you have to hit rock bottom. Like, you have to have some consequence for your action or for your behavior if you ever change to get better. And it seemed to me like that was not happening. So I noticed a behavior pattern change, and he started to, instead of fits of rage, he started to pass out a lot and fall asleep, and kind of fall asleep mid-conversation. And it was just a pattern change. So I started to pick up on the clues so I could figure out what I was dealing with.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Exhibit 1091.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
1091 in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Heard, and what is depicted in this picture? Please tell the jury.
Johnny passed out on the island where we.
He looks like he's
were
napping.
vacationing. He had had a bit of a stint of sobriety right before this, and it started to change.
This is
with
supposed
his
to be a
phone
bad
call at
photo.
me. And yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1095? We talked about March 2013 yesterday, and I just wanted to bring this up quickly. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that was taken.
Before you go further, did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants 1095.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1095 in evidence, you can publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Amber, will you please tell the jury why you took this and when you took this?
This was after a several
Again,
day bender.
it looks like
a
he's
binge
sleeping.
Of Johnny's, the 22nd of March, which we talked about yesterday, about he tried to burn a painting. It was accusing me of having affairs with a musician, my ex-partner, and he was on these, like, a drug binge where I saw him no eating, little to no sleep, and he would just use cocaine and drink all day long.
Okay.
And that would go for a period of time, and then
Again, this case is not about using
a
drugs.
major blowout, and then he'd get sick, and
It's not about Johnny
pass
getting
out,
sick
and
either.
then feel really awful, and often including this time, would start a period of sobriety after that.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to mid-July 2013, the Tokyo press tour for Lone Ranger. Can you please tell the jury about that particular trip and the events relating to Mr. Depp?
Sure. He was promoting Lone Ranger, and I had just met his kids at the premiere in Los Angeles shortly before this tour started. They found out about me.
Amber, I'm going to just ask you not to go through that.
Sure.
Just take us to Tokyo, please. Okay.
So I believe we went from that stop to Tokyo with the kids, and he had difficulty with drinking in front of them. He was trying to hide it, and yet he was dealing with some stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking.
Okay, I found a louder
at the
stream, you
restaurant.
guys. I'm going to bring it up right now.
Thing. If I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it, it got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it was my fault and I was nagging. And I get it. I wouldn't like to be told what to do either.
Better?
So, but it made him really angry. And the kids were on this press tour, and I was just concerned about them. I was concerned about them hearing us. Johnny screamed at me in the hotel room, and all I could think were the kids were in an adjoining room. What if they could hear us? I had just met them, and I didn't want them to think poorly of me and hate me, not knowing what was going on, in our behind closed doors. I remember it was name calling, and he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what names he called you? Do you recall what he said?
I heard at this time, nagging bitch all the time, called me a cunt. He even said that he made a mistake with me, and then he didn't want that when we touched back down, he'd get rid of me and I'd go back to, he said some disgusting things to me. I don't know if I need to repeat it.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1090? You indicated, I think, that he passed out at the end of that. Did you take this picture?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1090.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
1090 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
He was passed out with his head in the table in the hotel room, in our hotel room, not the kids' hotel room, in Tokyo, on that press tour.
All right. I'm going to take you to August 2013. What, if any, discussions did you start having with Mr. Depp about moving in with him?
Well, after this, I was getting close to his kids, and he had a stint of sobriety shortly after that, and it felt really good again. And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let him rent my apartment for the vultures. That's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment wasn't like safe effectively for me. And I had a modest apartment in Los Angeles. And so he started saying I needed to have security on me, or we'd rent out the neighboring houses because of the vultures. And it was a conversation, and then that conversation evolved into I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that, but the conversation about moving in became hard to resist, because I was increasingly becoming a part of his life, and also loving his family and feeling like, more stability would mean more stability with him and his struggles with drug and alcohol use. And I thought I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had. It was hard for me to justify working. Every audition, every meeting, every script I got was a negotiation or a fight. I had to justify it like,
Who believes she
as
didn't
if I was
accept
saying, hey, let's
the
have an
credit?
open relationship. It was, and I thought that would be minimized if I could make him feel more secure. But, if we live together, certainly there would be more security, right? And that was my reasoning.
So you talked about still
She
reading
didn't take his
scripts and
credit
things.
card.
What, if anything,
Sure.
did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well, I've always been really independent, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from the earliest time I can imagine. I come from, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, and I am independent, and I see myself as independent and strong-willed, and I had to bargain. Every time I'd get a script, it would be, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family. When I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family. I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family. I have to work. And he would say, you don't have to work, kid. Let me take care of you. My woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. Every time I got a script, it was what kind of, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene? And then I started saying, no, I won't take the sex scenes, or, I'll take the part where I don't play, that kind of character. Or then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had. And eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, it didn't happen all at once, of course. It was little thing after little thing after little thing. And eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that had minimal makeup, dressed as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Thank you.
Yes.
Please. And let me ask you this. You've talked about penthouse. We've heard a little bit about penthouse apartments.
She didn't want to move in
and
with Johnny
Switzer.
Depp.
Could you just explain to
Is
the
that
jury
possible?
the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. And they were all in a cul-de-sac, and we called it Switzer, because that was the name of the street. And there are 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, effectively, he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Switzer was, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was where he made music and hung out. And we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's place, and then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met, and he lived there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about the suites here? For where
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly,
very
insisted
close to.
on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty, and he would love to have her move down there. And
I'm not doing bruises. I'm just putting on my regular makeups.
very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
yeah, I'm Rocky Pennington. But the problem is it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange at the time.
Okay. So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling also is another part of it.
This is
we were
work.
in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job, I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement. So we weren't really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September of 2013. What were you filming at that time? London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was filming London Fields. I just started.
All right. Did there come a time that you became engaged to Mr. Depp?
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean, every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance was like, I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called. I think this was Into the Woods, is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London, and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we first, consummated our relationship in. It was when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship.
Who uses consummated as a word for real? No one uses that.
That was the same hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, "I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to be the rest of my life. Say yes to me." He said he wanted to spend every day. He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. and that would be his goal. And, you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw my future, hope, you know, like blind hope. I was so in love. It was one of the most, I can't describe that kind of joy, you know. I thought, you know, if we were married, then
Oh, these faces she's making.
this is real. This
this
is real.
mouth
This
is-
isn't a thing of,
Watch your mouth.
this isn't chaotic and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment. And I just said to him over and over again, are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure? Because he didn't have a ring. So I thought, is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And he said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife. I, of course, cried, and we had a wonderful evening. And he left shortly after, and I was like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it, or, you know, or that he wasn't sure. I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing. So I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't want to. And I kind of I walked around for a few days like I had butterflies under my skin. And then he brought my dad out to London with my best friends. And my dad told me, you know, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And I felt like the luckiest woman in the world.
So while you were filming London Fields and Johnny had gone back to LA, what
My
if any
wife,
issues
my
did
wife,
you
my
have
wife.
with him on
My wife,
fraternizing
my wife.
with the cast? I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 188, please?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Heavy sniffing. We
Your
have
Honor,
heavy
I'm going
sniffing.
to, let's pull up 188A. I've redacted everything but what Mr. Depp says
All right, let me
on
just take a look at
188A.
188A.
That's admission against interest. Do you have that? You don't have it?
Oh, by the way, I've been calling the female attorney on Johnny Depp's team Camilla. Her name is Camille, and I apologize to Camille because I've been calling her the wrong name all this time. But she is the one who's going to be doing the cross. Just like I said, psychologically, it's a good move because Amber.
Give that a minute.
not
While
gonna like
they're
her.
working on that, can you tell us what transpired between you and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
So, as I said, he came to London for his own work and also dropped me off in London where I had to be for a few months to film this movie. And he asked me to marry him. He brought my best friends and my dad out. They left. And shortly after they left, my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast to kind of break the ice, and I'd be working with them for the next few months. And I had already knew I couldn't be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women that other people could possibly spin as romantic. I had learned that but in January, the hard way. So I asked him permission if I could go to this concert with the cast. And I said, Johnny, that he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Camille sounds annoyed.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
If you want to approach.
Yes.
Camille is all over these objections, and she was yesterday too, and thank God for it, because breaking up this narrative, you have to do it. You have to stop her from going on and on in these long emotional stories in case she's, winning over the jury. So when you hear Camille popping in all the time, objecting, she's going to object to everything she possibly can, especially to break up these long drawn out tales. And that's good. And also, it's going to play well to the jury. No one's going to be accusing Depp's team of badgering a woman because it's a woman doing it. So that's why it was so important that a woman had to cross her because of the way it looks. And it's stupid, right? It's a stupid thing that we even have to have these conversations like, oh, well, we can't have a man cross her because then he'll look like he's bullying her. But this is the way people see things. And and we need to change it. If you want to talk about equality and women, being taken seriously, then stop being damsels in distress and crying bully every time, you get the same treatment as a man. I don't think the jury's asleep, Loretta. I think they're riveted by this. I think this is what everybody came here for. And I not yet. This is not boring testimony. This is the testimony that everybody's been waiting for. So I disagree there, but it is good for her to break up this testimony, break it up as much as possible, inject objections, get that she can't get on. You can't let her get on a roll. A lot of times you can object and lose the objection.
That if
it doesn't
I
matter. You did what you needed to do.
accepted the invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off, and that I was foolish, naive for thinking that people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection,
that it was-
hearsay.
She's
doing
testified
it.
about what
She's doing
Mr.
it again.
Depp said. I don't understand.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Please continue.
See, it doesn't matter if she loses.
Danny said I was foolish.
Just
and
interrupt,
naive,
interrupt.
That no one could invite me to, how could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert? Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was because they wanted more from me, and that I probably wanted more too. I was basically asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out, and who's the other girl going to be there? And how could you be so stupid? How could you be so foolish? You're more naive. You should be smarter than this. And
she should object to that too. That's what John, although she lost that one.
That whole evening, I think for a few hours.
She remembers,
I spent on
though?
the phone with him,
All of these
texting,
words
calling or
from years ago?
talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And, I'm already doing a movie where I play this, character where I was empowered. Like, I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually. And by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used, that I was just being used. It was clear that that was all I had to offer, and I was too foolish to see it. And I had
Amber, I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 188A.
Mhm.
Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion of the text chain between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are these statements Mr. Depp made to you during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 188A in evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction, or is that something you need to give me? Is
I
that-
think we're going to need to give it to you hard
Okay.
copy.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if
You can publish.
I can draw your attention to it, he first says, I don't want to make anything an issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door? Almost impossible to even not take you on. You want me to
He
roll
wanted
the
to
dice?
ride the dragon.
This sounds more like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please.
He thought
Did
he could
tell you
do it.
that?
Yes, he did.
And what did you understand that to mean?
It was clear. It was a threat that if I wanted to be,
Oh,
Objection,
Johnny.
speculation.
I think she can say what she understood it to mean.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then to the filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany in October, November 2013. Where did that take place?
in London.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened to be in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role in Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London, a rented house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp.
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days when he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't matter how sick you are. You go. It's millions of dollars every single day they're filming, and I had not experienced someone who could effectively just control the set like that. To that extent. And one day he didn't come home, and I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. Move forward, because
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them?
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, please continue.
I watched. I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried Johnny like a baby into the house, and I looked at that, and his boots were hanging over the security guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway.
The stream is frozen. It's not me. It's the court.
His assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, just shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And I remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like, this has got to change. This is it. And he was understandably very, very sick for at least 2 days.
Looks like they're fixing it.
And in that 2 days, I had a lot of conversations with this team. I won't say what they were. But I felt at that juncture very encouraged that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom. And finally, he felt like changing for good. And I felt buoyed, supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose that led to any discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, communications did you have with Lily Rose in November?
This what if anything,
Objection calls for hearsay leading.
it is not, does not
I'm
change
asking
a
what her
leading
connection was. I
question.
didn't ask what she
I'm going to
said.
sustain the objection. if you want.
Okay.
Finally,
November 2013, what, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection
that's
hearsay.
still, it's leading too.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm not asking for what she said.
If you can lay a foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who were you referring to?
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
All right. And was there a particular incident that led to a disagreement with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
That, what, if any?
What if any is not,
If we approach.
this is that they've been doing this for days and it's the judge's fault because the judge has allowed this what if any to as an answer to every objection that's leading. And by the way, no, the streams did not have this kind of problem when Johnny was testified. I didn't have a stream go down once when he was on the stand. This is all happening during her testimony. But let me just, this what if any, listen to Elaine, she says it a million times. What
Did
if
you
any
have
does
an
not
argument
change
with
the
Mr.
question.
Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well, I was, these kids were, I found them to be these beautiful, wildly intelligent little weirdos in the best way. They were, I was falling in love with them. And, they were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it. And I started to feel very protective. And, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on a.
Objection hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule for them.
Thank you. Please continue.
This argument happened because Johnny was, I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house, and I felt protective over Lily Rose and concerned. And naturally, they were not my children. It's not my place. And I understand that. I know it's a sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protective. Again, it's not my place. I understand that. And I made him really angry by weighing in on that.
Okay. Did there come a time that there was a family engagement gathering?
Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after one of his drug binges, and he kind of just came alive again. He even played a prank on me about having relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. It was, I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And our life was it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right. I'll just sustain the objection.
Okay, take us to the engagement. There was this engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. It was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously, in LA. And we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And one evening, we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend said, you should
Objection,
really,
hearsay.
sorry.
Wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead. Go past that. What did you do?
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother, and he gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
Okay. I'm going to take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So,
and why is that?
She was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was
Objection, relevance.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think the bias. We can.
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Please describe for the jury what job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her and kind of how that worked.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, if I found that if I said, Kate, you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street. You need to
Objection,
move it.
hearsay.
She's not testifying. She's testifying about context.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 209.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
All right.
It's still hearsay. May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
did you, may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record, but it's hearsay if there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean, I don't agree. I think that's the point
If you
that
wanna-
hearsay
if you wanna
can.
approach.
How are we have no sound? I'm sorry. I muted myself. Anyway, we're on mute. They're objecting. And I was just talking about the fact that you guys are buying the t-shirts, and I'm so excited about that. So make sure you go to the merch store and check them out because they say, isn't happy hour anytime? Mega pint me. Justice for Johnny. Now, I was just on Twitter, and I saw on Twitter that you guys, it's insane. So this new PR firm of hers, I Stand With Amber Heard, is now trending at #1, except it only has 20,000 tweets, while
What,
Johnny
if any,
Depp is innocent
communications
has
did
40.
you have with Kate James
But
about
somehow
your
it's
issues with
#1.
Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, we can take that down, Michelle. In the February, I'm going to jump to February, March 2016. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make, I know that he earned significantly more than me, he's a successful actor. I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds. So I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course. Johnny said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And I thought it would, like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier.
Oh, she didn't care either way?
I told him over and over again.
Baloney.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this.
He lost his finger when they tried to get her to sign a post-nup.
One time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having one foot out. And they kind of were happening around the same time. I still had my apartment and we're engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser, And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were
Okay.
taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
I'll
We'll
sustain the
We'll move
objection.
on. Okay.
Yeah, they
Let's
are. They're
take
on
to
it.
March 2014. Did there come
Camille,
a
she's
time
a
there was an
hero.
Engagement party.
Yes, so
I laughed at that too when she said redecorate. I did. I laughed at that
2014.
too.
Please describe for the
Like
jury.
he hired her.
We
He wanted
had
her to do
an
that.
engagement party, and we
Not
decided
professionals.
that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, something intimate. But our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big, and we needed to incorporate. We wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it. And I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Well, we walk in together and we took some pictures and said a few hellos. And then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events. And he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
How do you know that he was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
My dad at the time was
What drugs? Was it weed?
He was
what
addicted to
kind?
the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had either my dad ran out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from
Objection
West
calls for
Hollywood.
speculation.
How do you know that?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of
Remember, she's a heavy drug user.
the withdrawal symptom of the, I don't know what you call it at that point, but
MDMA, magic
he
mushrooms,
still,
2 bottles of
stayed
wine
upstairs.
a night,
And
Are you referring
when
to Mr. Depp?
$500 bottles
yes, I
of
am.
wine,
Okay.
So
$30,000
shortly
of
after
wine
that,
a
I
month.
tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and
Heavy
he just
drug user, heavy
snapped
drinker.
at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And
I imagine a lot of people have said
I
that
remember talking to my mom about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were at an engagement party, but that was
to her. But she married him
that
anyway.
was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and took pictures and put on
Oh,
a
you
face
poor
and,
thing.
went about my evening.
You poor thing.
All right. I'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
Objection compound.
Oh, overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event in New York. It's a fashion event, but it's
Me
just
too,
a major
Nesta.
red carpet event.
I want to say it right
And
now.
you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing, and we were invited that year. And I had already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman.
Saint Amber
that I
of
was
Atlantis.
looking at this woman in a sexual way, and
We
I
need candles.
kind
I'll
of
put some in the merch store.
turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection,
They
hearsay.
have Saint candles. I'll put
It's
Saint
context,
Amber of
Your Honor.
Atlantis on a
This
candle.
is context.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you
Pray
can't
to
tell
it
us
every night.
what you said to him.
Okay. He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point, and then he
Hello.
would
Good morning, Stephanie.
go on to a different
Good
accusation.
morning.
But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but top of my neck.
How do you grab someone by the collarbone?
Top
Like
of my above my
do you
collarbone, below my
dig
neck.
your fingers in here like this?
I think at that point when we were still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and he kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point, he just whacks me in the face. And I had not, at the time, been I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time, I was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was
And
relatively.
she didn't go to a plastic surgeon and have
unscathed.
medical records. An
But I
actress,
remember
an
my
actress,
nose being swollen, discolored, red.
swollen, discolored, red. She
And,
said,
I took a picture of my face
just one
at
fact.
some point
one
and made
photograph.
a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the red
Objection,
carpet.
hearsay.
It wasn't offered to prove the truth of the
Yeah,
matter.
yes,
sir.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, okay.
Sustain.
Just don't
What,
say what
Elaine?
you
Come
what
on.
you told a friend. Okay, okay. Let's take you to.
How
the
do you
Adderall
grab somebody by the
Diaries.
collarbone?
When did you
by the
start
way?
filming the Adderall Diaries?
Believe May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other and saw Johnny in these, in between, like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay, and where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time and then eventually went on location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point? in May?
Eventually by May 2014. That's it.
All right. And what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014?
It's a nightmare.
Oh my gosh, the sighing and the pause. Come on.
I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I, told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing. but-
Objection, hearsay.
Apparently,
Ms. Beeroff, if you could approach, please.
All right, Stephanie, good morning. Are you on your way to work?
I am. Well, no, I just left the courthouse. I won my motion. Woo!
Oh, what were you fighting for?
I was opposing a motion for summary judgment on a case involving an estate and a separation agreement. It's really complicated, but whatever. I won.
You won.
Super
All right,
excited.
everybody in
I
the
won.
chat, cheers to Stephanie. She won her motion this morning in court.
And I have to say, my opponent was very worthy. He did an excellent job. He gave such a good argument that I thought at the end, after his rebuttal, that I might lose, but I didn't. I won.
Awesome. All right. Well,
Yeah.
Yo ho, me mateys. Drink up.
Thank you.
Excellent work, Stephanie. Excellent work. She's a very good lawyer, and she's been working so hard, and she's so busy all the time, and it's so great, and I'm so grateful that she's been here to talk to us. What are your thoughts on Amber's testimonies so far that you've heard?
Okay, so last night I didn't have a lot of time to look at it. All day yesterday I was busy. Are they back?
Yeah.
So tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together. Okay.
So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury what took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, you know, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him.
I hate when she talks like it's happening right now.
With me and accused me in like many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene,
I don't believe any of this.
Scene, and I wasn't explicit about
I don't believe this
what I was going to
argument that
do,
he didn't want her doing these scenes. Have you seen any of her
having
movies?
withheld information and hiding it from him.
She's always the seductress.
So
Oh
I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
Yep.
We need to stay with what Mr.
Camille
Depp
is doing a
said.
great job.
Okay.
She's objecting
So
all over the place, breaking up
he was
this
upset
sob
with
story.
me,
Good.
but he didn't
That's what they need
sound
to do.
coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could
So
you
how is
tell
this
me
not
this when I'm
hearsay? How
filming,
could
when
you
I
tell
have
me
this
this?
scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working?
She can testify to what
Obviously,
the party.
couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant. But he kept saying, "How could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this?" And it was like
She can
I
say
had
what he
told him
said.
I was having an affair or something. You know, he was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these like arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me.
He hangs up instead of he hung up.
I talked
hate
to
the present
his
tense.
assistants. I won't say what they said,
Right,
but I
right,
had
right.
conversations
Like
and
it's
felt
happening right
encouraged
now.
that I
'cause
could
she's
continue
making it
on
up
with
right
the
now.
plan, which was for me to get on the plane,
Patricia,
go
she
to
needs a
Boston,
director.
pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday.
Cut scene.
I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day, assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. there had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox,
is a
a
good
full
point,
recovery,
Jane.
a doctor, a whole plan. You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane, it touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him.
Sounds like Elizabeth Holmes.
So I
on
kind
the
of
tarmac for
started
a
to
very long
anticipate
time.
that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes because my life changed depending on what he was on. And he gets on the plane, and I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong.
In every cell of my body.
And
every cell. Every cell.
Straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot.
Such weird small details.
Places on his plane, you know, where you get used to sitting.
Sunglasses in an aggressive manner.
I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me. At some point, and I don't really remember the exact sequence of it. We take off, and at some point
remember the sunglasses part,
asking
the aggressive
me what's
removal.
wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could.
His breath makes you cry.
I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, you know, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
She's telling the story. Your Honor,
It's quite a story. Yeah, it's quite a story. Interrupt her as much as possible, Camille.
Is asking me questions, and I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, you know, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue?
What was
It
the
got worse
question
and
at
worse. Just
this
more.
point?
It went from asking me about
I don't
how
know.
my
Objection.
kissing scene went or how the
Object.
sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene.
I don't remember
To
the
be
question.
really explicit about
What happened on the plane, I
my
guess?
body. You know, he was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded. And then he started just straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front. And also this is happening with security and his assistants on the plane. And I remember
Let's call them back and ask them again.
I struggle to
Get them
be
on
able
the
to
on
tell
the
you how
stand.
embarrassed I was because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet and, you know, why I wasn't looking at him. And that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me, insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements, and I slowly get up.
Another one of those small
and move to
details.
the front
I
of the
remember that
plane
I got
and
up
start
slowly like an
throwing
old woman.
things at me. Ice cubes,
Crazy.
utensils.
Ice cubes.
He's calling me a go-getter and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. I don't know how many times I moved
And
seats. I wish I
security
did.
is watching all of this.
I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and
Trisha.
because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity.
Which friend?
And
Which friend?
it didn't hurt
Who saw that?
it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed.
Which
Oh,
friend?
come on.
Because
Who
you
saw
do that
it?
to me in front of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move again. And
We'll
he's
play
just
it
taunting
later,
me,
Loretta, for sure.
having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you going to do about
A
it?
swivel chair on a plane? Are we still on the plane?
I just stared at him.
I guess.
I just stared
There was a swivel
at
chair?
him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him.
I don't know these fancy
Didn't feel
planes,
there was
though.
it felt like there was a blackness
his
in his eyes. I
private
wanted to
plane.
look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And as I'm walking away, slowly trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything. I wasn't engaging.
Security already testified. They said they saw
am walking
nothing
away
like
from him
this.
slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time.
She does a lot of
wanting
this
to
supposedly just
penitent
looking at
monster
him
to see
silently,
the man that I love underneath that.
which doesn't
the man
fit
I
with the
love.
tapes of her screaming at him.
No.
And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk
Pull
away from
my
him.
gaze away from him?
My back is turned to
My
him,
gaze.
and I feel
Oh.
this boot in my
Gaze
back.
away from him.
He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the
We're just going to go with the carpet
floor
again.
of the plane for felt
Carpets.
like a long time.
The dirty carpets.
And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe he just kick me. No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I
Overacting.
felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
I spent the rest of the time looking out of the
Sustain the
window.
objection.
Yeah, wait for the judge,
And-
Amber.
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
I want to sit here and say that I was like, I was telling myself I needed to leave him, but as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant, excuse me, and he continued to drink and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom with the door locked and was howling. And I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5%
But he was passed out.
part of
when he
me.
was
I thought he
howling.
was passed out. Yeah, so he was
Objection,
howling in his sleep.
non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what
We
led up
know
to her
you don't
tape
think
recording
that
and
way.
why. I mean, I can ask her,
Okay.
well, that's all.
All right.
Why did you tape record him?
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor, may we approach, please? Okay.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Go fight, Camille. All right, Stephanie, what are you thinking?
You're breaking up, Meg. I can't hear you.
I can hear
Can
you.
you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah. What do you think?
Okay, go ahead. Now I can hear you.
What's going on? What's your opinion?
At the bench, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
No, I just
but let
mean
me
in
just say
general
about
with the testimony.
I'm not impressed. I think she's phony. I think she's taking all these very dramatic pauses and doing all this breathing, like she's reliving the trauma all these years on. I find it hard to believe. This is not looking. It's not last week that this allegedly happened.
Have
And
you
also,
seen
she
many?
supposedly
Have
was on
you
the
seen
plane with
many
some
people?
friend who asked her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Victims? Yeah, of
yeah.
course.
Have you seen many victims testify
This is
on
not
the
how
stand?
it doesn't
Have you
come out
seen-
like this.
Okay, so
Yes.
when you hear somebody who's been traumatized, tell a jury and tell a judge what happened to them. How does it sound?
Not usually this dramatic. Of course, she is an actress, so I mean, I guess maybe we have to give her some leeway on that because, you know, maybe that's just she's got histrionic personality disorder, so she's a drama queen. I don't know, but normally it doesn't come out this dramatically. Normally, it's just sort of matter of fact, like I was standing in the
So we're
bedroom.
going to start with 221, and we're going to
Yeah.
call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
I hate that every time she brings up one of these incidents, they never show corroborating records of any kind. There's no medical, no doctor's reports.
Yeah,
No,
right.
no text messages that, hey, that was crazy on the plane, you know. They just
Yeah,
talk
right,
about it.
right.
She just tells the story and we're all just supposed to believe it with no corroborating evidence. Look, say what you want about Johnny, but everything that he has put forward came with corroborating evidence. I would not be believing him if it was just him sitting there saying it. I would not have believed the poop story unless the driver, that's when I believed it. When the driver said he saw it and she told him it was a horrible practical joke gone wrong. That's corroboration. We're missing all of that from her testimony.
Well, not only that corroboration, but the maid sent a picture to Johnny, right? Isn't that what happened?
Yes. So we have photographic evidence and a corroborated statement.
With the first one with 0 to 1 minute. And can you turn up the volume just... I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit
Oh, this is her
loud, but
supposedly him howling
to
on
be
the
able
plane.
to pick up the
Okay,
noise.
let's hear it. That's not howling.
It doesn't sound like howling.
Is that? It sounded like singing, like bad singing.
Or at one point, almost like he said, stop.
Or maybe he's sick. Yeah, it's not howling. It doesn't sound good. It sounds like he's not well.
No,
Or
this
drunk.
is howling. This
And then
is
the
howling.
second one is from 250 to 320, 30 seconds.
That wasn't howling. That was the groaning. It was more like that was moaning. Wow. I don't know what this proves.
I couldn't make that out. I couldn't
221
hear
is
that.
in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So
He's
may I play the
he's
third one then,
groaning,
and then we
like
can take the
pain.
break?
Yes.
Or
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
you can play
Liz
all of
says
it
it
if
sounds
you'd
like
like.
he's clowning. He
I
could
think
be.
that'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor. 9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
What's she
Yeah, you are
joking about torturing
torturing
the jury?
because the judge wants her to take their morning break.
I'll stay with this for Canadian music. That's sick.
All right. And you're going to be changing gears after that, or do you have more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Okay. Finally. Okay. Let's get that out of here. All right.
Finally,
Stephanie.
Elaine has stopped torturing the whole world with these
With the-
questions. No.
Stop.
Much worse than that. Much worse than that are Elaine's droning questions.
It's not the groaning. It's Elaine's questioning.
It's Elaine. It's Elaine. Stop. Stop. Please stop.
All right. We are going to go 11:42. They're coming back at 11:42. Oh, I forgot to change the banner. It's been up there saying it's going to start at 10 a.m. Okay, 15-minute recess.
Put something up there about Elaine's no longer torturing everyone.
Okay,
Elaine took a break from
took a
torturing
break.
everyone.
From torturing everyone.
Oh gosh.
Resumes at
Torture will
11:42.
resume shortly. It's too much. Oh gosh. This is just, it's really something. Most trials are not this much fun.
Yeah, this one has been entertaining, which of course is one of the criticisms. People are saying, well, we're all just being entertained by other people's pain.
We're all a bunch of ghouls.
Yeah. I mean, is there some truth to that? I don't know.
Yes. I'm ashamed of myself. Sorry. But you know what? It's part of this celebrity culture that we live in. Let's face it, it's weird. It's toxic and crazy and weird. And the only reason anybody cares is because it's Johnny Depp. You know,
Well,
I mean,
I
these
care.
kind of,
I actually care about these kind of cases, and I would watch if I want more court cases live streamed because I think truth matters. And when you have a case
Wait.
like this, that's putting, Me Too on the witness stand and tearing it
well,
apart, that's important to me.
no, that you're right. That is important. It's important that your thesis in your book, Believe Evidence, is known, that people understand. Of course, you can't just believe anything anyone claims. Of
Right.
course, you should just believe evidence. And even if it is a woman claiming to have been abused by someone, of course, you have to investigate those claims and see if they're true. You can't just say because a woman says it, it's true. That's absurd. It's
Yeah.
absurd.
Yeah,
I
and
actually
that's the thing that bothers me about this whole thing. That's why I'm so interested in it. And yes, of course, Captain Jack Sparrow is also part of the deal, and that's why everyone cares. But I care specifically because Me Too is just so awful.
Well, I mean, and look, I've represented people who were victims of domestic violence, legit victims, and it's serious and it's a problem. And anyone who does it should be stopped from doing it, and people should be protected from being abused, obviously. But that's not the end of the inquiry. You know, Megan, because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we talked about this. I lost out on a job. Turns out it was not a job that I would have wanted anyways. But in my interview, one of the interviewers actually said to me, "Is it true that you tweeted that you have to believe evidence and that sometimes women tell an untruth about domestic violence?" As if that was like a gotcha moment, like that's not true. I said, "Yes, I did tweet that, and yes, that's absolutely true."
For God's sake, if you're a lawyer and you don't
I'm
believe,
interviewing
what kind of
with a bunch of
lawyer?
lawyers. It's a Zoom interview with like 6 lawyers, and they're all looking at me like,
lawyer.
like, how could you say that? And I'm thinking, you people went to law school, you're lawyers, you're trial lawyers, you're practicing lawyers, and you don't know that sometimes women lie about this stuff?
That's insane.
What kind of, I mean, this was bizarre to me. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. I called the headhunter after the interview and I said, "You know what? Even if they want to see me for another interview, take me off the list. I don't want to work for
who would want to
people
work for
like
attorneys
that
that don't understand the basics of law? For one,
It's absurd.
We're innocent unless proven guilty. Unless, not until, unless, because it might not happen. So what the heck?
Well, and that's in a criminal arena, but in the civil arena where you're trying to get a protective order, or, you're going through a divorce and the court is making findings about someone being abused or someone being a victim. If you think people don't lie about that in protective order cases to get a step up in custody cases, you don't know. You're not paying attention.
No, they do. They absolutely
Women do that. They absolutely do it.
And
I have
Sean
seen it in my
Kohlmeyer
own practice.
Sean Kohlmeyer, who's the lawyer who has been joining us on the stream the last couple of days, he's going to be here today too, and he can tell you that happened to him. That exact thing.
It happens all the time. And that's not to say there are not women who are legitimate victims of that, but there are also women who lie about that so that they can get a better footing in the custody battle that's coming, or just breaking up the assets of the marriage. That goes on all the time. And any lawyer who practices domestic law knows it. So to act like, oh, just because it's a person who's a woman, which, by the way, what even is a woman at this point in 2022?
Who can define a woman?
No, obviously no one can. But I mean, I'm just saying, you can't make these crazy claims that just because a person is a female, she can never be questioned about her claims of having been abused by a man. I mean, this is absurd. This is, from a legal standpoint, it's ridiculous.
Good morning, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Today.
Good morning. How are you?
We're good. Have you been watching this morning's testimony?
Are you kidding? It's 8:30 in the land of coffee. I just barely dragged my pretty little ass into the office.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I was running late today, which is why I didn't get you the. That's why I didn't get you the link. I have to fix my green screen; it's falling down on me. I can't believe that Stephanie just said that I have a pretty little ass.
What? I did not.
I set you up for that one really good, didn't I? Yeah.
That's
No,
awesome.
I have my coffee. I'm trying to pry my eyes open.
Yeah.
So
I've got a mega pint of coffee. I already went through my mocktail this morning. I had a mocktail Bellini, which was quite delicious because
What is that?
Well, it's orange juice and sparkling caffeinated water together with a
Yummy.
peach flavored. It was a peach flavored sparkling caffeinated water, and I already went through an entire mega pint of it in my Make Americans Friends again mega pint, and but that was delicious. But I also have coffee, so I was like set with 2 sets of drinks here. No, I was running late because I know you guys are telling me that I'm lagging on the stream. I think it has something to do with the connection. So let's just pray that it stays okay.
So,
but I think the audio is
Meg,
okay.
Since Sean is here and I just made it to the office, I'm going to sign off.
All right, pop back
You
in.
can
when
have the other legal eagle discussing whatever's going on today, and I'll come back later.
Come back. Okay,
nice
love
of
you.
you to call
Bye.
me nice of you to call me a legal eagle.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, okay. Tina has a question for the legal eagle in the room. Not heard the non-responsive objection before. What does it mean? Can you please explain?
Yeah. So it's when you ask a question and the defendant doesn't answer the actual question, so they say something else. So let's give an example. Megan, don't avoid answering the question that the line of questions.
I think I can do it.
I'm going to give you. Okay.
All right.
So Megan, isn't it true that your professional job is to lie in print?
I would not classify it in that way. I would say that what I do is to actually the opposite.
But you did lie in this print article that I've got right here, right?
I'm not sure I've seen that article.
Right. Was this published, in on that website that you like to publish things on?
I don't know. You'll have to show me documentation there. I don't know what you're talking to. I don't even know what article you're referring to.
So if all of those things had actually been sort of lined out, like if we actually did know that the article you were talking about, if we did know that you had published it on some site and you're just up there, weaseling and twisting in the wind and trying to, avoid answering the question, that would be non-responsive.
Right. Or like Amber's doing. Like for instance, when I think Elaine had asked her to answer the question, like what happened at that time, and then she starts going, well, we were sitting there with the there were ice cubes, and that made me think of this time 6 months ago when he threw ice at me and this other thing. That's non-responsive. You're not talking
Right.
about the question being asked.
Right.
You're just going, and then I remembered that one time that he said this or that, which could have been not on the plane, somewhere else. Like it's non-responsive. She's just not she's not answering the question. If you start to forget what the question was, you can pretty much bet they're being non-responsive at that point.
Yeah. And the weird thing is that this is sort of in tension to sort of the other unwritten rule of trial advocacy, which is every question is an opportunity for you to deliver the answer to the question you wish that they had asked.
Yes, that's always the right thing to do, by the way, especially even in media interviews. That's what I do when I'm being interviewed. I don't answer the question they asked me. I answer the one that I wanted to get out to the public. So whatever it is, I'll say, well, that's interesting. And also,
Right.
and I'll go on with whatever it was I was going to say.
Yeah. And of course, in a courtroom, it's different or in a deposition, it's different because they're technically required to answer the questions, particularly in depositions.
But you have to catch them. You have to make them do it, because if you let them get away with it without objecting and, saying, this is off the topic, then they'll get away with it.
Right. And then you'll lose your ability to question that. And then if they've got a really sharp attorney, if you come back to it, then they'll try and say this line of question has already been explored, we've already done this. You know, you can't reopen this can of worms. So one of my favorite things to do when witnesses ramble or when witnesses avoid the question is I just let them ramble, right? Because often they'll give you other stuff that's really great too. But then, you know, at the end of it, I'll just say, and the answer to my question is, right?
Yes, you just let them go, and
they'll just keep going, and
Yeah.
until eventually, it's almost like the kid who, you know, does why. They eventually run out, right? They you know, and they're like, well, you know, let's review. The question I asked you was this. You didn't give me an answer.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what Amber's doing today is a lot of rambling, and Elaine is kind of encouraging that behavior. She's encouraging that storytelling, and you know. But I will say that Camille is doing a very good job, for the most part, objecting and interrupting that flow. I was talking about that when it was happening, Sean, but today it's even better than yesterday. Camille is really on top of the objections and not letting Amber get into a real flow with her stories. She's interrupting by objecting, and whether she wins or loses, it throws cold water all over Amber's testimony, right? This is a strategy, right?
Yep, it is. It is. And I mean, I haven't seen anything that happened today. What time is it there?
11:39.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that's happened today. So I don't, you know, I can't comment on any of that. But yeah, that's one of the strategies, right? Just, you know, if you've got an objection, you make the objection, and it, you know, it breaks up the witness's ability to even, you know, think sort of through that. And I got to tell you, you know, when Johnny was testifying, Johnny, he was a really, really great witness, because they were doing exactly what you're talking about to him. And he was, you know, staying on message and staying, you know, consistent and keep going with the answers to the questions. He also had good attorneys that were also doing that too, you know, on direct examination. But, you know.
Yeah, I want to get to what she was doing today and yesterday. The chat has noticed it. We get it, Amber. You read books and add pointless details like a storyteller. I'm going to say that it's even more nefarious than that. I believe this is story creation. When she said yesterday, and I was staring at the dirty carpet, I was on the floor, and all I could think was, why am I here on this dirty carpet? For one, I want to talk to the cleaning lady now who cleans Johnny's house, because I don't think that he has dirty carpets. He lives in $1 million mansions and places with cleaning crews. So now I want the cleaning lady. I want her schedule. I want to know how many times she cleaned the carpet. I want to know when the last time was she cleaned that carpet from when Amber supposedly was on it, claiming it was dirty. Amber also made a claim that on one of the nights this abuse was going on, she sat in the car and saw her breath in LA.
I lived in LA for 10 years, including 2 years as an adult. And I don't think that in any time I ever saw my breath.
Yeah, I want to know what date was that. And let's look at the weather report, because she claimed she saw her breath on the window. Like she saw, like it was cold. Now, come on. She keeps on bringing up these pointless details that I think are way too just too dramatic and detailed. What did she say? He grabbed me by the collarbone. Sean, how do you grab a person by their collarbone? Let me show you my collarbone if I can. I'm going to push it out. You would have to, what in the world? You can't get your fingers in there. This is my collarbone right here, this area. See how flat it is? Now, maybe she's a little anorexic and her bones stick out, but even so, you can't get your whole hand around there. How do you grab someone? I mean, these weird things that she says. What do you think about that?
There's no way, Megan, that I'm going to look at an image of your chest and comment with you saying, see how flat it is. I'm not doing it.
I'm talking about my collarbone.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's I think that's
that would not be accurate if we were talking about other areas. But
I haven't heard.
All right.
No comment.
You guys have been commenting on how is Johnny taking this? Why isn't he looking at her? And I think because he doesn't want to look at someone who abused him. I think that, and someone else in the comments said, borderline personality and narcissistic personality really get off on making you connect with eye contact. And if that's true, then maybe he just doesn't want to give her that power. I don't know, but he's not required to look at her, and maybe, and I don't think it works against him in any way. I think it's fine.
I don't think it would work positively for him to be looking at her either.
Right, because then they would say he was intimidating her. Michelle brings up a good point. She says Jennifer Grey said he was very jealous when she dated him. I think there's some truth to what she's testifying to. Jennifer Grey did say that in her book. She also gave an interview, which I played the other day, that said Johnny was the best rebound relationship a woman could ever have. That he was, and she said, this is what she did. Mwah. She said, he made all my pain go away. And so I'm not sure. She said she'd never witnessed any abuse. He wasn't abusive to her in any way. So if he was jealous, I guess then the question becomes, is jealousy, is that abuse? Could you be a lot of men get jealous about a lot of things. I personally think that's a red flag, and you shouldn't date someone or marry someone who does get jealous, because it's not a good thing to be. But I think that it's very, very common. And I don't think it means you're an abuser either. I think you can be jealous and have a jealous moment here and there and not be an abuser. But yeah, some truth. There's got to be some truth in a lot of what she's saying. I'm sure.
There
right?
probably is. Right. There probably is. But, she's embellishing a lot of it. And, her mental illnesses are affecting it. And, and she's just making crap up because, she's in the middle of a, the civil trial of the decade and she's got a $50 million problem. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the embellishment, you can tell when she's embellishing because these weird small details keep coming up. All right, here we go.
Right, here we go. So I'm going to be a little bit less on point today because I have to get a little bit more accomplished. But
okay.
I'm here. So
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Every day above ground is a good day. And any time I spend with you, Megan, is just a wonderful experience. I'm not sarcastic at all. I can't hear squat. Can you hear anything?
You can't hear it? Oh, sorry. You guys, are we not hearing it? Okay. I think it's fixed now. She didn't say anything.
Did you reach out to...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and leading.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
Right, you're an approach.
Yes.
Okay, we're going they're going to object and they're approaching. So sorry about that. I had the stream on mute. I didn't mean to do that to you, but she didn't say anything interesting, so don't worry about it. The chat is confirming that they've felt plenty of jealousy before in the past, but they don't abuse people because of it. Jealousy is a human emotion. And I don't mean for anyone to take that I think Johnny is a perfect person. I think Johnny has a lot of problems. And you don't get into this kind of issue in relationship without having a lot of problems. You just, for whatever reason, something that he needs to take responsibility for this relationship as well. He shouldn't have married her. He knew going into this how violent she was. And she claims she knew how violent he is, and she still married him. That's what we heard today. We heard today that all this abuse, she says, happened very violently before they were married, and she just continued and married him anyway. Where is the responsibility that you take, if that's true, if that testimony is true, what responsibility do you have to walk away from a relationship like that? And if she didn't walk away, why? It had to have been the money in the islands if this is what was going on.
And let's not forget that she probably loved him.
I guess. I'm not sure I believe that. I'm not sure that she did. I think the way that she talks to him and the way her face looks when she talks about him, she looks repulsed. She has called him old and fat. She was catting around with younger guys. I'm not sure she ever did. I think she loved his
let's
status
go to
and what he could do
205.
for her career and the
Defendants
island.
205.
Maybe, but I think you can do all of the things that you just talked about and still also love somebody.
Maybe. Can someone with the type of
And this is a
personality disorder
communication between
she
you
is
and Rocky
alleged to
Pennington, your
have
best friend, is that correct?
love?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
Maybe she can. Yeah, and somebody who's doing a lot of drugs and drinking a lot certainly is not going to be in their best frame of mind. Although all the testimony we've heard so far is that it doesn't affect him, that he has a high tolerance. That's what everybody around him says. So who are we supposed to believe? Everyone who is around Johnny, including some people who are not paid by him, like Ben King, the butler, who all testify that he is not overly drunk, that they've only seen him tipsy a couple times. Who are we to believe? Or Amber, just Amber, only her testimony, because that's the only testimony that she's given with no corroborating evidence to any of this stuff. Oh, you know what? So I was going to go, I think I said, in order for me to believe her, I was going to need several things. One is that, so I was saying the cleaning lady with the carpet. I also need to see a picture of the giant jar of cocaine, which she claims that they had in the room. I would like to see, just for my own entertainment, I'd like to see the giant jar of cocaine. But I'm also going to have if all those things, like with the corroborating witness statements and at least one doctor's report that showed, she claimed that he hit her on the face with all those rings. She actually mentioned the rings. And that on the day that he hit her with all those rings, she also had a bruise on her arm. She takes a picture of the bruise on her arm in the mirror, and you can see her face, and her face is perfect. And she just has a bruise on her arm. So what happened to the rings injury? Like, she never saw a plastic surgeon. She's an actress. Her face is her money. Where is that? So I need to see those things. And then I'm also going to need a lobotomy to forget that she ripped off the ACLU in a children's hospital. So.
One thing, you were talking about the cleaning lady, and a friend of mine was talking about that too. And like, she's laying on the carpet going, the carpet's so dirty. And I'm like, they have cleaning ladies. I'd also like to know what the cleaning lady looks like and what Johnny's relationship with her was like. Because I'll bet you that he had a great relationship with his long-term cleaning lady, and that she was jealous of
Rocky
it.
Pennington, your best friend, is that
Maybe.
correct?
Yes, it is.
Maybe.
Okay. And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA.
And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
That I needed help. That I was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. And I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys. I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to.
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222, and I suspect we're going to be back up.
All right, you want to approach? That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I think this is hilarious. The poop on the bed was for the cleaning lady. It was the vendetta for the jealousy. Maybe that goes with Sean's theory.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, but you know what? I mean, just imagine, he's a rich man. He's probably has the same staff around him. He had that security guard for
25 years.
Years or something like that until he died. And then he went to his funeral, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can
all
imagine.
of these people have been around him forever. And I can't imagine that all of these people that, her testimony implicates them in crimes. It implicates all of them in crimes, in not stopping a crime occurring in front of them. She said he kicked her in the back on the plane in front of all of his security. And she said that in front of all of these people. They watched him do it. That's what she said. That implicates them in a crime, and they are law enforcement. These are people with licensing. They have to be licensed in order to be security, private security. They have to have weapons licenses. And in order to have those types of licenses with the state, you also have to uphold certain ethics standards. These men would be required to stop a crime in process, especially when it's their client committing it.
Right. Because otherwise they would be
What,
aiding
if
and
any,
abetting.
Aiding and abetting,
communication
yes.
did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, if we go to 224.
Okay.
I love that Camille keeps
224,
popping
my
in and
argument
objecting.
would
We
be
can't get anywhere
business
right now.
records exception.
Your Honor, maybe
Are
we
you gonna
approach. I'm waiting for that to
forward
come.
and do it?
We've had like 3 of those in a row. It's
You need a drinking
fantastic.
game every time they say hearsay.
Look, Camille is fighting like a mad dog. I love it. This is great. This is so much better than yesterday. They just let her go on and get worked up and emotional. And today Camille's not having it. She's not having it. I love this.
I don't think she wants to see that great big, face again.
Face. Yeah, Camille, she's great. We're gonna have to look up her credits to see what she normally practices. But so far, I think Camille's my favorite lawyer in the objection department. I think she's much better than
Did you
what
send-
we've seen.
Did you send your screenshots to them like you said you were going to?
Not yet. I made the video though. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna send that because it'll be for after the trial anyway. It's gonna have to be for after when he wins. If he wins, they'll be able to sue for defamation. So there's some time, but I will send it to them. I made a clip of that yesterday, by the way, so that it's on the video. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, because a bunch of you got kicked off the stream on Facebook before we got to it, but I caught People Magazine publishing a defamatory article, or not an article, a defamatory headline about Johnny, about the kicking incident on the plane. And while we were talking about it, they changed and updated the article to make it not defamatory. And I got it all on film.
I saw it happen. You should put that screenshot of that up here in one of those dead moments.
You know what? I've got a screenshot of it, I think.
So,
let me see.
What, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and surrounded myself with them with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's. It was, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel loved, and celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225. And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last 2 blue spots on that page with the state of mind. Mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, you want to approach? I just want-
Okay, it looks like they're I was looking for the screenshot, but I do not see it at the moment. If you guys go up on my YouTube channel, I have made a cutting of that video from yesterday where I caught People magazine. Are we frozen? What is happening? Can you guys hear me at all? I see that the screen is frozen, but can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, during lunch, the chat is asking me to play objection hearsay. I'm definitely going to do that. I love how Camille is fighting here. I mean, she's bringing it. These interruptions, I think, are good. I think they're very good. The chat says, Camille, like a dog on a bone. Good for her.
Her last objection, where
Yeah.
she said, where I don't think it was hearsay, she said that she reached out asking for help. That's her own statement. I don't think that's hearsay. I think she was wrong about that. And I'm surprised the judge sustained it. But hearsay's complex, so, you know.
This judge has weird standards, though.
228?
Yeah. All right, back to making breakfast.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
All right. You want to come forward? That's fine.
Okay, we're still fighting. She is still fighting. This is insane. This is great. I mean, this is the first time. This is the first time that we've seen Johnny's lawyers really get into the objecting, kind of like Amber's team was doing. So maybe they were waiting for this moment. I think it's probably a good strategy that they were waiting for this moment because if they had done it before now, they would be the ones who came off aggressive, you know. And if you're going to be aggressive, now is the time to do it. I think this is the testimony you have to tear apart. You have to, because this is the testimony you have to make sure that the jury doesn't believe. And so they have to fight over every single piece of it. Yeah, I don't know why my screen is lagging. Just ignore it. Maybe I should turn my camera off, and maybe it'll help if I turn the camera off. But StreamYard appears to be kind of difficult right now. So let's see if you guys have any questions. Yeah, Blah says, I'm so happy they're serious about objections now. I think that we've definitely seen now that it's a strategy. And before, they wanted her team to look like the aggressors, and they wanted to look very laid back and relaxed and not bother the jury. And the jury was being bothered only by her attorneys. And if the jury feels anything like we do, they're happy for the interruptions, because this testimony is hard to sit through. It's just, I find it, if I were on the jury, I would be having a hard time not laughing during her testimony, which is terrible. But I some of what she says is so over the top and exaggerating and embellishments that I start laughing. I can't help it. Yeah, let's get to the little weirdos comment. That was weird. She called his children little weirdos, and I know she was trying to be
so
quirky, you know, and like lovable, but it came
Tell
off
us,
odd to me. I didn't like it.
Please tell the jury what you did then over that
Be
night, the next
aggressive.
day.
Be aggressive. Be
and
yeah, this
at
is
the
a good
hotel.
one. She should be.
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends and resolved to leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection, non-responsive.
Please just tell us what you did. And you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards, okay?
Oh my
I
gosh.
resolved,
I
tried
tried to, what?
the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to.
She's still
I knew nothing
talking
else would
about
make a difference.
how
So
she was
I
feeling.
got myself back to LA. I mean, excuse me, New York. And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
Julie, I don't think he wants to look at her. She's his
What if any
abuser, remember?
communications did you have with Stephen Deuters?
Objection, hearsay.
Go
Your
for
Honor,
it, Camille.
Let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Deuters communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection,
I
hearsay.
would say agency on that, Your Honor.
You have to lay a foundation for that.
That's right, Andrea.
let's go
You
to
want to interrupt
229A.
this witness as much as possible because you're right. If she's memorized anything, it's going to go right out of her head.
And
I mean, would you want to look at
you-
someone who cut your finger off?
without saying what the content is, can you tell us
I wouldn't.
who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistant.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Deuters.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
All right.
All right, go for it, Camille. She's just not going to let this go. This is called aggressive lawyering right here, and I love it. This is good. This is what every attorney should be doing. This is what everyone in the chat has been asking for, to not let Elaine or Amber get away with this constant narrative spinning and to really get in there. And I think, like I said before, the psychological effect of having Camille do this is so good. The jury can't get mad at Camille. Camille's another woman. They're not going to see her as being aggressive. They're going to see her as just being a competent attorney doing her job for her client. If it were one of the men on the team, though, they would start to say that they were being bullies. But Camille, she can't be categorized like that. This was a wonderful strategy for Johnny's team. And I can't wait until Camille gets to cross-examine her, because from what I've seen so far, Camille does not take any garbage, and she's aggressive. She's their most aggressive attorney. Think about that. She has been, out of all the attorneys they've had that have taken, the spotlight so far, she's the most aggressive one. And that's great, because that's what we've been waiting to see. And I agree with you here. Yesterday, Amber was daring him to look at her. And I think that the cameras are waiting for it too, because they want to be able to say Johnny is, staring her down, intimidating her, and he's not going to give them that opportunity. He's coloring. That's what he's doing. He's coloring. He could sell those doodles, probably win his fortune back on eBay if he wanted to. Pamela says, yeah, the little weirdos was inappropriate in this context. It's something you might say to friends who know you well and know the kids. But yeah, saying it to a jury like that without context, especially in a situation where she is also being accused. He's not the only one being accused of abuse. We've heard testimony that she drank 2 bottles of wine a night. She's on MDMA. She's on mushrooms. Does this sound like someone you want around your kids? And now she's calling them little weirdos. I hope when Camille gets her on cross, Camille, and look, she's putting up a fight. I have noticed, by the way, when Elaine goes to fight with the judge, these male attorneys, they never fight with the judge back. They kind of let Elaine get away with it. Camille's toe to toe, man. She's not letting Elaine get anything. She's not letting her get away with anything, which is great. I don't think Elaine's going to love this interaction. She's not going to love today because Camille she's on fire. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So, yeah, he doesn't want to give Amber any attention. He also doesn't want to give the press an opportunity to say he was bullying her. The cross is probably not starting today, Christy. Don't count on it. They're going to drag this out all day, especially with all these objections. This is going to go on all day. We're going to have to wait 10 more
Did you
days.
communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Hearsay.
I'll sustain the
You-
objection.
You're not allowed
Sustained.
to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
But they brought it up. You see how they brought it up? There were
Okay.
text messages with his assistant.
Kinda
So now the
confusing
jury
'cause
knows that.
He was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
Good
objection. I'll strike that from the
approach.
record and you'll disregard that
Strike it
testimony.
from the record.
Please answer the question.
Yep.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him, said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again.
Yes, Julia, the beautiful
He
brunette
texted me at one
with
point
the
and
candy
then,
sitting next to him. Yep.
and then I didn't respond right away. And he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and good luck and I was better for it. And then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings.
We heard this yesterday.
He,
Why are we hearing this again?
I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober. And that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like it felt so much worse than it had ever been before. And because I had, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength to leave him, I actually thought that it kind of would be the turning point. I thought I had effectively...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I was just going to say that. Yes, Camille.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Oh,
Please
come
continue.
on, Your Honor.
I
But she
thought
is talking about
I
her
thought
thoughts,
things would change.
not
Did
answering the
you,
question.
Draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, she can't
ultimately the
testify to
foundation, Your
to
Honor.
what
Let's
she
go to
wrote,
defendants
I don't think.
239.
239.
Unless they're going to put it in evidence and show it.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and share
So-
this stream if you're enjoying
Did
it.
you ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
No, what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing.
Just going to squeeze out an actual tear today. Looking for wetness.
I believed he was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him. So
There are
took
people
him
with
back
money
for
on
it
this.
and got back with him
Actual money on will there be tears or
on
not.
the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
So I'm going to take you now up to the June through August 2014 timeframe. And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, he did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
Sniffing. We got sniffing.
All of a sudden,
Still no tears.
this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I'd heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, who apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that this
That's
team
not.
would be involved in Johnny's recovery.
That's the
So it
court
felt real,
audio
felt
that got
serious.
weird.
I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny. And the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie. So he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do the
Objection,
full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand.
And rambling.
What the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining.
That
And
should be
bad
its own-
overacting.
She was saying
Well,
what
because
somebody
they
said.
found
Objection,
be-
Your Honor. Too much
How
sniffling.
did you do that?
That
I
should
was
be its own
in
objection.
conversations
Please
with the
continue.
doctors and with his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
Okay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that is-
objection.
That part is. So what happened next? As a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
But we have to be careful about what other people told you. Okay, but you can testify to what you know. Okay?
Why do they have to tell her
So
this 8,000
what happened
times?
then?
No, she has been told over and over.
I saw his medications change.
Tell her what?
I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be speaking to me And at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in mid-sentence, mid-word, fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, of being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me. And he had a cigarette in his hand, and, Johnny constantly smoked. And he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But, it was things like that, and I didn't understand it. Even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it. I knew there were new medications involved. So, I was constantly worried and in communication. And Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, falling off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying. And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and he was just bawling. It broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications. But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your
Objection,
Honor.
speculation.
Was
No, I
this your
saw
observation?
it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Didn't she just say, I
It
don't
was
know?
taking about double the amount that he told
I didn't
them
know.
was his normal when he started the process with the
Objection,
doctors.
bad
So
acting.
after a few, it's, I think, months of what is wrong, and,
Rambling.
turning
Objection,
him over when he
rambling.
vomited at night, or checking his pulse. There were, all of a sudden,
He's laughing.
when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amounts so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't.
Why is his drug
it
use
was
at
such
issue?
an agonizing few.
Again,
that
I just can't
weeks,
believe they've
months.
brought this
It
into
was so
it.
agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned
They're
for
trying
this
to make the argument that he's
person. He had
an
just
out
been
of control drug addict
Right.
doubling up meds because he
to
didn't.
support the idea that he's abusive.
Michelle, can you pull up?
I don't think it's
1092,
not
but
working
then
with
you
me.
could do
It's making me feel
1092?
sorry for him. It's like he's trying to detox. He's trying to get help. Like,
Yeah, I think she's really getting away from the point that she has to make. I mean,
Take
what
a picture of
she
Mr.
should
Depp.
really be talking
I
about
did.
is all of the times that, Johnny supposedly, beat her up and hit her and hurt her.
No objection.
All right.
But
no, no.
she doesn't
she's
have
trying
much of that.
she's trying to make herself out to be the long-suffering wife. She was with him for 15
Can
freaking
you
months.
describe
Uh-huh.
what's depicted here and why you took this picture?
The long-suffering wife
during
who
that time
was willing
when
to walk away from a restraining
he-
order for penthouses and
Right.
prescriptions that he was
Right.
on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that
I'm
he
try and turn my camera back on, but I'm still
He-
lagging
he was-
behind, I think.
was like this just throughout the day, off and on. And then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go. And then it would be this again. And it was so erratic and it changed so quickly. And I naively now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about.
I deeply
This
cared.
woman's
Is this
well-being.
testimony? Is this on the topic? I deeply
And
cared.
It was very confusing and scary.
I don't know.
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for Roxycodines or whatever they're called?
Yes, when he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th, more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then the later
Loretta,
nurse and doctor.
Camille,
were
help
staying on
us
a
out of our
different part the
misery.
island. A few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first. And then the behavior, then it just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot. And then he...
Humiliating him. This is the second time
wanted to
she
have
said he
sex
cried.
a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood. And it was like I felt like a constant was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to take care of him. And a few days in, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change. And it went from this erratic behavior.
And he didn't want her there. She was making it more difficult.
Really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table.
Nurse Amber has
Luckily,
now
it was
taken the stand.
Bolted down
Nurse
to
Amber.
To the deck. But I remember him shaking it and screaming. And at a different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. I was trying to remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that, how much I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me.
Oh no.
I was telling him these
Okay,
things.
I thought
and at one point in our conversations,
Oh, what's
I told him about
happening?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Why is it
Please
reboot?
try to continue without what you said, please.
Are you still hearing it, Sean? Because on YouTube,
I
it
said
looks like
something
it's
to him,
reloading.
And he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it while crying. It was the weirdest thing. He was crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad, still feel bad. But, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. It just was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that. And I shouldn't have been there. I don't.
New
Why were
poll.
you there?
Would you
Because
rather
he
be
asked me
cared
to.
for by Nurse Amber
And I didn't
or
know
Nurse
that
Ratchet?
was a
See the new poll on YouTube.
phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to.
Are you guys
I
on
have no
YouTube?
idea
Please,
what
my
that
YouTube
was gonna
people,
look
are you
like or
seeing
be
the
like.
stream? Are you
And was
hearing it?
hell. We're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
overruled
I think the
screaming
YouTube
at me
stream is going down.
for things that I said when I didn't say any. I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection.
please continue and just say
Okay,
what
thanks
he
for
says and what
confirming,
he did and
YouTube.
what your observations were.
My studio is not
He was
not working. I'm going to
accusing me of
shut it
having
down.
a man in the house with me. We were in a single, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else. It wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do.
Oh,
I didn't
God.
know what to do.
He just aggressively took off his
It was
glasses, by the way.
terrifying and strange.
She's going to claim that he abused her in this right
A
now.
whole week.
It was aggressive.
So after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA. And he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished
Sniffing, wiping nose.
the process of
Still don't
detox
see
in
tears,
LA.
though. Has
And I
anybody
had
spotted
my
wetness
friends
on the
out,
face?
with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
That's highlighter on those
So
cheeks.
let's-
Whatever's
Michelle, can you
glistening up
pull
there is highlighter.
272, please.
More sniffing. Oh, tissues. We've got tissues out.
And after you both returned to LA,
She's like picking her nose on
did
the
Mr.
stand.
Depp communicate with you
I'm hearing sniffing, but I'm not
by
hearing any
text
actual
while
snot
you
in
were
there.
apart while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendant
objection?
Susan.
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
Just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's
Yeah.
rulings on that.
Okay.
So
Did you want to redact it?
Can we
That's fine.
redact that second?
Yeah, if any of you
message?
think you see glistening on her face, that is a clearly a highlighter that's above the contour. You can see her very clear contour that looks like a bruise on her face, and then above it, she's got white
All right.
shimmering
Your Honor,
highlighter.
Oh,
That's
any
something that
objections
women
you
do.
said to redacting?
That's not
No,
wetness.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence and we publish.
And
Shimmering
we'll show you
highlight.
now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you, he says, just
I
to
think
let you
we're
know that
getting
I'm
close
fine,
to
my
lunch
angel.
break.
I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. You see that?
I'm gonna go get
do.
coffee. Sean,
So
if they
what,
break,
any,
take over.
expressions was Mr. Depp
Okay.
giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just got a note to that effect. So
Okay, so 272 is in evidence for that. You can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
my apologies on that one, Your Honor. All right.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that, because even though he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad. And told me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia while he finished his movie in London. And then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310. Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
I'm not sure who's in the text exchange.
It is a text exchange, Your Honor, so.
How am I missing
the
Magic Mike
green is
testimony? Oh
Mr.
my
Depp.
God. How am I missing this? I had to get snacks. I had to fill up my
The one I'm
Bellini.
most focused on is on the second page, Your Honor, the top.
The green bubble on the second page?
Yes.
Was there really no kissing in Magic
Just that
Mike,
text?
the stripper movie? I don't know because I didn't see it.
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Chat,
objection to that
did you
text?
see it?
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
Were there kissing scenes? What was she wearing?
She did a stripper movie.
Oh yeah, Magic Mike
And all that's
XXL.
been Redacted.
I haven't
Let me ask
seen that.
you,
I'm going to
That's
have to
what
watch
if
that
any,
now.
anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame, we're talking in November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
They're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I had finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on. And he was furious at me for, he found, like, we call them sides. They're just pieces of an audition, pages. And he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for. And he blew up at me for, yeah, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310. Do you recognize this email from Mr. Depp?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of...
It's in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence
Thank
with
you.
redactions, so I published it.
I want to call Kate
Please
Moss
tell
to the
jury,
stand.
About this text
And
and context.
Ask her if Johnny Depp ever tried to stop
This was,
her
Johnny's
from
response,
posing nude in
to
magazines
me,
for the whole time he was with her.
apologizing for having an
Right.
audition.
Right.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November of 2014.
Dramatic
Did there
sighing.
come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor,
fights.
hearsay.
That wasn't,
Overruled.
thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect, furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. And I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be, he would word it
Johnny
to me
and me.
like,
She's such
trying
an
to look
intellectual,
out for
but she
you.
doesn't know when to
you
use
say that
Johnny
you
and
don't wanna
I
be objectified.
or Johnny and me.
You're doing it to yourself, but at first it was because I
But remember,
dressed a
she's
certain way or had
incredibly
sex scenes,
smart.
and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what
So
I could
smart.
do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. I believed it.
Alice and I have the
adopted a lot
same
of these
thought.
changes myself, not because
The men in Hollywood who've
Johnny,
slept with this woman are terrified right
said
now.
you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2015 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist at the in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So tell us about the couples therapy in November 2014.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, is treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
All right. So I'm going to take you up to December of 2014 and specifically December 17, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer.
Here's one
I
screenshot from Magic Mike, but she doesn't look
really-
like
I
she's in
kinda
a
had
thong to
dream
me.
project
Looks
based
like
on a
jeans.
book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius.
Weirdo,
artist,
another weirdo
writer,
genius.
And I had a meeting with him
She
through
likes
another
that word.
director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie. And I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and furious at me, accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care and very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. And there is something that's I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer. And the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. You just split. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut he said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was messed up, you know. And the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. You know, Christmases are hard probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired. And I wanted to be in a not forgiving, I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup this time. I didn't want to, you know, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014. Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants 321.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute.
All right, you guys, I'm looking at Reddit. I know you're telling me that they're connecting her
Your
to
Honor, no objection.
movie
All right,
plots,
321 in evidence, you can publish it.
lines she said that sounds like they're coming from movies. I'm looking into it. I hear you.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I'm truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, Defendants 325, please.
Gone Girl is trending on Twitter because a lot of people are saying that her testimony reminds them of that
an email
movie.
exchange the following day,
and book.
12/18/2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
The porn spammer is
It's already
back. I'm
in.
trying to
Been in
block.
Evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence? Okay.
I
then
swear
I'm
they have
sure
like anti-blocking stuff.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
When
it's
I
in
try to
evidence.
block them, I
Without
get an error.
redactions, Your Honor.
It is. It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted
The
to.
redactions don't,
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check, we'll check our copy.
thank you.
Okay. They're having an evidence kerfuffle.
It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed. Thank you.
All right, it can be published.
Thank you.
I just think it's amazing how she is portraying herself as
Yes.
this non-drugging,
screen?
non-drinking
All right, we'll take care of that
Puritan.
during the break. If you could just share it there.
Right.
Oh, get it? Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
look at what she's wearing.
I know.
All right, okay.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says it's a
So
way
obvious.
I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with
Jump
shrink.
means leave.
What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrink.
Okay. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. You
They
see
could have
that?
objected to that.
Yes,
All right. Gonna lose that, gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. You see that?
yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you. I miss you already, correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so after this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said, so. Anyway,
But she made
And
sure to
I-
tell the jury that other people
know,
saw it.
in these fights,
But we don't get to hear who.
I tried to stand up for myself by December 2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both. gone into that pattern. It was so, you know, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, you know. It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, you know, I tried for over a year, maybe two, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally.
Oh, she tried to leave? She tried to go to a different place?
Again, that I would call the police.
I didn't hear
You know,
that.
the police were called several times, but
Where's
I tried
the recordings
to do
for
everything. I
that?
threatened to leave him, you know.
So the
and
police were
tried
called.
to leave him, and nothing was working.
The police were called?
And I
Yeah,
think
they
by this
came and
point
they
in
saw
our
nothing.
relationship,
Right.
4 of them testified. They saw
we're both
nothing.
saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and
We heard that part.
unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I'll also describe it.
Here, this might be a good
Okay.
time for the lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right. We are going to lunch. Did she say what time they would be back? I think it's just an hour.
She did not.
Normally she says what time they'll come back.
All right. And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, time for a vodka lunch. Get your mega pints. All right, Sean. I have tried to turn my camera back on, but it's just not syncing up with my voice. So I think I'm going to leave it off so that it doesn't interrupt the stream.
Oh, you know, I didn't have that problem with you. Are you on, or at least what I see on the backside on StreamYard?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess right. If I am looking at StreamYard, it's fine, but on the
Right.
live stream, it's not fine. It's like it's all weird. Let's see if
Yeah, no, there's a 2 or 3 second delay between the two of them.
But then it gets really bad. And it gets like, I don't know, it looks like it's a little better right now, so I'll leave it on for a few minutes.
Yeah.
During that testimony, you just said they could have objected there. Do you remember what that was about?
Crap.
It's
No.
okay if you don't. There's been
No.
plenty of objecting though. I mean,
Have you gone over the hearsay rule?
no, I actually have not read it. No, I should. Let's do that. Everybody's asking like what's hearsay anyway. Why don't we do that?
All right. So why don't we make this easy? Right. So let's see here. I'm actually gonna pull. So actually,
I'm looking at Legal Information Institute. It says the rule prohibiting hearsay out-of-court statements offered as proof of that statement from being admitted as evidence because of the inability of the other party to cross-examine the maker of the statement. There are many, there are many exceptions, including present sense impression. What's a present sense impression?
So hang on a second. I'm actually going to stick Washington's hearsay rule into your chat.
You can share your screen, you know.
Oh, I can? Oh, but I got a pretty client crap on there. I'm not sure I can do that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, put it in the stream and I'll share it.
Hang on a second. So let me see if I could do. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. Okay. So, all right. I can share a screen. All right. Oh,
yeah.
I can share the screen. Okay, then I can share the screen. Share screen. Share screen.
Pop up for me, and I just put it up. Oh, see, my camera's frozen again. I'm just turning it off.
Share the screen.
There you go.
Is that up? Okay, so I want to go over here, and I want to make this bigger. Okay. All right, so this is the actual evidence rule. So this is Washington State's, but that comes from the federal rules of evidence. So this is ER 801. All right. And
Mhm.
this is the rule that says this is what hearsay is. Okay. First you have to break it down as to who's doing this, right? What is a statement? Who is a declarant? Okay. Right. And then subsection C right here with hearsay. Okay. So hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant, the person who's talking. So like, let's say in this example, Amber's on the stand. So hearsay would be a statement other than one made by Amber while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted within the statement. Okay? So, you're making a statement, you're saying, the doctor told me that it was raining. Okay? And you're trying to get into evidence that it was raining that day. Okay?
Mhm.
So, what you're trying to do is you're trying to prove the truth that it was raining. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to do it through the words of somebody else, the doctor.
Mhm.
The doctor told me that it was raining. Okay? Instead of you saying it was raining because you're on the stand, or instead of you offering into evidence some documentary evidence. Okay?
Mhm.
So, it's what the statement itself is trying to prove, right? Made by somebody else who's not in the courtroom, who's not subject to direct and cross-examination. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay.
Right, and she's always constantly making references to people who are not testifying.
Right.
Constantly.
They're not on the witness list. They're not going to testify. They're, not whatever. Okay. So now there's
I forgot to tell the stream, and everybody needs to hear this. This is very important. We were talking about why the hell isn't her domestic violence arrest admitted into this? Why haven't we heard about the arrest that she was hitting her ex-wife? And it's because during the pretrial hearings, the judge did not allow that to be admissible. However, she may have opened the door yesterday when she said, I know you can't hit a woman. I know hitting people is wrong.
Oh boy. We're going to have to talk about the open door doctrine.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. She may have opened that door.
Absolutely come to that. And we can talk about the motion and limine too. So, okay. So this is the actual rule. So everyone who's listening to this, you can look this up. It's ER 801. This is the rule that defines what hearsay is. And then there's these two statements here that things which are not hearsay. What we're going to talk about in a minute are all the exceptions to the hearsay rule. So a prior statement by the witness. So something that Amber's actually said, right? That, she's published it or she said it somewhere or she, that's not hearsay. Okay. And then another one is an admission by a party opponent. So somebody who's been sued in the case. So in this case, Johnny or Amber, right? And if they have made an admission, if they've made a statement, that's not hearsay, partially because they've been sued and they're subject to direct and cross-examination. Okay? Makes sense? All right. So then what you want to do is you want to look at the next one, which is, it should be this one, ER 803. Hang on a second. So ER 803, exceptions to the hearsay rule. All right. So here's what they are always talking about. Okay. It's hard for me to see it like that. All right. So here is these, I think it's like 27 exceptions. So you see these numbers up here, excited utterance. Okay. A present sense impression, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition, statement made for medical diagnosis or treatment. So all of these are exceptions to the hearsay rule, meaning that the statement actually is hearsay, but it's admissible anyway. Okay. So for instance, let me give you an example. An excited utterance, you pick up the phone, you call 911 and you say, I just saw Johnny beat Amber. Okay. When you say it and it's just literally like right now, I just saw this happen. Okay. That can be an excited utterance and it can be admitted because the theory underneath it And all of these exceptions have theories, and some of these theories have got some shaky ground. But the theory underneath it is that people have a tendency to speak the truth in a moment of excitement. Same thing when you're making a statement for medical treatment. When I see this all the time in my practice as a personal injury lawyer. Person goes into the doctor and they say, I was involved in this bicycle accident, and these are the injuries that I had because of it. Well, the statement that they were involved in a car or bicycle accident is admissible for the truth of the fact that they were involved in a car or bicycle accident because they were making that statement to their doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But if you scroll down this list, right, you'll see, all of the exceptions, public records, vital statistics.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. So that's why they fight about it, and that's why they're up at the judge, sidebarring, because if you're smart, all of these exceptions, and you're going to fight to win. So far, before today, it felt like Amber's team was the only team fighting to win those objections. And I don't know if it was because they were on the on the defense, so to speak. Like, I know they are the defense, but because his case was being presented and they were feeling threatened, and now it's the other way around. But it just seemed like like his team just wasn't objecting at all. Now, I promised the chat that we would play your favorite song. And so I am going to go over, and we're going to find that right now. We're going over to, where am I going? Share screen. We're going over to YouTube. I found the original the original posting by somebody named Gadfly, and we're going to go and hear your very favorite song that has come out of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the internet is for.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection, hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face. Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Objection, hearsay. I don't know why we ever wed. Objection, hearsay. Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says that was your own question. Objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name? My name is Johnny Depp. Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Just a picture of her. Objection.
Remember the white man's overbite.
Yes, the white man's overbite. That is such a fun.
What if you could get
stop. That is such a fun song.
That's so
I'm gonna
wrong.
drop the link in the description in the chat room for you, because that song rocks. And and after having that little hearsay lesson, it was the perfect end to the hearsay lesson. I swear I went to bed singing that song in my head last night. Objection, hearsay. My favorite part is the what is your name? Johnny Depp. Objection. Because really, the best part for me was when they objected to him saying he was going to play Captain Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, you're kidding? You're going to make him prove it? You have to lay the foundation? Like, come on. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Some of the stuff that they've done has been a little bit crazy. So, and then the stuff that I thought was really interesting is when they're objecting to things and saying it's hearsay, but it's actually not hearsay because
actually not at all. Yeah.
Right. And the thing is hearsay is really tough, right? It's really tough in the moment, particularly to try and be thinking ahead of time and hearing where the question is going and anticipating what it is the possible answer is going to be, and then run through the analysis in your head about whether or not it's hearsay or not. I mean, how many freaking exceptions do we have to the hearsay rule? It's
a huge page long.
24.
Let's look at this. I've been talking all day. What would it take to convince me that Amber Heard is telling the truth and Johnny's a liar? Well, I'm going to need to hear one of her eyewitnesses give a testimony like this.
Situation. So I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp, telling Mr. Depp that we were leaving and that it wasn't up to him anymore. At that point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a fist and an arm come across my right shoulder, and I heard and saw a closed fist contact Mr. Depp in the left side of his face.
And whose fist was that?
That was Miss Heard's fist, Amber Heard's fist.
And where was Whitney when this occurred?
So I stepped.
Sexy Beard. That was Sexy Beard's testimony. You guys named him. It wasn't me. But that's the kind of testimony that I need to hear from witnesses who corroborate her story. I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't believe Johnny if he was the only one telling these stories. I wouldn't know if there was no corroborating witnesses to his testimony, same as there are none to hers. I wouldn't know who did what. But there have been multiple corroborating testimonies in this case, and they've all been on Johnny's side. And he's called plenty of them. More of them that I am under no impression that any of this happened the way she says it did. Now, I want to play another one for you. Again, another corroborating testimony, just to remind you, since you might be feeling down about having to listen to all this stuff that Amber is spewing with no corroborating evidence, let's just remember what we already heard.
I'm not, what I am is tired, and I want this all to end. Her to go heal, him to go heal. So many people have been affected by this malicious lie that she started and she created, and it's gone out the door and around the world. And so I can't even paint anymore. I've stopped painting for the last who knows how many years, and that's affected by stuff. I'm not angry at anybody. I want the best for her to take her responsibility, heal, and move on. And for Johnny, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch,
how this happened.
The first legitimate tears in this trial were from Isaac Baruch. I just want you guys to remember that the witnesses who have been there, and this was a man who admitted to loving her, to having a good relationship with her, and seeing her 3 times before the incident, after the incident, and the next day after, and seeing no bruises on her face at the incident where the police were called. So this is, we've heard so many testimonies, so many from corroborating witnesses. So let's go back to my list of things I want to hear before I believe Amber's testimony. I think I went over, where did I end up? Okay, here it is. Okay. So I went over, I want to hear from the flight attendant, the unnamed party guest with the 2 wrist, those were 2 wrist incidents, full text message contacts with her mother, friends who saw the Yorkie abuse in the car, Lily Rose with the helicopter tail. I want to watch. Here's my next one. I want the defense or the plaintiff to call in a person, a volunteer with a black eye. And I want to watch Amber Heard cover it up with Amica cream and her makeup skills.
That's a great one.
Don't you think? Could you get it done?
That would be tough.
But she keeps claiming that she's an expert. First of all, yesterday she said she took makeup classes. She worked as a makeup artist. She is technically, I think we could qualify her as an expert in makeup. Plus, she has claimed repeatedly through her attorneys that she was covering these horrific bruises with makeup. And if that don't they kind of make it possible for the defense to say, okay, let's see it, and find somebody with a black eye, with real swelling, real black eye, and have her demonstrate for the jury how she would cover it up so that it could be seen on film looking flawless.
That's a demonstrative evidence, and I'm looking at.
Oh, he's got the law books out. Watch out, folks. The law books are coming. I think I just came up with a terrific idea.
I think you could get her in as an expert. If she keeps talking about it and she's she's an actress and she's worn a lot of makeup.
She said she took
bodily
classes.
Demonstrations, exhibits in court, section 215. Yeah. Yep. You could do it.
No.
It's a discretion. In most jurisdictions, the matter is viewed as a subject to the discretion of the trial court. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is a winning idea. I think it's make her demonstrate that she can flawlessly cover up a bruised, swollen injury on a person. I'm sure we could find somebody with a black eye who would volunteer to come in.
Well, it definitely passes the ER 401 relevancy test, so it would definitely be relevant, and it's definitely an issue that goes straight to some of the heart of the.
I told you I could have been a lawyer. I would have been great at this. I would have been really good at this. I would have her up there. I would bring in the lights and the whole makeup set for her. Give her.
Yeah, I mean that would be great. I mean, watch her do it, and I'll bet you that what would happen is they would object like crazy.
Allison says I'd give myself a black eye to prove that one.
Here we go. I'm reading right now from McCormick on evidence. In addition to active demonstrations of physical injuries, in-court reenactment of material events by witnesses has been held permissible to illustrate testimony.
All right. Well, then
and you know what? We actually already saw Johnny do that.
Oh, he did. He reenacted the vodka bottle the finger severing incident.
Right. Yeah. And he did that. And he also stood up and he did something else as well. And the funny thing is didn't draw any objections at the time, if I remember right.
No, it didn't. Nobody objected to that.
See, I actually am a lawyer.
That's fantastic. That was very good. Right. Johnny on the spot with that one. That was fantastic. I love having someone here to back up my ideas. All right. So there's that idea that I had. So I would need to see that in order to believe she was telling the truth. I need to see documented evidence of her covering up a real black and swollen eye. And then I'm going to show you what else I'm going to need. And I'm going to share my tweet with you guys because it's funny. And I know you would like to see it. All right, here's the next thing I'm going to need. I'm going to need that cleaning lady to confirm her cleaning schedule about the dirty carpets. I don't believe that those carpets in any of Johnny's houses are dirty in any way. And any millionaire with a cleaning service who has dirty, filthy carpets, his cleaning staff has got to be dying to tell that that's not true, because that would be bizarre. They would get fired. I told you about, I want the date and weather report for the day she said she could see her breath in the car in Los Angeles, California. I'm going to need to see what the weather was on that date.
Cleaning people, I have a couple of clients who are cleaning people. and they typically get really offended when someone has anything to say that their cleaning isn't up to snuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet you that the cleaning staff for Johnny would probably really.
Well, they've got to be, if they're
something.
watching this, they've got to be outraged listening to their cleaning expertise being denigrated like this. I mean, I want to talk to the cleaning lady. I think we should talk to the cleaning lady. All right. Also, I think I said this already. I want a photograph of the giant cocaine jar, and that's not really for any evidentiary purposes. It's just for my own entertainment. I really want to see the antique giant Coke jar.
Right, Megan. Like, you just want the the giant jar of Coke.
I do. I want a giant jar of Coke, and then I want to see any documented medical records that this woman suffered these severe injuries that she claims. That would be good. I also want to talk to the trailer park manager. She keeps bringing up these so-called witnesses that aren't anywhere, that no one's ever talked to. She said the trailer park manager witnessed this knockdown, drag out cavity search the night she had the cavity search, that supposedly Johnny did this to her. She said that the noise from the fight was so large that the manager came in to say what's going on, what's happening here. And he saw the damage and destruction that was done to the trailer and everything, and that he was a witness to that. Well, I need to hear from him.
I got to tell you something about the cavity search thing. So I had a friend that has spent a very little time in the big house. Okay. And described to me what a cavity search for a woman actually looks like. And
that's interesting.
And I was like, wow. And I'm like, oh, come on. Just come on. I mean,
does a guy with a giant jar of Coke, though, need to look in someone's vagina for a small amount of Coke? Like, did they really run out of the giant jar of Coke? It's gone? And you didn't just call the dealer.
Right. I think she really did a lot of damage to her case by doing that. And, I think that some of her testimony is based upon her warped perception and some facts that can be viewed, wildly different from the objective reality, and then she's made up an enormous amount of stuff.
Yeah. All right. Then I am also going to need, I said, if all of those things, all of them check out, everything that I just asked for, if that all checks out, then I'm going to need to get a lobotomy to forget the stolen money from the LA Children's Hospital and the ACLU, the recorded evidence of husband battering, Little Richard, the severed finger, the UK deposition performance, which was hideously bad, all the attempts to cry on the stand, and literally shit on the bed. I'm going to need a lobotomy to forget those things. And so because that's not going to happen, I guess I'm just going to believe that she's guilty forever, because I'm sorry. Yeah. I think the evidence here has been overwhelming.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Megan, a lobotomy won't help you forget.
It'll just make it impossible for me to talk about it anymore.
It'll just make you less emotional.
Yeah, it'll make me not care.
No. Yeah. No, it's I say this every time. I think that Amber's is a very sad story.
It is sad. I'm gonna. Gaelic Gypsy said she was going to start sneezing if I didn't take that gift down with the maid beating the carpet, the dust. That's funny. It is really bad allergy season right now. I am having the worst headaches, the worst sinus headaches. Everything's in bloom, and I'm dying.
I really want to see Amber in a nurse outfit. That's really what I want.
Nurse Amber. Oh, I forgot, you guys. I put a new poll. There's a new poll on YouTube. Let me see if I can pull it up. The poll is: would you rather be tended to by Nurse Amber or Nurse Ratchet? Let's see.
I voted for Amber. Absolutely, I voted for Amber.
You voted for Amber.
Just like I did yesterday.
That's 2 for 2 now. You are just such an Amber simp. You're simping for Amber. Sean is simping for Amber. He's been doing this for days.
I'm a guy. I'm a guy.
Although, I mean, this is a bad one. I mean, Nurse Ratched, I mean, that's horror show stuff. So wait, I'm going to check it now. Oh no, see, something's going on with my stream.
Nurse Ratched was the one in that film Misery, right?
No, that was Kathy Bates. Nurse Ratched's the one from. Actually, I'm not sure the name of the movie. Chat, the chat will help us out. What movie is she from? There's a Netflix special based on it called Ratched. She was a nurse who tortured her patients. She tortured them purposefully, and I think it was based on a true story. Although I could be wrong. I could be told. I don't watch horror films because they don't interest me. So I don't know. But it was One Flew. Thank you, George. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is where Nurse Ratched is from, and it's about a man who is put into a mental institution, and I think I can't remember what his profession is, but he's put there, and I think he's there wrongfully. He's not supposed to be there. He's just having like a tough time in life, and they stuck him in a mental institution, and this woman is just drugging everyone. You say it's not a horror film, but to me that is a horror film. I mean, it's subjective, right? It's subjective.
I saw One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched like the first 20 minutes of it, I think, which is how I have any memory of it at all. But I don't. I haven't watched the whole thing. Okay, so what are we gonna do now? Let's I know what we're going to do. We're going to go over to pjmedia.com because I know I was ranting. We're going to talk about something else for right now. Oh, it's trending. Awesome. Check this out. My article that I wrote last night because I had to get it off my chest. I just had to. Because you guys know I was complaining about it here, but it's Kim Kardashian. I know we're going to stop for a second about all this other nonsense, and we're going to talk about her. Look, it's trending. There's no way that they squeezed Kim Kardashian's junk in the trunk into Marilyn Monroe's dress. Let us read this, shall we? Because I know that you're going to agree with me when we get through this, because I can't take it anymore. And I'm going to start reading this now. I know. Who cares about Kim Kardashian? Well, I don't, and neither do you. But I'm a Marilyn Monroe fan, and I care about her and her memory. And even if you don't care about her, you should care about the truth, which the corporate media is shredding right now. I consider myself somewhat of an expert on Monroe. I own all of her movies in a beautiful box set that includes a multi-part documentary, which I've watched several times. Marilyn Monroe will never be eclipsed as the quintessential Hollywood starlet, not even by someone like Amber Heard, not even close. No one after her has even come close to capturing the world with her beauty and allure. No one. And if I had to pick someone who came close, Kim Kardashian wouldn't even make the top 10 list with her grotesque body modifications that make her look like that mutilated fishing pole toy legs from Sid's basement in Toy Story. Do you remember the toy? Do you remember what it looked like?
Yeah.
That's what she looks like. I've been trying to ignore this story since it broke the night of the Met Gala, but I can't stay quiet anymore. Here's the claim. Kim Kardashian wore the iconic dress Monroe wore the night she serenaded President John F. Kennedy with the infamous birthday song. Baloney. Hear me out. Kim Kardashian is way too fat to fit in that dress. I know she claims she lost 16 pounds on a crash diet to get into it. I don't care. Maybe she did. But how do you lose weight? In surgically altered areas like that ridiculous and obviously augmented tuchus, as Grandma Vicky used to say. There is no way that ponderous duff isn't stuffed with silicone fillers or implants or a combination of all three. Yeah, she denies it. Do you believe her or your lying eyes? Now take a look at this picture, people. The media wants you to believe that this woman over here fit into this woman's dress that the original had to be sewn into. This is gaslighting. It is media lies. But let's look at some facts and figures.
Wait, Marilyn Monroe had to be sewn into that dress?
Yes, she did. And that was in the documentary, by the way, that I own and have seen twice.
Wow.
But let's look at some facts and figures. Marilyn Monroe's measurements are well known and published. And they're not just published one time. They publish them all the years she was famous, from 1930 something through till the day she died, her measurements were published every year. Okay, so they changed over time. In 1962, when Monroe sang to JFK, her measurements were bust 35.5 inches, waist 23.5 inches, hips 33.25 inch. On the night in question, Monroe had to be sewn into the dress because it was so form-fitting. She wobbled out onto the stage, barely able to walk because of the tight fit. Let's watch her walk in. Watch this.
Mr. President, punctilious, the punctual.
She was late walking in, which was part of the joke. The late Marilyn Monroe. Here she comes. She can barely walk. It's so tight.
Mr. President, the late Marilyn Monroe.
Now look at the bodice of this dress. I want you to look at it and see how it fits her. It looks like she's naked, doesn't it? It just looks like she has glittering things sprayed all over her body. That's how tight it is. She was so beautiful. And probably high out of her mind at this particular moment. She's clearly flying high. Kim Kardashian's measurements, as reported by Celeb Health magazine, are bust 38 inches, waist 26 inches, hips 41 inches. I've not seen her hip measurements reported any smaller than 39. Now remember, people, when you measure hips for a dress, you go around the widest part of the butt. The widest part is the hip measurement. My mother is a seamstress. I know this. Okay, so being generous and saying that going with 39 inches for Kim Kardashian, where the hell do those other 6 inches go in a dress that is only 33 inches at its widest? And how did they get it over her mountainous caboose? They didn't. This is a fake. I'm telling you, this is not the way anyone handles a $5 million dress. You can hear it ripping and snagging as they force it over her behemoth backside. If I thought that this was the real dress, I'd be fainting in horror, but it's not. Don't believe the hype. And there's more proof after this video. Now let's watch them allegedly stuffing her into this dress.
Wait, $5 million for the dress?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Listen. Hear the ripping?
Holy shit. Once it gets up, it'll fit the back.
You're good.
No, I don't think so.
You're good. Relax.
Should I go to the gym?
Relax.
So she bought Marilyn Monroe's dress?
No, she didn't buy it. Look at
Let's
this.
see how much not.
And now look at how it's
Yeah, can
wide
you use
over
that
her
tie and
ass.
tie it and keep it
It's
open?
not even closed.
With
And she covered it up with a ratty fur. But I'm telling you, okay, so the dress belongs to Ripley's, believe it or not. It's under temperature controlled. So, you know, this thing is a national treasure. Okay, you don't just put somebody like this into this dress.
Wow.
Okay, so wait, we're going to continue. Okay, here's more proof that this is not the same dress. The bust is too big. How is it? Oh, wait, I need to show you the rest of that video. I just realized I didn't show you the part where she turns around and you can see, look at her bust in this dress.
We did that and then put a fur.
Look at this part of it here. Do you see how it goes from here straight down to her waist? You can't see it great, but you can see it better in the photos. We're going to look at the bust now. And in particular, this photo right here. And I know it's hard to see, but I'm going to blow it up. Look at how this goes from the tip of the breast here right straight down. There's no curve. It doesn't curve in. It's not tight on her. It's actually just kind of skimming over. Okay. There's no way that this is the same dress. All right. So how is it that on the dress on Kardashian, the bodice is loose and not form-fitting at all? In fact, the bodice skims over Kardashian's breast, goes straight to her waist without curving around the bottoms of her breasts. Look at the profile and the second set of photos. This is impossible. Kardashian has a 38-inch bust. Monroe is a 35.5. if Kardashian managed to squeeze into it, wouldn't the bodice be as tight or tighter than it was on Monroe? Compare these photos. The original dress on Monroe was molded to her body without any gaping at all. My mother was an incredible seamstress. She designed and made beautiful gowns, and I have stood for hours as she pinned and hemmed and showed me how to construct a dress. I don't even have to ask her to know that this is not credible. It's not the same dress. The tailoring is completely different in the bodice. But Marilyn isn't wearing a bra, you might say, which would account for the difference in fit. Okay, let's go there. Marilyn notoriously went naked under that dress. Everyone knows this. You can see it in the dress. Oh yeah, she was naked, no bra. Kardashian could have, did somebody just come into the stream? Wait, I have to go back to the stream. Somebody's here. No, it's you. She notoriously was not wearing underwear under this dress. Now, Kardashian could have had cups inserted into the bodice, creating that bullet shape that you see instead of the natural curve of her Hooters. But if there are bullet-shaped bra cups and a 35.5-inch bust, that would make the dress even tighter for a person with a 38-inch bust. How does that math work? It doesn't. You cannot make a 35.5-inch bodice fit a 38-inch bust. I have watched my mother tear apart enough seams in frustration to know this for a fact. It is impossible without enlarging the bodice. Look at Marilyn. Look at the way it fits her. There's no way this is the same thing. The Kardashians are great at getting headlines. You have to hand it to this family. They know how to work the press. Every outlet is freaking out over the treatment of this dress. The dramatic stretching, the alleged tying it shut over that huge derriere and covering it with a ratty fake fur. The Kardashians knew that this would cause a huge outrage, that it would be plastered everywhere. And I tried to avoid it. I really did. But I had to break my silence and ask, why am I the only damn journalist who has pointed out the impossibility and idiocy of this story? Why is the mainstream press accepting that this is true? This is a stunt. It's a cooked up, manufactured public relations prank, and it worked like a charm. So calm down, everyone. That's not a priceless dress. It was tailor-made to look like it, down to the detail of making it too small and staging that ridiculous video where they stuffed her into it. And Ripley's Believe It or Not, which owns the real dress, is obviously in on the gag and laughing all the way to the bank. They were probably paid. Obviously, neither the Kardashians nor Ripley's will ever admit to this. These are all my opinions based on observations of mathematical impossibilities, sewing knowledge, and common sense. And anyone who can't see it is suffering from media hypnosis. Wake up, it's all a lie, and not just this fake news distraction, but all of it. What do you think?
I think this was one of the most fascinating conversations I've ever had. It
included breasts, Hooters, asses,
Hooters,
tits and ass. What more could you ask for?
I know. Oh, I don't know. Dinosaurs?
I mean, what more could the men in this room ask for? That was quite the conversation.
That was. I mean, I feel I need to take a shower.
I know we spent a lot of time looking very closely at women's breasts.
No comment.
I'm going to check the chat. I want to see if they agree with me. The neckline is a different shape. I do not believe it's the same dress. I don't either. Let's see what else. How could they allow that beautiful gown to be worn by anyone else but iconic Marilyn? Well, the good news is, Amanda, they didn't. She didn't wear it. I guarantee you, it never left its temperature controlled thing, or they took it from there and put it into another one while they did this hoax on you. No, Marilyn's hip measurements were not 38 inches. They were actually 33 and a half, which is quite small. And you can tell she was a size 4, by the way. All these people who said she's this 14 and a 16, that was back when a size 14 was a much smaller size. They've changed because of women's egos. They've changed women's sizing to make you feel better about yourself. So now what used to be called the 14 was really our today's like 4 to 6 or 6 to 8. It's not correct that she was a large woman. She was a very small woman, and she had a very small waist and hips throughout her entire life. When she died in 1963, I think she died in 63. She had a 33-inch hips, and she was a size 4 to 6 in our today's sizes. Back then, though, they called them larger. They were larger. Yeah, Quinn, I think that the dress, because they made it like that to not close in the back to make this story. That's what made the story go viral. If the dress had just fit her, it wouldn't be a big story. People would kind of be like, well, all right, I guess, but it didn't fit, and they were forcing it over her, and there was ripping and tearing, and it's not. No, they'd get so sued by her estate for this. They had to have cooked this up with a lot of people, and a lot of people are in on it. I mean, this is what we were talking about yesterday in the chat before it got taken down on Facebook, was how does the media manipulate what you think and what you see? The media manipulates everything, and you have to learn how to spot the bullshit. You have to learn how to be like, oh no, they're playing me right now. This is not real. Yeah, hey guys, by the way, I did invite Diego to the stream today. Diego knows, but I don't know if he's busy. He's got the link if he can come, and I haven't seen him. Is he in the chat? No. Yeah, I can. He's got other things to do. I don't think he has time to sit around and chat with us, but that was so much fun to have Diego knows in the stream yesterday. There's no telling what Diego's going to say next. It's a whole thing. And I take no responsibility for any of it. Diego's his own person. But no, if you have not subscribed to his channel, you really should. Diego knows. He does a lot of stuff on movies and TV and comic books, and he's got a lot of knowledge when it comes to this Hollywood stuff. Linda, your niece did not get butt implants. That's terrible. Oh, I can't stand that look. Why does everybody want to have a big fat ass? Could someone please explain to me why having a big fat ass is suddenly the thing to have? Like, I just don't understand it. And Kim Kardashian has a front butt. A front butt. Do you know what a front butt is? That's when you can see your butt from the front. That's how big it is. That like it comes out so far. And here, I'll show you. I have a picture. I'm going to add a screenshot of this. And also, by the way, I can show you. Remember when I said her butt looks like legs from Toy Story? Well, let me just give you a visual. All right,
so Mix-a-Lot did a song about why the butts are popular now.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie. Okay, so that's what I think Kim Kardashian looks like. But to explain the front butt, this picture is more necessary to see. Same toy, but now look, Sean. Do you see how the legs are so super separated? And yeah. I'm gonna show you that Kim looks just like this. It's so bizarre. Watch out for it. Here comes a bikini picture of Kim Kardashian. This could break the internet. All right. This is the front butt situation I'm talking about here. Do you see how wide that looks? So unnatural, and it looks so much like this. That's not normal. That's not how women look. That's a front butt. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. That thing is absurd. And I'm tired of the media telling me that this woman has not had plastic surgery. That's absurd. Yes, I said front butt. I said it. I did. She has a front butt. No, it's not natural.
Do I have a front butt?
I don't think so. I wouldn't imagine that you did. You're gonna have to put on that bikini though for me to tell.
Oh, you didn't just ask me to put on a bikini. Because I'll do that kind of stuff.
No, don't. No, I'm sorry. I take it back. Oh Lord. Yeah, and okay, thank you. A big butt does make your waist look smaller. So is this to trick the eye into making you think that you're smaller than you are? I don't know, but there's nothing wrong with having a big ass if it's natural, but if you are shoving stuff in there from Brazil or silicone or whatever, please don't, just don't. Okay, so blah, you think it's a distraction from the Pfizer doc drop showing that the thing we can't talk about only had a 12% efficacy, known risks. I have not been able to dig into that yet, but I am aware of it and I am going to be looking at it. By the way, for those of you in the chat who think that Amber Heard is using movie quotes in her testimony, I have seen what they're claiming. But so far, to me, it's kind of nebulous. The only one that if she said it is really right on the nose is from the talented Mr. Ripley. But I didn't hear her say this. Everyone is saying that she ripped it off exactly what the character said about the sunshine. Being with him was like being in the sun. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up here so I can. But I don't think she said it. Yeah, okay, so the Quartering, who has a big YouTube channel, he just tweeted out, he said, people keep insisting that Amber Heard stole a line from the talented Mr. Ripley in her testimony and continue to just tell me, dude, trust me, or here is a graphic. You would think with 1,000 live streams, at least one person would have a clip. Don't make me defend Amber, please. Yeah, that's what I think. I think they're all nebulous. I don't think that this is true. They're claiming she said the thing with Johnny is like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very, very cold. I did not hear her say that yesterday, and you know I was right here watching it with you. And so if anybody has a clip of her actually saying that, like, then we'll maybe. But yeah, I wouldn't spread this stuff because I didn't see it and I haven't seen it on YouTube. Nobody has shown that. Nobody has shown that actually happened. She may have said something close to it, but I don't think she said that. She did say things like, when he was paying attention to me, I was like the most beautiful woman in the world. And then when he would ignore me and it was very cold. I think she said something like that, but I don't think she said the exact movie quote. There is enough to be annoyed with in this trial and enough to point out Amber's lies, actual lies that we've seen, that we don't need to make stuff up. There's just no need for it. And actually, that could be a ploy by Amber's PR team to spread fake news. This is another thing the media does. So this is another thing these PR people do. They will spread fake news in order to make the other side look bad, claiming that these things that are being said are from Team Johnny, right? So they will make a big deal out of this talented Mr. Ripley thing, and then it'll turn out to be fake. And then her PR team will say they were sharing falsified and faked information all over the internet about her. Do you see how this works? So you have to be careful about what you see online, because not all of it is true. In fact, most of it is untrue. Right? Thank you, Gaelic Gypsy, for reminding the newcomers in the stream to hit that like button. Please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. I see there are many of you in the chat, but many of you have not hit that like button yet. Are your thumbs tired? Are they depressed? Do they need antidepressants to just get up off the phone and slap that like button? It's not that hard, and it helps the channel. Also, you know what else helps the channel is when you go to my merch store and you buy a t-shirt or a glass or a mug. I've got these great Make Americans Friends Again merch. I've got mugs, I've got t-shirts, I've got mega pints, we've got Johnny t-shirts, we've got all kinds of stuff that's a lot of fun, and you can go there. The link is in the description, and you can pick up your own mega pint today. Isn't happy hour anytime? Speaking of happy hour, you know what I did, Sean? I went downstairs and I refilled my my Bellini, and I used, instead of the sparkling caffeinated water, I used this new product that it was called hops water. And it's supposed to have, it's non-alcoholic, but it's made with hops, and it has like ingredients to make you feel happy. I'm not sure what, and it's for hangovers. And it's flavored like mango, sparkling hops water. It's quite good. It does not have any THC in it, and I think that would make it better, though. I would like to have, one of these days, they're going to do that soon. That's a thing. It's coming. Marijuana-laced drinks. Because marijuana, that's another thing about this trial that is killing me. Why do we keep having to hear about marijuana use? Like anyone is supposed to care about that. It's legal almost everywhere.
Didn't it just passed in New York, right?
Oh yeah. Actually, not even just. I think it was last year. I mean, it's not illegal anymore. Like
Washington State makes an enormous amount of money in tax revenue. Just enormous amounts of money. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they're making this. I think making an issue out of the bags of weed that he has in his house and stuff like is stupid. It's not resonating with anyone. People hate the fact that people have been locked up for marijuana. People don't like that people get arrested for marijuana and that the cops use it for excuses to harass people. No one likes that. That's bad policing. It's bad policy. It's legal. Oh my gosh, Linda says it's even legal in Oklahoma. If it's legal in Oklahoma, we need to stop talking about it. Like we just take it off the table. Blah says, I too would get stoned if I had a harpy screaming at me.
A harpy.
That's a good word. I love that word.
Harpy.
That word is in my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo. That word is all over that book. I think I use the words harridan, harpy, screeching harpy. I love the word harridan. Harridan's a good word. Fishwife. I think fishwife might have made an appearance. All the words I could think of. All the words for.
You haven't finished your book yet.
Yeah.
Well, I've just got too much craziness in my own life. But,
Andrea, I'm so glad to see you here. I didn't know you read the book, Andrea. Andrea's my friend. I am Siren. Siren's another one. That's a good word. And twat waffle. That might be the funniest.
Waffle.
Okay, let's see. American Gal says there's a clip on YouTube of Amber earlier today posing for the press camera. She notices is pointed at her, but it's so bad. She poses with the tissue for the press. I have not seen that one yet, but I will keep an eye out for it. If you have a link, you can drop it on the Facebook feed, and I think it won't get blocked, but you're on YouTube, so that won't work.
I'll be back, Megan.
Okay, go ahead. All right, sounds good.
I'll be back.
All right. See you later, Sean. If you guys want to, send me stuff, my DMs are always open on Twitter. I'm at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter, and my DMs are always open. So if you want to send me links that you want me to share in the stream, do it there, because I will go looking and I will share stuff that you are interested in. All right. I'm waiting for more info on the alpacas, says Tina. Yes, the therapy alpacas. That should be good. Marijuana is still a drug, and for an addict, it's not good. That's true. But also, I think Johnny's made it pretty clear that he likes his drugs and his alcohol, and according to and he's not going to stop. So I don't know why it's an issue. I don't know why anybody cares, unless it really was an issue in this case, but no one has been able to corroborate her testimony yet. So far, everybody says that he acts pretty normal on all of it. So I don't think that it's been proven yet that it's a problem for him in particular. I think it is a problem, like you said, for a lot of addicts. That would be a problem, but I'm not sure we've seen any corroborating evidence that it's a problem for him. Imagine you're Johnny Depp. You own islands, you have castles, you have several penthouses, penthouse 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You have everything at your disposal. You can have large bags of drugs delivered to you at any time, cocaine, MDMA, anything you want. And no one is going to arrest you for it. You live in a different world. And she was living in that world with him. And don't tell me for 1 second that she wasn't enjoying it. She was on the MDMA. She was doing that, which is ecstasy, Molly. She was drinking 2 bottles of wine a night. And I just don't know how she can portray herself as a teetotaler Puritan who. And then here's the other thing here's another contradiction. I heard her on the tapes tell Johnny, I want to be taken seriously in Hollywood. How do I do that? And Johnny says, don't show tits and ass, something to that extent. Keep your tits and ass covered. Unlike Kim Kardashian. So he tells her good advice for how you are taken seriously. At the same time, she then wants us to believe that she wanted to do movies where she was showing tits and ass, but he wouldn't let her. Do you see that contradiction? That like she had to be so scared about what movies that she did and what parts that she played because he would be mad. But then she's on tape telling him, how do I get taken seriously in Hollywood? Well, not making Magic Mike XXL would probably be a good place to start. And in a lot of her roles, and I have not seen any of Amber's movies, but in a lot of her roles, which I've looked up on IMDb, she plays a siren, like a sexy siren seductress in those movies. Why don't we do that? Why don't we look up her movie history? Let's do that. Let's see what we can find. Amber Heard, IMDb. Let's see what kind of movies she has made. Still recovering from this terrible virus I had. It's like never ending. The coughing never stops. I swear it was COVID, but all the tests were negative. Okay. All right. Let's see. Now this says she was born in Austin, Texas. Didn't she say she was born somewhere else? I know she didn't say Austin. Okay. What has she been known? Okay, we all know about Aquaman. Rum Diary. Now, in Rum Diary, she plays the seductress. In fact, there's even a pool scene where she's doing like that famous recreation almost of the one from, what was the 80s movie with the girl in the red bathing suit that gets out of the water? I can't remember her name now, but every man my age is totally in love with her for that scene. Drive Angry. Let's see what Drive Angry is. I have never seen Drive Angry. Drive Angry with Nicolas Cage. Oh, that's interesting because Nick Cage and Johnny Depp are good friends, right? Didn't he testify that that's how he got into the business? Was with Nicolas Cage. All right, she played the role of Piper. Let's find out what Piper was like. Piper. Okay, Milton picks up the trail in Oklahoma as well as rescuing a waitress named Piper from her brutal two-timing fiance. Things are odd. So she's the love interest in this. I haven't seen it though, so I don't know. You know what we should do? Is go on to one of those. Aren't there websites where they show where they talk about actresses and how many times they were nude in a movie? I just don't know what the name of those are, but was it Bo Derek? Yes. Well, actually, there was another one, but Bo Derek is one that did one of those iconic scenes. Yeah. I'm checking no, Kentucky is where Johnny was born. She said Texas, but she said a different town than Austin. She said some small town no one knows. Well, that's not Austin. Everybody knows Austin. All right. Has anybody seen this movie with Nicolas Cage? Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Phoebe Cates. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Was she in Wild Things? No. She was? That I don't remember that. All right. What else? All right. So we just looked at, let's go back to Amber. I've not seen any of these movies, so I can't tell you what she was doing in them. All right, 3 Days to Kill. Now, there is some very interesting rumors around this movie. Now, I'm a journalist. I don't report rumors. And so there are these websites. And she played Vivi DeLay with Kevin Costner, starring Kevin Costner. And there is a very interesting rumor around this movie. So I'm not going to really tell. Well, okay, I don't know how to do this because this is totally uncorroborated. This would not hold up in any court. And there are a bunch of websites around that will talk about celebrity gossip, right? And they will do this thing where they do blind stories, blind items, where they will say a B-list actress was at such and such party on this day when an older, very famous actor who's making a comeback Okay, I'm just going to tell you what the rumor said using these terms. When an actor at a very old, that he was overheard saying at a party in front of 10 people to the B-list actress, that when she broke up with her very famous boyfriend for one day, it didn't stop her from coming into his trailer naked. And this was allegedly said in front of 10 people. Court's in session again. Oh, coming back. Sorry. Here we go. Stop. Thank you for being on top of it, everyone. Whoops. Share. All right.
That's correct. All right. And he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London. Is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to?
Nurse Ratchet won by 63%.
Is pleasant.
Sorry, 88%.
Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. more or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Brewer?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr.
Isaac
Baruch, and that was the end of
testified.
the call?
I did. That was my understanding. Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Sustain.
All right. January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip. And plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room. And I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him. And when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall. And I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me. And I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and I felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him.
Did she say he slapped her when she wasn't looking at him?
I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down. And at one point put his knee on my back. Kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this like, struggle with him. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so...
Again, with the weird details.
He just looked like...
He still had his glasses on.
You know, he still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, he didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me. And I remember crying on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe...
What did the carpet look like?
I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. I wanted
that island so bad.
You know, yes, it was awful at times, but
I wanted that
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
so bad. Thank you, Camille.
Overruled.
Make this
What
stop.
are you saying to me hurt? Just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and as embarrassing or as embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had.
Yeah, I can't get that divorce settlement if you don't marry him.
It's so, I know it may be hard to understand.
Or believe.
It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and I just leaned my head up on his shoulder.
Objection, non-responsive.
Of course I was mad and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I wanted us to be okay.
She keeps switching between what happened and what she wanted, and I don't think that's responsive to the question.
I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just
trying to squeeze out the tears. I still don't see any wetness. There's sniffing, nose rubbing.
My makeup on and went to the premiere with him, and
is there wetness? Anybody
walked
see
the red
wetness?
carpet with him, and I remember in the car.
I've got money riding on this.
Checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress.
I can do that too. I can do that too. Ready?
Surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just.
Still no tears. I'm not seeing wet tears. There's a lot of that. I can do that too. I'm a really good fake crier. I'm not seeing the tears, guys. I'm not.
It's embarrassing.
Oh, wetness meter. I wish I knew how to do that.
It's hard to.
Okay, she's wiping away.
I'm sure it's
nothing.
hard to.
There's nothing there to
Objection,
wipe
Your Honor,
away.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015,
No tears to wipe
to your
away.
wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
Johnny's face. There aren't any
So we get
actual
married
tears.
in Los Angeles. I
Yeah, we don't know
get
what
a
she's
sense
wiping.
that
Right in the microphone. Oh,
we were
more
just,
wiping.
it was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around I went to therapy.
The volume's on. Everybody else can hear. It must be you.
Got ready, and Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil had bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway, and I thought he looked so handsome.
Yeah, when do we get to
And
hear about how she
he
covered up
seemed
those
happy.
bruises? Is she going to talk about why is
And
Elaine asking everybody else about the makeup on Amber except Amber?
We were making the right decision.
Ask her
I
what
was
she
so
put on her
looking
face.
forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. You know, we didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom, We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island.
Yeah, at this
And we
point, she
had,
wants you to believe they
what we
just got
planned
married.
for
All
the
that
better-
abuse.
You know, we had planned for the better part of a year
All
or
of
so.
that happened, and then she married him
Maybe
anyway.
8 months for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. And we had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and
She didn't want to miss that wedding because she had, it was way too much fun.
I was marrying
She had to go through that.
the love of my life. It was complicated. But I thought, it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate with our relative party. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and have our own
And she's
girl
drugs,
party
doing
separate.
drugs.
And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we had originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach, and we walked down the beach aisle, and said our vows, and
our vows?
The sunset behind us.
She just
and
said
we took
vowels.
pictures with our family, and
we said our vowels.
We shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island, you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles, and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
Tell the jury. Is she leading
it was
her to
about
do that?
24
Tell the jury. Tell the jury.
I think it's about 24
She's
hours.
instructing
I
her.
could be mistaken
To talk
on the exact
directly
amount of
to the
time,
jury.
but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London, he was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not
Why is
mistaken.
it okay for her to drink and do drugs?
So when
he
you
does it,
arrived,
it's discredited.
Before you finished rapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
No wetness or redness.
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia,
Yeah, she says Johnny and I's all the time.
I think
She's
it was
a
the night before I
moron.
was supposed to leave to go to Australia. He calls my
Johnny and
hotel
my
room,
relationship.
apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think it was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Johnny's
So-
and
So
my
don't tell what
relationship
the
is the right
staff
way to
said.
say that.
What happened next?
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
This is
He
it right here.
called the room and then my
Johnny
cell phone,
loves
and
the
then once I was
dragon.
on the cell phone,
He can't
he
resist.
was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because by answering
Hopefully
the
he's
phone.
learned his lesson.
And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone, why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was, cheating or that I was hiding something and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never
I believe
do
so,
MDMA with
Loretta.
him. I'm asking for a problem in that case. Like that, I would never do that.
But you would do it with other people?
So you
On Cross,
flew
I want to
to
hear, who did you
Australia
do MDMA with and when?
Met
Because she
with
did it at
Mr.
Coachella.
Depp, right? And I'm going
and
to, can we
her
pull up
friends.
defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given, so.
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct.
Well, that's a
I'm
way
just
to
going to
look
show
at it.
you a few pictures.
The plaintiff will have 10
Do
days
you
to get their
recognize-
cross
And I
ready
realize
too.
you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you. Your
All
Honor.
right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
And let me
Also, they'll have 10 days to talk
pass one up
witnesses
and
into
give one to
taking
the
the
other
stand
side to try
against
to
her. A lot can happen
given
in
the
10 days.
strangeness of this.
Like I said, that rumor about
put
the
you on.
A-list
Yes.
actor
Thank you.
overheard saying
I
that she
appreciate
did something in his trailer, that would be
Amber, do you
time
recognize
stopping
this photo?
if they got him to
I
walk
do.
in.
And could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Okay. And then I'm going to try to make this a little faster, and I'm going to go 1810.
Ms. Brethoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together and then you could just
Yes,
go on with your questions.
yes.
She is not supposed to be consulting with her attorneys during that
And these
time,
are
but
all
there's
I
no
will
way she
represent.
won't be.
Ones that we got from
She's
Mr.
also not
King.
supposed to be
All
on
right, if you wanna
social
take a look at
media.
them.
Does anybody
Your Honor,
think
if
she's
I may
going to
just
stay off
approach,
the
I'll give you
internet?
the whole stack.
Okay, it's fine.
Or do you think that she's, hold on, let me mute this for a second. Do you really think that she's going to be not looking at the internet, not reading articles about herself? Honestly? Of course who's going to be monitoring her? Nobody. I mean, maybe the plaintiffs will,
But by the way, Amber, do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
Now there's kangaroos in the
This was a
story.
pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't
ice.
have any objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
But make sure you look through them all too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then,
Is it me or is this sound super loud? I have to turn this down for myself. It's too loud. It's bothering my ears, that weird sound from the court. Yeah, alpacas and kangaroos in this story. I mean, it gets more and more bizarre. If there is any kangaroo abuse in this tale, I'm just going to throw up my hands and kill the stream. If she
Thank you, Your Honor.
claims
I've
that he
reviewed
abused a
them. I have no
kangaroo, I'm
objection
out.
to any of
right,
these photographs.
so we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811.
Yes, the trailer
1812,
rumors are just
18.
they are alleged claims. But wouldn't that be something if that very A-list actor decided to testify against her? Oh my God, I'd pay money to watch that. It's not going to happen. But wouldn't it? We can wish.
1829, 1830, 1831, 1834.
If she brings a
1835,
didgeridoo into it, I won't be able to hold
1838, 1839,
If
1840,
a didgeridoo comes into
1841,
this trial,
and
I think we'll all shit the
1842.
bed.
Did I get them all?
I believe so.
I want to make sure more than believe, so we agree that's all in evidence? Okay, they're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We're
before
going
you
to keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay.
I'm sorry,
Whose
but if she
home
alleges
was
he's a
this
kangaroo
in
abuser,
Australia?
that he's abused a kangaroo, I'm out. I'm just out.
It
So
was
I can't
a,
promise you
I
anything.
think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, if you can pull up 1810. Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
Okay. And let's go to 1812. And that's
the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
okay. And then let's look at 1813.
A new poll is going up on YouTube. Kangaroos or alpacas? Kangaroos or alpacas?
I guess that's just another
Are you team
view,
kangaroo or team
little over of the
alpaca?
swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's do one more, 1814. This is inside the house.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that back there?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, this is the dining room and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
I said the kangaroo was cute, and out of nowhere,
Thank
Johnny
you.
accused me of flirting with the
Now I'm
Joey and
going
made
to
me
ask
hop
you to
hop
take
to the
this
car.
jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
Well, I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him
Kangaroos and alpacas are
before I
split at
left.
50%.
And then in
50-50.
transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous.
I stopped in Dubai.
But he indicated me that he wanted me
breezed
to
in.
come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the
Just a quick stop in Dubai.
in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And he said, I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in. I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited.
You can call
to
witnesses
see him.
that have not been on the list. If they are
And
brought
he
up in
was-
this statement, they are absolutely allowed to call any
So,
witness that she
like, he'd
talks
lost
about here.
A ton of weight.
Willie Rose can be called.
So I just knew something was up.
If she makes a claim that somebody said something, the
and
defense can call that person,
He kind of
whether they were
quickly,
on the list or not.
kissed me and kind of we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving
Sorry, I
to
said
go
defense. I meant
work. He had
plaintiff.
to work that
Anyone
day.
could.
But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well.
Yeah, I need to hear from Willie Rose
There's some
for
steaks in
sure.
the fridge, but he had kind of
Steaks in the
prepped
fridge.
some of
How many years ago is
the
this that she
sides.
remembers the grocery shopping trip they
And
took and the
I
side
was looking
dishes?
forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We've just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married.
Alpacas are now winning at 53%. 53, it's a small margin, but
start dinner
alpacas are
and
pulling it out.
I'm happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He'd already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue. I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected, what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. if you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, you know, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me. We have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night,
aggressively took
what
off
I
his
distinctly
sunglasses.
remember
That he was still wearing
is
his
at
glasses.
one point, I don't think I had gotten very far. Maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these
grocery
concrete floors. I mean, just
from 6 years
skidding
ago.
across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. We had
Again, with the
another
details on the
argument
floor.
that
Beautiful wooden floor.
was a
When you're
spin-off
getting
from
kicked across
that.
the
It was just
floor,
kind
are
of
you
this
paying attention to what kind of
on-off,
floor it is?
on-off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this
This is my golf
interaction.
announcer voice, by the way.
He shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat.
Golf claps, everyone.
And he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of
We're in
bashing me
present
against
tense now.
the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door.
I remember slamming a door 6 years ago,
You know,
or whenever.
it wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. You know, there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I hear it.
I remember all the doors.
And
There were many doors.
this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that
she assaulted
I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in.
There
so
was
I
a
could
door
be aware,
assault
so I could be
that
ready
happened.
for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up.
Many doors.
And when I came downstairs,
I was behind
he
some of
was
them, in
still
front of
up.
others.
He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept, he had not eaten. So I tried to get him to eat.
Nurse Amber has returned to the stand.
We get in an
Nurse
argument.
Amber, everyone.
He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. My co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Mouse house darted
Who was
across
that?
the dirty floor, and I stood in
Billy Bob
terror
Thornton,
from my
Jim
own
Sturgis,
thoughts.
and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh yeah, sorry if I left that out. That when we
He's
had the
laughing.
argument about the
He's
MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't
Hiding
on
his
the
face because
no-fly
he can't
list.
keep
Like
it
it
together.
wasn't on the no list. That was his argument. That was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10. I can't recall as I sit here
He
now, either
ingested
8 or
an
10
entire
pills
huge
of
antique
MDMA
jar full
That he had
of
taken
pills.
or that were left?
I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
there were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
Nurse Amber
At
saved
this
Johnny's
point,
life.
there were 10. He
She
had taken
saved
10.
his life.
8 or 10. I can't
She's a
recall.
And
hero.
when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs.
And
Come back
then she was
downstairs.
given
He was still awake.
The key to the city and a medal
Please continue with that second day.
for saving Johnny Depp's life.
He was accusing me
Golf clap, everyone.
of being mean to his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
It doesn't matter.
And then when it came up with his sister, he
How about objection
was accusing
not
me
answering
of
the question?
kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another.
Golf
I don't know
clap.
how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of
Golf
direct
clap.
interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he
Let's check in on the alpacas
I
versus
mentioned
kangaroos.
that, well, I can't
The
say what I
alpacas are
mentioned.
running
He,
away with it
as a result of that phone call,
65% to
picks up the
35%.
phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that
Objection, bragging and
he was
boring.
calling himself like a whore.
I like
he had
that
been
one.
whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my
Early evening.
divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister. And so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a postnup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all.
Kind of like this testimony.
At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, I need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good.
Think Camille
I had
likes
recognized
this.
that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of
She's letting it
unattached to
happen.
reality rage.
She's
I had
paying
recognized
attention.
the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep
Her
it off,
witnesses so far have been
clean
deceased
up, sober up.
or ghost
And,
witnesses
I
that we don't know and
thought we
can't
could.
identify.
I remember I went to the fridge. I got out the steaks so that they would,
I went to the fridge.
be ready to cook.
got out the
And I got
steaks.
out some of the food I was going to put together for
What
dinner.
kind of food,
I went
Amber?
upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the
Which
next thing
delivery
I remember
nightgown was this? From the
is,
subscription box?
coming downstairs and
Your Honor, I
looking
would
for
like to
him.
move into witness all
We had
of the defendant's
an
nightgowns.
interaction that I can't
into
really
evidence.
describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me.
We need to see this
It was
nightgown
just
collection.
belligerent, throwing
Too many
things, screaming
nightgowns.
at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back. I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again.
New poll is going up in
And
YouTube. How many
I tried
nightgowns
to
do you
defend
have?
myself. I was explaining, trying to say that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's
I'll
saying.
How many
sustain the
nightgowns do you have? Zero?
It was just
One
belligerent.
to
I don't know how to
two?
describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense.
3 to 5?
I don't know how. I don't know how
More than
the
5.
immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated. But again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar.
Polls up.
I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling.
I added
I said
a choice. So
Had
it's
he been
0,
drinking by
1
this
to
time?
2, 3 to
He was
5,
drinking.
Calls for speculation and leading.
or a nightgown subscription box.
I'll sustain
Which
this
one do you
leading.
have?
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. He took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a show for did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. You know, it sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table.
He lifted her, all
And
110
I don't know
pounds
if
of
I
her,
was holding on to
threw her
him or
across the
if
room like a
he
Marvel superhero.
pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the
Golf clap,
games
everyone.
table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games
Medical
table.
records,
I don't know.
photographs.
I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking. And he holds up this bottle to me. And you know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing?
She's gonna say
Something
he cut off his
stupid,
own finger. That's what's
focusing on
coming.
this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, "Go on," and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. It's a tile floor, a white tile floor.
It was
and
a
I smashed
white
the bottle
tile
on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off. He started screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand. And he threw it at me. It missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline.
Not a scratch on her.
He told me he'd carve up my face. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence wise when that happened, but it was
She doesn't know what happened. She's making it
terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember
I
him
don't
having me by
remember.
the nightgown. I remember
I don't
him
remember.
flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually
She
after.
doesn't remember.
Again,
She doesn't remember if she threw
forgive
a
me. I
bottle.
wish I could remember the sequence,
Which
but
means
it's
she
flashes.
did.
He's throwing these bottles at me. I
Bottles
remember
now. How many?
retreating.
How many
There were
bottles?
also cans, like soda
And
cans,
cans.
beer or soda cans.
He's hurling
And they're
bottles
coming
and
at me
cans.
one after the other. And I
Like
keep
a
pulling myself
tennis
into the bar
machine.
area. There's a bar behind me in
Like an
like
automatic
I
ball
don't know,
thrower.
like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit. So I'm kind of trapped in
He's
front of this sink,
whipping everything at her.
surrounded
like,
by bar on
like when
three
you go to the
sides with him in
batting
front of
cages.
me ish, kind of front off to the left. And he's throwing these bottles one after the other. And I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity.
Oh, she used the same word.
I remember being terrified.
Velocity.
I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere.
17% of you have a nightgown subscription
I
box.
ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area. Because I remember my
There was
feet
all this broken glass
slipping
on
on
the
the
floor.
tile as he was
And she doesn't
slamming
have any
me
cuts
from
on the bottom of her feet.
the wall to the countertops. At one point, he has me up against the wall and he's punching the wall.
He's punching the wall.
Had my, nightgown
Why would
and
he
then
punch the wall when her
kind of
face
ripped
was
it
right
off my
there?
chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my my breasts in his hand.
Oh, here we go.
My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me.
This is ridiculous.
Naked.
First the nightgown ripped.
And I'm slipping
Now it's
around on
completely
this
off.
tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile of glasses underneath me. And I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really
Glass was
destabilized
underneath
and
her.
felt really vulnerable. I'm naked. And he's flinging me around. And at some point, I'm up against the wall and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that it ruined his life.
I fucking hate her. I
Remember,
can't tell you.
I ruined his life.
Otherwise. Can I
over
say
and
that?
over.
Did I say that out loud?
And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the
Bottles
the
like a
wall
machine gun. Johnny's
to,
arms are like
like,
windmills with bottles.
realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's "Rah!" like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held.
Convenient
and I
that he wasn't
remember kind of
bashing it
having
against
some
her
distance
face.
on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again, smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He's smashing it
In
to smithereens, just
motion.
going into the wall. And at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life. I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck.
On the countertop now? Where were we?
And he felt like he
Thought
was
we were on the floor.
on top of me. And I'm looking at it in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore.
Checking
It
for
wasn't
witness.
him. It
Witness
was black.
check.
I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how.
All right, it's not just me. The whole chat feels the same way.
It's hard to watch this. It's hard to listen to this.
Yeah, but not hard because it's so embarrassing. Look at the
Yeah,
mouth movements. Look at the
'cause-
mouth movements.
I just don't believe any of it.
No, me either. How about the part where he's got arms like windmills and he's chucking bottles at her so fast that it's like a machine?
Still,
Oh, here she goes.
and here she.
I couldn't breathe.
Still
I
no
couldn't
tears.
get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand.
She's really trying to get those tears out.
Yeah,
I'm making the screen bigger so I can check for wetness. I still don't see any. She keeps pushing the tissue against her eyes. Her makeup is not smeared. No mascara is underneath her eyes. No wetness.
You know, really good actors are able to cry on demand.
Yeah, she's not
On
good
the
though.
bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my
Staring in a
chest
blue light.
was on this. My back was on the countertops.
We're still on the countertop?
And
She has related every
thought he
detail,
was
every
punching
second of
me.
this.
I thought he was. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait, I'm making the screen bigger again. I have to check for wetness. By now, her cheeks should
I felt
be
this
wet.
pressure. He on my pubic bone. He thought he was punching me.
What?
I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting him. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still,
I still just see the highlight shimmer.
not wanting to move.
I'm not seeing anything else.
I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember they just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please, God, please, I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor. I got up.
No redness
At some
in
point,
the face, no discoloration, makeup still in place. That was an awfully long time to cry. Oh, the stream froze. The stream has frozen. Oh, it's coming back.
I don't know how that night ended. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch.
Please remember that the only person who walked away from this day with
Which
an
is a
injury
lot
was
for me.
Johnny. He lost his
Falling
finger.
asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep.
Got
but I know I
MRSA
fell
3
asleep
times.
because I woke up the next day.
Shattered bone. Severed
I assume
finger.
it was late morning. I could hear him downstairs.
She's recovering now.
I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. It became clear, obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering.
The brown on the walls became clear.
And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. The paint, my canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other.
It's not me. The stream froze again. Damn it.
It's not frozen on the YouTube.
It looks
Not
like it is
yet.
to me.
I'm
weird.
Seeing, oh, now, no, I'm seeing her face still moving. Hang on. And there's still volume.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Things was
There
a
we go.
table
Now it's back.
overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him.
She went looking for
blaring
him
his music.
after
He was in the
that?
study, which is in the
She went looking
by
for
the
him after
bar.
that? Really?
Games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken windows and a broken window, and just it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny.
She went looking for him after that?
He was standing at the office desk. He
Come on. If that's
had his hand wrapped in this like rags or bandana rags, and I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect. And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And we didn't have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When? Like, what did you do? When?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone. And in any
she
case,
thinks he cut his finger off at the phone?
I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding. And I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now." I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull. And I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
She remembers
I
what
thought
she
maybe
wanted to drink.
sober him up, or I don't know. There help was coming
I went
though,
to get
and
a cup of coffee.
I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. Shortly after that, security
This
arrives.
is ridiculous.
I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying that he had more messages
no
for
one
me.
saw that.
And this is in front of
Every
security.
witness said
And they
did
kind of
not
just
see
like
it.
looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house, and I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. He was gonna leave me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Trying to give her drugs. She
No,
didn't say
overruled
anything. Thank you. Keep going.
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like, could this be something he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean, that alone, I didn't, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. And I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and I'm sorry, Debbie, and or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." And he wasn't making any sense at the time. I understandably just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to proof of this, something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. And he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So, do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
it
was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember what brand.
Okay. When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Overruled. There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little like specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And
Specks of
throughout
spinach
the house, there was food
and mashed
rubbed
potatoes
in places, just countertops, walls,
Did you
doors,
taste the
as I
food?
mentioned. And
to see if you if it was
later that
actually
evening,
mashed
I
potatoes.
found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house, or pieces of it. It was cut up. And he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I found it, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was bizarre.
What if anything?
My daughter
did
just
you
walked in. I
recall
missed more
seeing on
nightgowns?
any mirrors?
Dang.
Oh, he had written
A new nightgown from the new subscription
he had
box?
written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had, there was another
Just to
mirror.
answer
I
your
just don't
poll, I,
recall
of course,
which bathroom
have
it was
two.
in.
You have two.
I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was
I also have two nightgowns.
retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter, whore sort of thing, like that sort of language, but calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was, I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became
He bled so much
clearly
that
letters.
he ran out of blood.
And the letters kind of,
and that's the first true statement I've heard.
like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood.
He's
It
also
wasn't
fond
bleeding
of
enough, and
crucifixes
went and
and
got
garlic.
paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was, and then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful. Do you recall?
It's painful
what
for us
Mr.
too,
Depp
Elaine.
was
Let me tell
saying
you.
to you when
We
she
are in
had the
pain.
bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again.
Mashed potatoes and spinach.
He said, I'll fucking kill you.
The chat is killing me, you guys. You're so funny.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And you didn't go to the doctor.
And did you experience
Or
any
tell
pain
the nurse.
later?
The nurse that was there to see you.
I didn't.
She didn't examine you.
I wasn't thinking about that.
Of course not.
I was heartbroken.
Because it didn't fucking happen.
Eventually, I realized that I could
If
be
you are
hurt
bleeding from your
because I was
vagina as a
bleeding.
woman, you are going to the doctor if it's not your period.
But I
am losing patience with this.
convinced myself it wasn't broken and that
There is
the bottle
no
wasn't
way
broken
you
or
would
else it
not
would be
have
a lot
gone to a
worse. And
hospital.
the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how
Now I'm just getting angry.
scared, shocked I was.
Bleeding
I'm
from her
scared. I just
vagina.
married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina?
How far is the pubic bone from the vagina? I'm going to have to look at an anatomy
I'm so sorry.
chart.
I am so sorry.
Oh, here we go. All right, I have to make
Johnny
a screen paper
had
again.
the
I'm
bottle
looking for
inside of me.
wetness. Oh, do you have an anatomy book? Oh, please get that out and check. How far
It
is
was-
the pubic bone from the vaginal canal?
Showing it inside of me over and over again.
Sean,
Did you
Johnny on the spot all the
experience
time
any
with the books.
Cuts
and
on
learning.
other parts of your body?
He's good with the learning.
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did
you
you
take pictures
have
of
any
those?
other bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
The nurse saw nothing on her face except for a bleeding
I think
lip.
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
I'm going to ask you to turn to let's go to 1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up, defendants 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could
Yes,
publish.
yes, they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me, and was pushing on my throat. Actually, at some point when I was on the table, I had forgotten about that, and this though looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay, there's the, thank you, Sean. Let me see.
Did the
Let me see
table
that.
collapse?
I'm going to make it
Yes,
bigger.
it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Hold on, I want to make that bigger.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
Where's the bone?
The table collapsed
I see
underneath
the
me
vaginal canal, but where's the bone?
when Johnny threw me into it, got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
In the
We
back?
could look at 1816,
No, that's-
please, defendants.
That's the sacrum. It's a cutaway, so you can't see that. I have to go back to the other one.
Okay.
Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
82. It's not realistic because
yes.
the vagina sits in that trough. Right. See that?
Looks like
Uh-huh.
Between the sacrum and the front of the
the bottles that were
Okay.
in
by
front
Johnny
of
on the
the
desk when I came down that last morning.
pelvis
And he was
bone.
still up, still
Gotcha.
drinking.
Okay, so that
There's a
pubic
lot of
bone is the
tissue.
low one. Right.
If we
Yeah,
could
there's a
go
lot
to
of tissue
defendants
between the rear wall of the
1817.
vagina and the pelvis. That's just not realistic.
Look at us with the anatomy
The bottle
books.
shape. The bottle shape.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Objection, we can't see the pictures. The audience
Your
would like to see these
I
pictures.
Is there a question?
I guess you could ask a question.
What more do you recall?
Sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before.
It's there.
And I felt my stomach tighten up.
Okay.
Like I was gonna be sick when I saw it.
Let me hold on.
Because
Keep
even
it
though I
there for a
didn't
second.
remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me.
All right.
I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or a bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought it was, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. And so I recognize it.
So now she recognizes the bottle.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Can we have a forensic test of the bottle?
Do you recognize?
Of course, it's been 6 years or
this
something.
Area of this picture.
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
I don't know why the sound is echoey like that. It's not
Looks
me.
like a lot
it's
of the
them.
glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818.
I checked Fox News Live and I'm not seeing it. I'm not
Second.
seeing it on their
Yeah, I
screen.
don't have that.
That's not in evidence.
Yeah, and that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Are they putting it into evidence?
Do
Is
you
that what I just
recognize
heard?
this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820? Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was like I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old fashioned, like an old fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching
That is the
it break.
court's
You know, it looked like these
volume
like
problem.
really heavy glass.
The sound,
Excuse me.
it's them.
It's really
It's not me. I don't
thick,
have anything else playing.
heavy, not
Do you hear
plastic,
that,
but like
Sean?
a
That it's
fake
kind of
leather,
echoey.
something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So
Occasionally,
that
it
would have been
goes
to the
in and
left,
out like
and then
that
to the right would
through
have
the
been
court, through whatever
the very
stream. If
end
it's
of the bar
bothering you
that you
guys, I'll
just saw
find
the
another
truck.
one. But the volume is not good on the other
All right,
ones.
let's
This one
go
has the
to
best, highest volume.
1821.
So if you can handle
Attendance.
the echoing, I think we should stay on this stream. But let me know if the chat decides they hate it, I'll move on to something,
And
just a different one.
Do you recognize what's depicted
Because it
in
is
this
annoying.
photo?
It sounds
Yes, that's the bar that I was just
robotic.
talking about.
Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
Okay, the
And
chat thinks it's okay, so we're going to
You
stay
see
here.
straight ahead, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be
I'm gonna need
some
therapy
broken
after
glass.
this.
Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
The headache is back.
I recall
My
more
afternoon
than
trial
just
headache.
this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when
The
the window
spammer is back.
shattered.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying to get rid of it.
1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
Yes,
that's
Sean,
exactly why I just
she would
went over here. Let's
absolutely
go to
be very,
18.
very hurt if what she said happened.
25, I
There
think, is
is
that the
no
next
way
one?
you would not seek
1825 is in
medical
evidence.
attention if you
Okay.
got assaulted by that bottle and were bleeding from the area. You go
you
to
recognize
the
this
hospital.
picture?
You could get an infection. You could die.
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him.
She didn't tell the nurse?
Last morning. That morning, it might have been like
Christy,
midday. When I say
we are
morning, it
going to
was
have a
after I
group
woke
therapy.
up.
Maybe I'll do a group therapy
it was
live
certainly
chat
not early
sometime
morning.
tomorrow.
And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the
We will
Manson
drink
blaring.
and we will console each other.
And I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages.
In the chat who would like to join me on the group therapy live
Then let's
stream
go to
tomorrow to work through all the
1827.
feelings that everyone is having. We may need a shrink. Oh, you know what? My friend Mary, she does
you
Reiki
recognize
healing.
this?
Maybe I'll bring her on and she can
Yes,
do some
I
Reiki
do. That's
healing
my
for
painting
us. She can help
studio.
shift the energy.
So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, and kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828.
I don't know. We're going to have to do some more pubic bone discussion,
And do
I think.
you
She opened that door,
recognize
and
what's
now
in
we need
that
a
one?
medical expert to listen to this testimony she
I do.
just gave and give an expert medical opinion on what kind of injuries she would have sustained
Those are my
if this was
were
if this truly
my
happened.
painting. That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was His daughter, I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay. And then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
Oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
And then to the right side, on the other side of,
Oh,
more to
yes,
the right
Vicky,
than
there
the
will
one
be
you
a
already
massive
testified to.
cross-examination, but it's going to happen
Is
after
that
the
what that
10-day
picture
break.
looked like
But yes,
before,
they are
or
going to
is
get
that-
to cross
So,
her on every
objection,
single
leading.
thing she said.
What, if
And
any,
believe me, they're
changes were
going
there
to.
to that picture?
Well, the three canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
And the white that's below, what, if any, changes were there to that? The white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry. Sustain.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection,
That was not, what, if any?
What's the objection?
leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
I don't think that she's going to
It
be
was
done
just
with her
Johnny
direct
and I in that
questions
house
today.
over the
I think
course
they're
of
going to
those
have to
3
keep
days,
going when she comes
roughly.
back.
There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also going to take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also Johnny was covered in paint, so. To answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just, like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall, almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies.
I don't know why these pictures are not admitted into the jury.
And do you
Why,
recognize
Sean?
this?
Why are they seeing pictures that we
Yes,
can't
I do.
see?
And
And the
I
jury
don't know. I
can't
mean,
see?
maybe
What
these,
was this?
maybe they're already admitted
This is
in
one
front of the jury,
The lampshades.
or maybe they're to
Johnny
refresh her
meeting
recollection.
messages.
You can do that
Oh, they
too.
could be to refresh her
Blood and paint.
recollection. That could be happening. That could be it.
let's go to
Because
1830.
we may have already seen these. Because I do remember seeing the lampshade photo, but I don't remember seeing the other photos. The bottle, the one that she said Ben King had not given. We
Do you
didn't see that,
recognize this?
so I don't
Did
know
Yes,
what's
that's one of the
you
happening.
see a
bathroom
giant
mirrors.
penis painting?
Okay.
We did, and I
And
remember making jokes
If you
about
could
that.
just look to the
Did
left, and
you
I'm going to
paint
go
a
ahead and
penis
circle it
on this
over
painting
here.
with the bloody
You
finger
see
or your other
Red
finger?
and
You know,
black
it
there.
was just
Would you
stupid.
agree?
Who
Yes.
I can't
painted the
believe that you would
penis?
make a penis joke.
And
So
there were
out
some
of character
questions
for
that
you.
were
So out of
asked
character, I know.
earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
So she says.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on
There
top
we
or
go.
underneath the
Oh,
red?
this is the
Objection, Your
mirror.
Honor. Calls for speculation, leading.
Oh, the
Same
sound
objection.
problems are back.
I don't see a
Right,
penis.
this might be a
in
good
that.
time to take a break.
No, this
Why
is
don't we
the
go
mirror.
ahead
Okay.
and take our
I mean, the
afternoon
mirror
break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go
picture.
ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here.
All right, let's get this out of here. Oh my God, I am gonna need my head is killing me. It's much earlier in the day than I thought it was too. I thought that it was later in the day when it isn't. And I'm exhausted. I am so freaking tired. And my head hurts. I need to go get some medicine. And I think everyone is feeling the same way. She is exhausting. She is like, listening to her is a form of torture. And I'm not saying, it doesn't matter what she's saying. Let's take out for a minute the content of what she's saying.
Well, put your face back on.
Oh, well, I'll try. Let's listen for a minute to the content of what she is saying. I mean, not the content, just how she speaks. It is exhausting to me to listen to it. And yeah, you need a drink. I know why Johnny drinks. Like, it's not even a question why he is drinking. It's not a question. Yeah. I'm like, if I had a jar of cocaine right now, I'd be in it. I'd be nose in it. Like,
and we're back to Megan wanting that giant jar of cocaine.
I do. I'm very jealous. I'm very jealous of that.
This. I mean, it's weird to listen to her talk, right? Because it's very similar to the way my ex-wife used to talk.
Oh, really? That's interesting. What do you mean? In what way?
Oh, all the same sort of weirdo stories that just like, what movie did you watch? Did you get this from? This, manufactured emotionalism. It's like she's playing at emotions because she doesn't have a full real range of human emotions.
This is an interesting observation. Mia says you can absorb negative energy from her just talking. Maybe that's what I'm feeling, but I do feel
emotions are contagious.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Did you feel that with your ex-wife when she was giving you the business? Did your energy, the negativity from her, just like attach itself to you?
Yeah. And there's been empirical work on the fact that emotions are contagious. If I start just yelling at you, it doesn't matter how zen you are. Eventually you're going to have that same sort of emotional response. I mean,
so maybe we really do need to get Mary in here to do some Reiki tomorrow and raise the energy level, because I feel like we are all like it's hurting me right here. Does anybody else have a pain right here? Yeah. It's like I literally have like a stabbing pain in my eyebrow area that is running. I mean, it's awful. It's awful.
Do you see though how her behavior fits right in with her diagnosis of histrionic personality disorder?
Oh yeah, it's like Dr. Curry told us what was coming. She told us, and like we're just watching it happen in front of us. I hope they recall her so that she can speak on that, because she is so credible. So the chat is reporting nausea, headaches, feeling overwhelmed. Allison, you want to know what time? I don't know what time I'm going to do it tomorrow, because there's no court tomorrow. So I need to sleep in. So let's plan on there being like an late afternoon stream. And I probably will only go for about an hour.
So here, I just looked up histrionic personality disorder per the DSM-5. The diagnosis requires meeting 5 or more of the following criteria. So one of the things they do is they use appearance to draw attention, shifting and shallow emotions, and dramatic or exaggerated.
Wait a minute, stop. Shifting and shallow emotions. We have seen this woman, like a shapeshifter, shift from. I wish my camera was working properly, because I could do it for you. I was a theater major, but we watched her go from to
Yeah, exactly. And impressionistic and vague speech is one of the diagnostic criteria. So we're watching her sort of meander and ramble all over the place.
And I remember there were mashed potatoes with bits of spinach in the walls, but I don't remember what happened next. And I don't remember if I threw a bottle, but there was a beautiful wooden floor and I don't remember throwing the bottle and I blacked out. But then I came downstairs and I was wearing a beautiful maroon nightgown. Like, what is this?
Well, that's diagnostic criteria number 1, uncomfortable when not the center of attention. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Misbehaving. We got a super chat towards the therapy bill. You know what? That's a good time to remind everyone that super chats are open, and I really would appreciate super chats because I've been sitting here for a week for 8 hours a day doing this, and I'm starting to get physically ill.
What's a super chat?
It's a super chat is on YouTube. You can go into the chat and you can send tips. You can send money through the chat, and
Really?
and I can read them out. Oh, we got $50 yesterday from which was amazing, from one person. It was so nice of her. The drama.
That's amazing. Should I put my physical address up that you can mail a check to?
No. I'm not mailing you anything. No. Oh God, drama. The drama. Yes. Overacting.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. And I'm not a theater major, and I'm like looking at that going, wow, really poor acting.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience in theater. I was a theater major in college, and I would like to believe that I'm a much better actor than she is. I actually can cry on command. There's a trick that you use that they teach you how to use, and it's really effective. And what you do is you think about a person who you really love. It's usually like someone like your mother. And you picture, you have someone sit in a chair in the audience in front of you, and that is your mother, right? You project your mother onto that person in the chair. And then when you come back to do the scene again, they remove that person and it's just an empty chair. And you concentrate on your mother is gone, or whoever the person is not there. They are gone, as if it were a death. And how would you feel if your mother were gone and died, or your father or someone? And that empty chair kind of symbolizes that. And so that's how you start training on how to do it, is to concentrate on the empty chair and like the worst thought you could ever think. And the tears generally
from
can
what I
start
understand,
coming.
you actually have to have a full range of human emotions in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, you have to actually love people. You
Right.
have to have experienced what loss and love and
Right. And diagnostic criteria number 3 is shifting and shallow emotions. So it sounds like they don't have a full depth of human emotions.
No. Hey, I lost the stream went down. Like YouTube went down on me. That's weird. All right, hold on. Not the YouTube, not my stream. The court stream just disappeared off of YouTube. That was weird. Okay, it's back. Yeah, you would have to have. You want me to show you? You want me to cry on command? Now I did it. I said I could do it, and now they want to see me do it. I'm not going to be able to do it for you on this live stream.
I got a bag of pretzels that I can, take sit around and watch.
I should have said I can do it in the right context, which is in, acting in a play where I need to cry. I can definitely pull up some tears. She's trying very hard, but it's still, I still haven't seen the wetness. We need to check the wetness meter. It is totally dry. It is still totally dry. We don't even have a 1, 2, 3% wetness. We've had no wetness at all. We have had very strange dry wiping. There's been a lot of this, but there's nothing there to wipe away, which is a weird thing. But she did try so hard. Lenora says, "Don't do it. We're already sad." Yeah, you know what we need? You know what we need? We need a palate cleanser. And we need to laugh a little bit. So I know exactly what the stream needs right now. I know exactly what it is. Please stay tuned because I'm coming. We're going to have a palate cleanser.
I wonder if anybody else. I wonder if people are buying this. I mean, you know, that's the thing that I just really wonder. I mean, are they?
I'm a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay.
All right, everybody.
Oh my God, I don't know.
We're bringing the energy up.
Objection, hearsay.
Because
Now
it came
I'm ashamed
way
to show
down.
my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star. Your life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine.
Objection, hearsay.
Dance
I
break.
don't know why we have a wed.
Objection, hearsay.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed?
I object to everything. I may
Dance
have
break.
an infection. Cause I say I object. The judge says
That was your own question.
objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped.
This is my
What
favorite one.
is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
All right. Do you feel a little better? At least a little better. You should, because that helped my head feel a little bit better. Blah
This is
says
catchy.
she can't cry because of climate change. That maybe it's the, what do they call those things? The chemtrails? Maybe it's the chemtrails.
I mean, the chemtrails of all the drugs that she's taking.
Can we please bring that up again? All of her crying about him doing drugs. How come when he does drugs, he's a monster, but she can do drugs as much as she wants? And she calls them, what does she call them? Cuddle drugs. They're just cuddle drugs. Can we get that trending? Can we get the cuddle drugs trending? Because that is ridiculous. Cuddle drugs. That's what she actually said that.
That's a manifestation of her other mental health illness, is that, you know, they self-righteousness and judging other people, but not recognizing any criticisms of their own behavior. Dr. Curry talked about that.
Yeah, and blaming, always blaming, not recognizing her own, you know. Yeah, laughy drugs. She also called them laughy drugs. How come they're laughy drugs for her, but they are not laughy drugs for Johnny? Wasn't he on the same drugs? She was taking MDMA with her friends, but then she said she would never take it with him because that would be dangerous. Well, how come they're laughy for her and not for him? This is all baloney. I do have some experience with drugs. I went to college. And I was definitely a partier in college. And I know why she's, you know, I've experienced mushrooms. I've experienced X. I've experienced a lot of these things. And yes, I have seen some, I very rarely, I think there was like 1 or 2 times where I saw someone who was, although I don't have any knowledge of what they were on. I would assume what they were on. I don't know what they were on. I've seen like one person go nuts at a party and try to hurt himself, which was scary. But I don't know what he was on. That never happened to me or any of my friends who were doing these particular things at parties. That doesn't mean you should do them. Kids don't do drugs. But how come, like her cuddle laughy drug description matches more of what I've seen, is what I'm saying. So like people doing mushrooms, the laughing and the cuddling and the, you know, body buzz, that matches more of my experience of what I've seen. What does not match are people flying into uncontrolled rage. I've never seen that.
I've never seen. Like I said, I saw that one guy one time try to hurt himself, but then again, I didn't know him, and I have no clue. I was at a rave, so there were hundreds of people. I didn't know what he was on. He could have been on a combination of all kinds of different things.
Well, I mean, aren't there really very few drugs that sort of cause people to become angry, and like alcohol's like one of the really few.
Yeah, alcohol. Bath salts. I've heard that's a really scary one. That bath salts makes people want to eat other people. It's like the cannibal drug. It's so bizarre. I'm not even sure what bath salts are. I just know that tons of stories out of Florida about bath salts where people get super violent. Crack is another one where crack gives people like superhuman strength, and also
PCP?
anger. PCP was PC. And what is PCP? I don't even know.
I don't know. I mean, I'm the weird one that's never been high.
But your average party drug, the things that are classified as party drugs are not the things that make people fly into a rage, or they wouldn't be party drugs. No one wants the raging guy at a party.
Right.
So that doesn't make sense. And it's certainly not my experience. I've never seen people on either lots of marijuana. I haven't seen anybody on marijuana fly into a rage ever. I've never. They just get like slow and sleepy and sit on the couch.
Right. And does ecstasy's like makes you horny or something like that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Just like body buzz, feeling good.
And MDMA is ecstasy?
Yes, I believe MDMA is ecstasy. And it doesn't cause hallucinations either, as far as I know. I have the only thing that causes hallucinations would be LSD and mushrooms. Or, who knows what kind of MDMA the kids are doing these days. Oh, the court's back in session. Because like back in the day when I was in college, maybe it was different. I don't know. Maybe they do have hallucinatory things now. But I did not experience that. That is not.
Good with them.
It was not my experience.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so sidebar. Yeah, alcohol. This is a very good point, Blah. Alcohol is a neurotoxin and a depressant, and she could go for 1 to 2 bottles a day, plus other drugs. In borderline communities, they say alcohol is a common trigger for rage episodes. Yeah, alcohol is definitely something that can cause that. And if she's now when you mix alcohol and these drugs, that's another thing that I'm not familiar with because I have not had that experience. I'm not a big drinker, and I never was, and it never seemed like a smart idea to me to be mixing these things. It was purported that she took mushrooms and wine on an empty stomach. Not a good idea.
So the woman in the gray suit, that's who?
Camille. She is the attorney for Johnny who's going to cross Amber. I don't know what Camille's last name is. I guess we should find out because this is her moment to become a famous attorney. So,
Yeah. Crossing Amber Heard will be a famous moment.
Yeah. This is going to be her moment to really make her career. Her name is Camille Vasquez. Camille Vasquez. And so his team, he has Ben Chu, who is one of my favorites. He's the one that's sitting next to Johnny, the Ben Chu with the dark glasses. He has those black glasses. And Camille Vasquez. I don't know who the other man on their team is.
I mean, the guy sitting to Johnny's right?
Yeah.
That he strikes me as lead counsel.
Yeah, I think he is. I hear crying. I think I need to go check and see who's crying. One of my kids may be crying. Is someone crying? Is someone with him? Yeah, Dad. Oh, Dad's with him? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment.
Yeah, also, mushrooms are a hallucinogen, so you do not know what reality is when you're taking them.
So what you see and what you hear could be completely and totally false. It's completely different from what is
Amber, we were
actually
talking
happening.
about this right before the break. It still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
That was a dumb objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
What was she objecting to, Sean?
When she asked her what color is right underneath, the other one, and saying calls for speculation. That's really
that's stupid.
That's really the extreme, right?
I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Unless someone can't
Thank
perceive
you. Oh,
colors.
there it is.
Come on.
My menu was hidden. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at, this is the picture that we saw earlier. And do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Oh,
did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then
You've never heard the
if you
song
can
"You're
just
So
remember
Vain"?
this picture, again, the red
what?
area there.
You're
that I've
so
circled.
vain.
And then
I've
I'm
heard
going
that
to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this.
I guess it's believable that she has not heard of
Do
Carly
you-
Simon. She
What,
is
if anything,
10
did
years
you
younger
do
than
to
me.
this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I saw Carly Simon in
I didn't
concert.
touch it.
And I never pay attention to any of that crap, so
And
I barely know who these people are.
What, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this is the one I took because it was in the bathroom.
But if
where
she
I
is
found
into
my
music, as
clothes
she
in the
says she
tub and
is,
stuff
if she's
like
so
that.
deeply into music, she should know who
And
Carly
that's-
Simon
let's go
is. I
to
know
374,
I do,
please.
and I own
She's
a
an,
bunch
she's
of
an
her
actress.
artists.
She should know who Carly Simon is.
Yeah, she really
Right?
should know. Yeah.
Because that's what these people do.
Yeah, and if she's into old music, that's the
already
other
in
thing that she
evidence.
has always said. She's into all this old music. Well, Carly Simon is a freaking legend. Okay, Carly Simon, you should know.
Is that the
She's right
picture
up
you're
there with
referring
James
to?
Taylor.
Yes, it is.
So
Okay,
now I'm
and
calling
I'm
bullshit.
sorry, I
on
just want to make
doesn't
sure that I
know Carly
understand.
Simon. Bullshit.
What else
Yes,
was
you
in this
do.
bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint.
Judith, I'm right there with you.
And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a
In
picture
fact,
of both
I'm
mirrors.
going to go get some pills for my head. And I'm going to take a
And
handful
then
just like
I'm
Johnny.
going to
I'll be
ask
right
you,
back.
Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. What does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840. And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Call
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
At
out.
this point, next, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown. And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806. All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808. Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right. Now you started to testify about, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get home. And I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later. There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual. And
I think I've heard most of this recording.
In this recording,
it's online.
At the end of
except it looked like it was
Australia
4 hours.
Incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'm back. I got a refill on my drink.
Did you take a mega pint of
Pills? Yeah, yes, I did.
That's
I'm gonna
good.
try and knock out this headache because it sucks. I also have a hair change. I have put the hair up hoping it would make my head feel better. Sometimes it does. We'll see.
Okay.
I think it's a change, and I have heavy hair. My hair is very heavy. So if it's one way for a long time, it needs to go the other way for a while. I have a lot of hair.
It's gorgeous, beautiful hair.
All right, let's go over to the chat. We have people saying, I need a mega pint. Don't forget, you can go to the merch store if you haven't already, and you can pick up your own mega pint that says, isn't happy hour anytime? Or if you're more of a t-shirt fan, you can get t-shirts. They come in lots of colors, and it helps to support the show and bring you more scintillating commentary like this one. Because how would we survive without the YouTube group therapy that we are in? And what's funny is that that's how this YouTube channel kind of got started with this new audience. Is see this wine cooler over here? It says, I survived, and just like that with YouTube group therapy.
Ms.
That's in the
Prenup,
merch
just
store
give me the number
too.
of that. The exhibit
We needed
number,
it
so
to get through that
378.
show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shit
Adam.
show,
Thank
I
you.
should say.
Yeah, it really, it's sad. It's a rolling tragedy.
Remember, you testified that you
Yep.
made arrangements to return home. Can you describe, let's take you to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? So, that sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yes.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
It was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection.
Go for it, Camille.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed.
I don't like these "how did you feel" questions. They're too
Like my
open-ended.
heart was broken.
Yeah, they're
I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia,
how
I
is
thought
it
maybe
relevant
something would
how
happen
she
to him.
felt? This is a defamation case
I thought
about
he
an
might die
article she wrote
or
in the
kill
Washington
himself.
Post.
Because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before,
Oh yeah,
The
he put
Friday
a cigarette
before.
out on his own face.
and combined with all the
Does that sound
when I was
credible?
in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them.
No, we don't know.
I'm in them.
What Coke bags
They were in
look like,
books,
Amber.
in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there.
Yeah, we have a whole other hour left.
So
The
I was
judge
worried
is
he would
going
die.
at 5:30.
And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but
Ben King said she had nothing on her face, no marks on her face at all. He only saw scratches
shock.
on her arm. That's
So
what he saw.
you flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
overruled. Yes, we did. We stopped in.
Yeah, and famous actor puts
in an
cigarette out on
airport.
his famous face
I
that
think
he
it was,
makes
we
millions of
stopped at
dollars
the
with.
Sydney
tracks.
airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand. And I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and
Puzzle piece
it.
outside a bookstore.
Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I could. And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me. And I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to...
What happened to the sound? The sound went out. Where is the sound? Damn it. What just happened? No sound. No sound. It's the same for everybody. They're saying no sound.
Hang on a second. Let me see.
I only
remember. Here it comes.
I've got sound.
How do you have sound? The stream that I'm streaming has no sound, is what I'm telling you.
Well,
upon landing, and
now it's back.
There was some
now it's back.
Conversations with the medical team, doctors and stuff, and I just remember feeling concerned for his
kind
life.
of a nice break
because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me.
At this point, when the stream goes out, everyone sighs with relief.
She's characterizing.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll stay in.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So,
and I think it's fake news.
When did you
She never
next,
said that.
When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it.
Yeah, she wasn't concerned about the
it almost
infections
felt like
that she might get in her vagina.
It went away
with random
so
internal
quickly
bleeding.
Because
never had that checked out.
There was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, it became very, very.
We should have been playing a
about
drinking
getting
game
Johnny through the
every
next
time
step.
she mentions the floor.
Getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the Coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then
We're
get
back
after
to
that
Nurse
procedure,
Amber.
getting another procedure done, and it was just
Nurse
small
Amber
steps.
is
And
back on the stage.
before you know
wanna
it, we were
see
kind of
that
back
image
in it.
of her in the
With the prospect, of course, of him
You're such a simp.
being done with
Simp for Amber.
all the drugs and drinking, because that's what
But
necessarily
it's
had to
fair.
happen for him
They're
to have
simping for
this
Johnny
surgery.
going on.
I'm sure
So
somebody
that
in the
made me
live
a little,
stream can figure that out.
a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, just a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time, because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you,
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out. And I saw what he was texting.
please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house.
Now
After
he's cheating.
we got
She's
married,
setting up
like
that he's the
upon
cheater,
touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day.
not her with
he
James Franco and Elon
went
Musk.
to this woman's house that he has this
You guys,
sexual relationship with.
they're not even gonna finish direct
And
tonight.
What did you, as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately
And now he's an adulterer.
confronted him about it.
Every
I
type
was,
of abuse plus adultery.
you know, I didn't care.
The
in that
vampire.
moment.
He was texting the
He-
Muffin Man.
He did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. You know, it's like I've just been through what
And yet she still
After
doesn't
having been
leave.
through what
this millionaire with
went through
access
in Australia.
to tons of money.
Just weeks prior,
Doesn't
I see
leave.
this. It was like,
This was the thing. Not the dragging her over the broken glass, the bottle
unbelievably
incident,
painful. Unbelievably
but that
painful.
he might be catting around with another woman.
So what did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but
Oh, please. Please stop playing it up for the
we
jury.
were screaming at each other.
We know you use the F word. So do they.
At some point,
Don't
we
act
were
like you care now.
upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into
Fucking cares anymore.
I know. Just use the word. Nobody
how do you
fucking
describe
cares.
it?
Objection, Your Honor. Nobody fucking cares. She shouldn't
Pushing
be
each
apologizing
other,
for
you
using the
know.
F word. Can we
And
fucking
I
get
just
on with it?
remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and
I thought she
doing
just said
so
she
in
didn't
this way,
care
like
anymore
right
and
after
wanted
the
out of the
wedding. And then
relationship.
right after my
Now she
wedding,
cares.
go to see him. And then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down. And I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment
Johnny's and
where
my
Whitney, my
apartment.
sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into
You would never
penthouse
say
5.
I's
Again,
apartment.
still on
You would say
the
my
top
apartment.
floor.
So if you're referring to
So
someone
I
else in you,
went
it's
through
Johnny's and my
office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do? Can you
Objection, Your
believe
Honor,
this?"
Hearsay.
Sorry.
Sustain.
I don't know, that was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Certainly,
sustain.
in any event.
Oh,
Okay,
Elaine,
Okay,
shut
so
up. She
you went
said
to Whitney's,
sustained.
don't tell the jury
I
what you
hate that
said
she
to
argues
her,
with the
but what
judge
happened
after
next?
she's issued her ruling. She does it every time.
Johnny comes into penthouse 4, and
We have seen those messages.
She's trying to
before.
push back on
I
the
don't know
objection.
why. I don't know.
But the judge
what
already
he was
ruled. Like the judge is
Yeah,
going
what
to
she's trying to do is she's trying to send a signal
At
to
one
opposing
moment,
counsel that
kind
your
of
objection isn't valid,
I'm
and she's
aware
trying to
that my
push back.
sister's
Yeah.
somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and I I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
If you missed the
When you
story
say
about how he
free
got his
from
finger
Johnny,
cut off,
what
she
if
says
any
he did it,
connection?
and she
did
doesn't
you have the
remember if she
physical
threw a
connection
bottle or
before
not.
that?
And
Well,
she can't
I mean,
say
I'm,
how he did it. Maybe with a phone,
trying to
pounding a phone into it.
stand up for myself,
He hacked
and
his finger off with a phone.
Johnny would, at that
If you think I'm
stage
making
in
that
our
up, I'm not.
relationship,
That was her testimony.
he
The
would just
bottle he jammed into his own
throw
vagina.
me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to
And there was a lot about
try to
pubic
fight
bones
back
that
or
you
try
don't
to
want to hear.
Been a lot of
not get more hurt.
We've been into the anatomy book.
Not doing anything would have certainly left me.
Sean gave us an anatomy
I don't really
lesson.
recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet.
Again with the carpet.
I don't know.
Was it clean
I don't know
or
what happened
dirty?
immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while.
Drink. She mentioned the floor, guys. Drink. Drink.
Don't know how we got into. I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him.
I like how she keeps saying the
and
painting
he's
areas
screaming,
are hers.
but
Do you
I don't know
that Johnny
why.
is a
I don't know
painter?
who he's.
He paints. I don't think that
my
those
understanding
areas
was he
are
was
just
screaming at me,
hers.
but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was.
No, we passed
and I
that
could
part,
see
Julie.
him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me. And
Now he has the Red Bull.
Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I was supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said I called him a pussy, and said
that's
something
what you
about,
do when
I'm
someone
screaming at
almost
him
killed you before.
angrily.
Right.
I
You
at least called him
antagonize them.
a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And, there's only,
All right, the
he was
jury
up,
knows
he was
that
up the first
somebody
flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs.
because these are
Bolted up the
totally
steps.
opposite stories.
So why did she call him a
And
pussy?
I
Trying to
don't
say
know.
something about how she thinks he's
I don't know
weak.
how he
Because he
No,
threw the
managed
can
to
at
get
her.
his hands in my hair so
She
fast, but
claims.
he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember
He hit
this,
her with
this
the cast with his injured finger that had MRSA
brief
3 times.
struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister,
Have mercy.
all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for
Hero Amber is back.
any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait,
Medal
I
of
just,
Honor
in my
winner.
head, instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
Kate
In all
Moss
of
and
my
the stairs,
relationship to
what?
date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him, like actually hit him, square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All these all my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes.
Fuck you, spammers. Fuck you.
There was at least one of them that he threw down the
blocking you all.
stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Quit trying to get on this channel.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15,
Her sister
2015.
is alive, yes, and her sister
What do you recall
told
of your
another
fight that
witness
night
that she was
with
abused
Mr.
by
Depp?
Amber.
I
And they have
remember
that
him
witness
chasing me
statement. I'm sure we're going to hear from
in the
her.
kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum.
No, her sister's not dead.
I
Whitney's
remember him
alive.
screaming.
What happened with Kate Moss?
I remember
I think she means the
him getting on top of
accident
me
Kate Moss had.
at some
She
point.
fell down the stairs and hurt herself
toppling
really
me.
bad. But Johnny was not involved. But
Mostly at
using
that
her
moment
name,
downstairs, he was hitting me in
Johnny
my
used
face.
to date her, you know.
Okay, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you in exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember
She never remembers
some
anything where she's
point,
implicated in doing something bad.
trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs, and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area.
Did she say she remembered his boots? But she can't remember the sequence of events, but she remembered his boots.
You know, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. And I hit my head on the brick.
Didn't she say a minute
wall.
ago
There was an exposed brick wall.
I don't know
I
what
remember I
scenario
stood
we're
up,
talking about
and
anymore.
I remember
I'm so lost.
Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up and get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Sent me right in the nose.
I stand
Instantly.
corrected.
Searing pain.
She did accuse him of
It's one of the few
Kate
memories I
Moss
have
down
in
the
this
stairs.
long relationship that I actually remember
She accused him of that in the UK trial.
in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me?
That's so stupid.
I told him that night I was going to leave him.
That's really what you thought? You could have hit me with
I
your
went
hands. Why
through
didn't
his
you?
office to go
That doesn't seem credible. I think I would have said you.
into
Why
the
did
other
you
room where I
hit
kept
me
all my
at all?
stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and
Quinn
dragged
caught
me the rest of the way from the office into the
told you,
neighboring
Quinn, I can't stop.
room, the neighboring
46
apartment.
years.
I remember the door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head
How are
and
her
kind of tried to
lawyers
grab
letting
onto
her
the
do
metal
this?
door.
They
To
know
prevent
that these
him
types
from
of
dragging me
injuries
into the
would
room,
come
but
with
he,
911,
I
hospital
couldn't
visits,
stop him. He
doctor's
dragged
reports,
me all the
goddamn
way
coma.
from that carpet. I was
No one
trying
is
to
going to believe this.
I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember
I
feeling
wouldn't
the
let her do
carpet
this if
and
she
the
were my
metal.
client. I would have coached her on how to get through this.
He wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, and throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one one leg, and I was trying to fight him off me
Is this a
because I was
different
face
story? I
down
feel like I've heard this
on
one
the bed
already.
top, and he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back.
Drink, carpet.
And he's
She mentioned the
punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain.
Me repeatedly.
I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice.
No one has pictures of these.
He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you.
And more desperate.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
We all fucking hate you.
Over and over.
Yep.
Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me.
He sounded like an animal. Objection.
He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different.
Can we set the foundation for how she knows what animal? Can we, I want to know what
like he was
animal.
in agony.
And how she knows what it
It
sounds
was
like.
high pitched and loud.
Was it like a fox?
And
What does the
I
fox
don't know
say?
how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have
I'm
realized
making
it.
the screen big. I'm checking for wetness. We're checking for wetness. Blinking. There's a lot of blinking.
I couldn't breathe.
Trying to squeeze out the tears. No wetness on the cheeks.
I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream.
Still just the shiny highlighter. That's
It was
if you see
suffocating.
shining, it's highlighter.
In this pillow top. With him holding me
Suffocating
down.
in a pillow top.
Punching me.
Punching me.
Over and over, and I don't have any memory
She
after
never
that
lost consciousness?
until I woke up.
Oh my Lord.
When you woke up,
Johnny is
was
laughing.
there anyone there?
He's laughing. Oh.
That's not good.
I
Stop
don't
laughing,
know.
Johnny.
I think the jury is laughing too. How are they keeping a straight face through this?
I don't know.
I mean, they must be able to get her on cross. I mean, this
I
performance
remember
is unbelievable.
hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came.
Her acting's definitely getting
like
better,
it was
though.
like on a speakerphone, like it came from
Really? I don't think it's getting better.
Well, it's
everywhere.
still dramatic, but I think she's,
her
you know,
voice in a weird way. It felt like
really
it was
leaning
coming
into her
from
role.
two directions.
I felt like her voice was coming from two
And
directions.
I realized that I was
Objection.
sitting on the
Who
edge of
cares
the
what
bed,
you feel?
on the carpet,
On the carpet,
floor,
drink.
against the
Carpet, drink.
the broken frame of the bed. There was a low-lying bed
Frame of the
with
bed.
a really thick wooden frame,
Wooden frame.
and it
a
was
thick
broken from his
wooden
boot trying to
frame.
get a purchase on it while he was.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it.
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
And
I was
end
there
scene.
for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed.
She's like a cat with 9 lives. These
and on the
beatings should have
carpet,
killed
and
her
my
multiple
friend
times.
saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
knowing
I-
what Rocky said,
I eventually, she called the nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had
But
a
she
broken
didn't.
nose.
She was checked for a concussion. She
There's
didn't
blood
have
everywhere,
one.
blood all over those pillows.
That was the medical record. No concussion.
My head was bleeding from the
Nope,
ripped out
it wasn't.
hair, chunks
The
of
nurse
hair on the
didn't find
floor, all
any
over
of
the
that.
place, actually. It was just all over the apartment.
Nope. Nope, that didn't happen. I'll take things that didn't happen for
after
1,000, Alex.
leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
So we are to believe the nurse lied. The nurse lied. She didn't see.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to
she
bring
was
up
bleeding
Defendant's
from her head,
Exhibit
and the nurse didn't
510.
do her job. Oh, good point, Kevin. You will hear voices from different directions when you're tripping on mushrooms. That's true.
Do
Was
you
she on
recognize this
mushrooms at
photograph?
this point? I'm so confused.
Yes, I do.
I have lost
And does
the
it
plot.
accurately depict the scene portrayed?
She is
Yes,
obsessed with the
that's
carpet. It's bizarre.
the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit
Did the
510.
bed come
No
from
objection. All right,
IKEA?
510 in evidence. You can publish it,
The
please.
beautiful wooden
Thank
bed
you.
frame. It was this beautiful wooden.
And could you
bed
describe to
frame.
the jury what that is?
It was,
Did
chunks of my
Amber's
hair,
lawyers just
Johnny
give
ripped
up?
out while dragging me
They can't be happy with this
and
testimony.
punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513.
All right, I'm going to put up a new poll, and you guys on Facebook can just answer in the chat. The new poll is, so
Does this
far,
picture accurately depict
has her testimony made you lean towards her
and the scene portrayed?
more,
I think this is
or are
a
you
couple
still
days
on
later, but
Johnny's
yeah.
side? I'm going to go create that
I'm going to
now.
move the admission of Defendant's 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
Has Amber's testimony swayed you?
And could you tell the jury
At
what
all.
this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but
Okay.
my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And
Those are the bruises from being
my
repeatedly punched in the face.
broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514?
Repeatedly punched in the face. Those are the bruises. Deep sighing.
Does this accurately portray the scene?
Hey, Megan, you ever been
Depicted?
punched in the face?
I have.
Yes, that's my face.
Yeah.
Sometime
My
after.
face looked a lot
Your Honor,
worse
I'm
than
going to
that when I
move
got
the
punched
admission
in
of
the face.
Defendant's
My
514.
lip was blown to
objection.
hell. It was
514
so
evidence.
big.
You can publish.
It blew up about 6 times. My bottom lip
All right. If you could
blew
just
up about 6 times
briefly
its normal
describe to the
size.
jury what this one is.
Where is the swelling? Where are the redness?
That's my
Where's the
face.
redness in the eyes that you would get from being punched in the nose?
Time
That's
after.
fucking
It could be a
fake. I'm
week
sorry.
old.
I'm saying it. It's fucking fake. I've seen people get punched in the
Johnny
face.
beat
I've
me
seen
up.
what it looks like afterwards. There's no.
Thank you. Michelle, if you
no
could bring up Defendant's
capillaries,
515.
No, nothing.
Yeah, that looks like bruising like a week old.
Okay, not even. I mean, I don't even. Here, can I
Does this
remind you?
accurately
Here's what
portray
I
the
did
scene
to my
depicted?
face with some makeup in 20 minutes
Yes.
on this live stream in front of
Going to
all
move
of
the
you.
admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or
My
516?
bruising looks better.
516. I'm sorry if I
Was
misspoke.
you after
You
you
said
got punched in the face?
515.
No, I actually made that with
515.
makeup the other day on the
No
live
objection to
stream.
515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence. You can
Yes.
publish.
What do you think?
I think you look
And
amazing.
what does this
Yep.
think you
depict,
look like you've been
Amber?
in a
Could you tell
fight.
the jury?
I know. I
this
did
is my
20
face.
minutes.
All
All right, here's
sometime
hers.
after.
All right. Let's look at Defendant's 516, please.
I looked worse than her, yeah, because I was trying harder. She didn't
Does this
even try.
accurately portray the scene depicted?
Showing the jury these photographs
Amber?
after just
Yes,
saying
it does.
you were
This
beaten
is maybe.
repeatedly in the face is
Let me move it
embarrassing.
first. May I move the
Sure.
admission
How
of
many of
defendants
those
exhibit
men?
516
How many
No
of those men on
objection.
the jury have been in a fight? How many?
published to the
I
jury,
bet
please.
almost all of them who had seen what it looks like to get punched in the face. And it's not
Okay, Amber,
this.
go ahead and explain what it is.
I'm just angry. This is
I
crazy.
think this is
Some people in the chat are
maybe
saying, I don't see anything on her
that
face. I see a
night
tiny
or the
little
next
line.
night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517.
No swelling.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
No hospital.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517, evidence.
Amber, please describe for the jury what this.
Her face looks
portrays.
perfect. Where are the cuts from the rings?
That's my face after
Oh, this
This-
is awesome, Andrea.
incident.
Andrea gave herself a black eye last week trying to open up her wine.
What's portrayed on your lip?
It was swollen for a few days.
Oh, he busted
You know
my
what,
lip
Andrea?
when he
that
punched
means
me.
you are hardcore, sweetheart. You are
Bleeding in this
hardcore wine
picture.
drinker.
It
I
kept-
love it.
Reopening, it's a mouth. My lips move.
Go to 519.
Can't see shit. These pictures are can't see shit. I can't see shit on you, Amber. Nothing.
Guys, why are they going past 5 today?
Because the judge said they're going to 5:30.
Oh, okay.
Is this accurate?
My 1-year-old son hit me square on the nose, and I had swelling and black
Yes.
eyes,
With
red
admission
on the
of
whites of my eyes.
519?
Yeah,
No objection, Your Honor.
519, evidence.
from a 1-year-old. But she wants us to believe that a
And
grown
tell the jury
man
what this
punched her
shows.
repeatedly in the face, and this
Okay.
was the
This
only
is my lip
injury
a few
she
days
had.
later.
That looks like my lips when I'm in a picking frenzy.
Let's go to defendants 520, please.
Look at that. That's lip picking. It's not even split. It's just it's red and overgrown with a scab. That's what it looks like when you pick your lips.
Does this accurately depict the scene
Look at her
portrayed?
face. She's doing the Amber face.
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521?
Oh, that's
wanna
a
see
good
it?
point, Sandy. We all
No
saw
objection.
Rihanna's
520 in
face. Remember when
evidence?
Rihanna got cold cocked by Chris? What's
Please
his
tell
name?
the jury what's
Brown?
depicted here.
Yeah, she had a
That's my
serious shiner.
scalp with the chunk
Hey,
of
ladies, if
missing
you want to see something fun,
from when
That's her scalp. Look at the
Johnny
scalp. Look at the
was
scalp.
dragging me by my hair.
Do you see anything?
Let's go to defendants
see hair.
521, please.
It's not even red. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is it. There's nothing there. How did her attorneys allow her to do this? How? How did they allow her to bring this bullshit evidence? Stop. Stop. I can't.
I don't think that's the same.
I have
Let's
to turn
take
the
that one
camera on
down.
so
Let's
you
go
can
to
see my face even
522.
on my cameras. What? There was nothing there. No blood, no swelling, no missing hair, nothing. Her attorneys are allowing this. I cannot believe it. They are impeaching their own witness with their evidence. What?
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in
Look at
evidence.
Johnny. He's like, I got to put my reading glasses on to
And
see
what shows
what we're
there?
talking about here.
My face is healing.
Okay.
Oh my God.
go to
Did you see the
523.
picture, Stephanie, of the scalp?
I missed it. I got kicked out. What
Oh
did
my
it
God,
look
there
like?
was nothing there. Nothing. No redness, no swelling, no missing hair. Her attorneys are impeaching their own witness
Does this
with their
accurately
own evidence.
portray the scene depicted?
Was she claiming
Yes,
that
I
he
think this
ripped
is
her hair out?
Yes.
day or so after.
Stephanie,
maybe,
there was
maybe
nothing
longer.
there.
I can't tell, but
and your head got smacked up against a brick.
it does.
Move the admission of 523.
Hey, Stephanie,
No
can you
objection.
say RPC 3.3?
I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to
Lawyer
an
jokes.
area up here. What if
Lawyer
any
jokes.
bruising did you sustain in that
What?
area?
What? Look, it's what's
Objection, leading.
circled. Look
What
it.
if any?
There's
I'll
nothing
sustain the
there.
objection.
Okay.
Nothing.
What if any bruising
I
did
don't
you
understand.
sustain?
Same objection.
Sustain the objection.
There's
Did-
nothing
did you-
there.
Camilla's
What
good.
injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin,
What bruise? What bruise?
my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped,
Pieces
torn.
of your scalp
They were
ripped.
gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple.
What?
From one of the
So
blows.
where are
several
pictures of
blows, I don't know.
It's right on the screen. You don't see it, Stephanie? You
Go to
don't see the massive
524.
bruising? That's what we're looking at. They are impeaching their own witness with their own evidence. Has this ever happened? Would you
Oh, yes.
show?
Oh, yes. This happens all
my
the time.
God, are you serious? What kind of cracker
Does
jack
accurately
box
portray
lawyers
the scene?
would do
shown?
this?
Yes.
Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence?
If I was
And
Johnny's
what
lawyers,
does
I'm
this
going to
show?
use her own pictures of her
It's, I
supposed
had a
injuries
pretty-
and just show them to the jury and say, please
Can I touch the screen?
tell me this is an abused
Yes, ma'am, you
woman.
can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise
What
right there
gross?
in
A gross bruise?
my head, on my temple.
I don't see
It's difficult
anything.
to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
What? I don't see
Now
anything.
let's go to defendants 509.
She must have the bruise filter on. If she had the bruise filter on, George, we'd see a bruise. I can't see a bruise.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
Yeah, how come the
objection.
police
All right,
didn't take these
509.
pictures with their good lighting, by the way? She never reported it, so they didn't get. Oh, there's the beautiful bed.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke. Well,
Remind me
on
to
top
tell
of
you about lighting.
Okay, so again, evidence that Johnny has assaulted furniture. Again, that's the only real
right,
evidence
let's
they've
go to
had in this
defendants
trial.
511,
He
please.
assaults furniture, cabinets, and glassware. That and racks of clothing. That's the only thing she's been able to prove with corroborating evidence. Because her skin looks
Does this
fucking
accurately
flawless.
portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence?
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of
More
the
destruction of
fight that happened in the bedroom.
objects.
Not the bedroom that I was just talking about.
I can't believe
That
this.
was the
I can't
main
believe what I
bedroom.
just saw. I
There had
cannot
been
believe it.
a part of the fight that
I
happened
don't
in
even
there
think I'd
too.
cross-examine her at this point. I think I would take those photographs, throw them in front
Go
of the
to
jury and say,
defendants
ladies and
512,
gentlemen,
please.
I cannot waste your time with this any longer. You want to go home, and so do I. You've all seen what the answer to this is. Here is her evidence. Please go to and make your decision. Done. Here's her
Does
evidence.
this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Oh,
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence?
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
isn't there some kind of rule, you
Okay.
guys? Or Stephanie got kicked
Go
out
to
again. I don't know
defendants
why.
525.
Sean, isn't there some kind of rule where if your evidence doesn't show what you are claiming, the judge can move for summary judgment, dismiss this whole fucking thing? Like, how can they show a picture that clearly
And does
doesn't
this
show what they say it
accurately
shows?
Depict the scene portrayed.
The judge wouldn't do it sua
Yes.
sponte.
Move the
Opposing
admission
counsel.
of 525, please.
So
No objection.
more
So they
interesting
would have,
question
yeah,
is
they would have to ask for a motion to.
Please tell the jury what this
are
is.
implicated.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on
Who
our
cares
kitchen
about
counter
graffiti? Nobody. This is not relevant.
that he left on his way out, I suppose.
Remember, their goal is to try and show him as a, you know,
And I
a
think
violent
defendant's
drug
526
addict
is
that's out
already
of
in the
control.
evidence. Could you just bring that
Yes,
up?
526 is in evidence.
I'm embarrassed for these lawyers. I'm embarrassed for them. I can't believe that they did not tell her,
Now,
we cannot go
Amber,
forward with this
after-
evidence.
As of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Oh, now we're talking about Christmas.
Well,
boy.
up to this
Okay.
point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, you know, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents and my sister. And we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right.
Here we
I was
go, the
promoting
makeup defense.
The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that
Yeah,
had been completed,
that's
and
it.
they
That's
asked
all the
me
pictures.
to make an appearance on
as far as I
a
know.
night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling.
Swelling? What's swelling?
But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy matte red lipstick. You know, I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear. And this occasion, we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the
New
objection.
Okay,
poll. I
please
forgot to
continue.
add the
So
poll I
did
said
you
I was
appear
going
on
to
the
give you.
show?
I appeared on the show.
Amber's testimony has made me feel more sympathetic to her,
Did there come
or
a time
I fucking
that
hate her.
you
Go ahead and
changed your
vote.
mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually, I did.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids.
No, Angie, no makeup artists have corroborated
was,
this yet. We're waiting for them to call those people.
You know,
we'll see if they do.
Obviously, I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he
Yes, those are
caused
the
in my
only two
experience.
poll options.
He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I
Spammers be gone.
eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk.
Seriously, I'm just going to
And then
block
he
you every
understood
time.
that
Just don't come here.
it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
I would like to bring to your attention
No, I guess I was trying to explain.
Amber's
Go ahead.
That
Amber's
just
face on the
you
James
think each one
Corden
of these
show.
is
Since the stream went out, I'm going to show
it's
you
almost
this.
like you for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will
She
or
said her
resolve
mouth
to
was
leave.
really
It's like
swollen.
every single
Does it look swollen to you?
heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to,
No.
and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy. You can't leave.
Well, at least
for
we can
every
still
single
hear it.
time
I'm not going to worry about the
I
stream.
went back
It'll come
or
back.
allowed him back.
And if it doesn't come back, you know what? Fuck it. I
after
don't care.
this sort of thing would happen,
It's like what time is it? 5:19.
lost a piece of my
Since the
self,
picture's out, let's
piece of my
look at my bruises again
confidence,
that I made in 20
my
minutes with makeup.
trust in myself to leave
Pretty
and
good.
move on.
That's
this
amazing.
I lost
I did
fortifications.
it live
lost
on the
myself.
stream. You can watch me do it. And I'd never done this before, and I think I did a
It
good
was
job. I don't even
somehow
have
easier to
makeup
stay.
experience.
I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment and hope. And
You can use
future
that word
and
again. Piggy bank is right. That was
forgive him.
Johnny.
It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right?
Oh God.
It couldn't be
no
worse.
one believes this.
And
How
part of me
can she say
thought
now
maybe
it
it
couldn't
just
be
needed to
worse?
get this bad.
5 minutes ago, she said he was going to kill her.
No, we can't
She
go
knew
back.
she was
There's
gonna
no
die.
way this could happen
And
again.
she had to leave.
So I went to the island after a few days of
God.
talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and
I'm gonna
sober.
bring
I
up
wasn't going to
Amber's
drink anymore.
bruises
He wasn't
again,
going to use
'cause I have
anymore.
the
He'd
pictures.
never
Let's
lay a
look at
hand on
those
me again.
bruising.
He'd rather die than do that. Is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go.
Oh, I thought I had them. I guess
After
I
a few
don't.
days of having the plane and the kids waiting,
Stephanie's
not knowing
back.
what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually, I got in the car with Johnny, and we picked
Yeah,
his kids
piggy
up
bank
and
was the
left for
wrong
island.
word to use. She made a mistake there. She shouldn't have used
So,
the word piggy bank. That's going to stick.
Let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any,
God, I wish they'd fix the stream.
arguments did you have with Mr. Depp
I bet the chat
at
is
the
pissed
island
off.
over the Christmas holiday?
Towards
95% of you say you fucking hate her. 95%. The question.
Finally, when I voted against her.
Did you? You finally
Finally.
did. Finally.
Mm.
You've been simping for Amber this whole time.
Well, I just, being on an island with her and choosing her to nurse,
I'm like that.
I know. I understand.
And
You're a
I'm
man.
sensitive
Exciting life.
to the clues
That's what I
that
was
I
choosing.
pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing
All right,
with,
guys, hold on. I'm getting a new
because
stream.
they made a huge difference in my
not
life.
people. We are
So
not
if I knew
watching
what
people.
he was on and what
Hell
he was
no.
doing, I could
Those
react accordingly.
defamers.
So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of like,
All right, I'm changing streams. Everybody calm down. It's coming back. Not that you care anymore. I'm sure everyone's like, when is this going to be over?
Elaine
When?
is still torturing. She's still torturing people. I've been gone for hours and she's still
She's
torturing.
still talking. You know what? I don't even think they're going to be done with this direct
every single time he kind of
this week.
nods off. He dumps
They're going to have to come back.
wine on my lap, and I say every single time, it happened 3 times. First time, whatever.
Sorry, the
second
volume's
time,
low. I can't fix that.
I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I say it like a little later. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And the third time this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny.
Why? Did she
like,
poop in her pants?
What are you doing? Or Johnny, you spilled on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It tells.
No, it's
I
still
believe
hearsay.
that's what's coming.
If you could approach, I just don't know.
Okay, they're going to approach now. You can't.
What she was trying to say, it's offered to prove not its truth, but something else. That does work sometimes, but she didn't get to finish what she was claiming about that statement.
I can't even believe they're not going to even finish the direct. They're going to have to continue direct after 10 days because she hasn't gotten to the point yet where she talks about the what was the thing that happened at the end? Oh, the writing of the Washington Post article. The thing that this whole thing is about. She still hasn't said one word about the ACLU and the article. So there's no way that this is going to be done today. It's over in 5 minutes.
What was the piggy bank comment? I missed that.
I don't remember what the context was, but the fact that she even used the word, she said she put another coin in the piggy bank, like filling a bank, filling.
It was the piggy bank of hope or something.
Yeah, the piggy bank of hope.
Hoping that it's going to be different or it's going to be.
Oh, right. But
Says,
that's not
"Are
what
you okay?
anybody's going to hear.
Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. And to make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined. And Johnny comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet.
Is this the finger puppet testimony?
And
oh my God.
I mean, just with clarity, with while holding my neck. I said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me and embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness
of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it. And he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again, or I hate you, or something in response, you know, just something, so that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. And I kind of like get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door, or if he just shut it. But again, brings me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina, like.
This is the Trump defense. He grabbed my pussy.
I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of
Through the
way.
bathing suit?
And
Like
just kind of held me there.
On top of the bathing suit?
And asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just like teasing me. You know, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough. Now what? Now what?" I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first. I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area.
I don't see any tears. I'm going to check
get
for
him off of
wetness on
me.
her face again. I'm blowing up the screen. I just
She's
see
saying it
highlighter
No.
still.
I don't know what the
No
next thing
tears.
that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made. But I remember running. I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck, ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, his gravel parking lot area outside
Yeah, I
the
think
house.
she's getting tired.
And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me. Grabbed me by the hair, swung me around.
Grabbed me by the hair and swung me around?
I remember he hit my face.
Is
Do
he
they
in?
not
I'm
have
not quite
cameras?
sure in
Wait a
what
minute. Are there no
sequence.
security cameras at this
Before I broke
property?
away or after, I don't remember.
I don't
just remember the
know.
lights of the
Swung
ATV
her
coming
around
up.
by like a Marvel superhero again.
This is absurd.
Two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ
I
and
think you're
Tara,
right. She's tired.
they
It's
pulled up in
exhausting to
the,
testify for that
ATV.
long.
I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something and
So now she's
separating us.
calling them liars
And,
because they didn't, because they the
and I
island
didn't see
people
Johnny for the
testified
rest of
they
the
saw
evening,
none
is
of
my
this.
recollection.
And they saw
I
her
just
being
found
the
him the next
aggressor, and
day,
they protected him from her
passed
all
out in
night
the
with a
cafe that
guard.
was close to the house.
At the island, Meg?
Yes.
It's at the end of.
Yeah, this is a good breaking point, yes.
Finally, we're done.
Gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment.
Now, all right,
ladies
let's
and
listen to
gentlemen,
this. This
we're
is going
going
to be
to be
interesting.
breaking again. This is the time that we break for a week. Okay, so I won't be seeing you until May 16th. but I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get you the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So again, I wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now, I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities.
Here we go.
Responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case.
I
All right,
want
so
her
you're
to
not
tell
read anything
Amber.
about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, okay? So please enjoy your week off, get plenty of fresh air and rest, all right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th, okay? All right, thank you.
Is she going to tell Amber the same thing? Why isn't she telling Amber the same thing? Doesn't Amber have to, doesn't she have to also not look
She
at
should not.
at the press?
She should not and should not discuss her testimony with her
But
attorneys.
the judge didn't say that.
And
She did.
again,
Oh,
ma'am,
wait.
since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? You can step down, though, and have a seat with
She
your
did-
attorneys. I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of.
She did not tell her
Finish.
not to look at social media or the internet or the news.
Well,
Why?
that's what applies to the jury, so it doesn't taint making their decision.
No, but
She
I
just
thought-
can't discuss her testimony with anybody
But when
because she's in the middle
still
of her
on the
testimony.
stand, but she's still on the stand. The whole week she was telling everybody on the stand, now don't go online and don't look at things.
I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that. It does mean a lot. And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, so no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for our morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45. We'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have used and what you have left, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait. There we go. There we go. That's right. That's okay. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left, and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left, okay? And just to...
Hello.
Oh, what is this? All right. Okay. Let's, Facebook did it again. Facebook took it down, took the stream down. I don't understand why this is happening on Facebook.
Why do they do that? Because as soon as it's over, they take you down?
No, I mean, I don't know why that's happening, but it's happening. Facebook disconnected again. Ah, crap. All right, I can't worry about it. Those of you, I mean, I've just put it in the chat room, so hopefully they will migrate over to YouTube. I'll put the link in the chat for them. Okay, thoughts, Stephanie, go.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on today's testimony?
Well, I didn't get to see much of it, but from what I did see, I think she is overacting. I'm not buying it. That little bit that I saw when I got in the car with the bruises, my question is, when were those photographs supposedly taken in relation to when the abuse allegedly happened? Because based on what she was describing, those pictures did not show injuries that would match what she described. And so every time Elaine said, and do these photos accurately depict what was there? And she said yes. I'm thinking, okay, so she didn't have a lot of bruises, because those photos I don't even know what they showed. Granted, I have a very tiny picture on my screen.
I don't. I am looking at a full computer, and I blew it up as big as possible. I'm looking at it huge on my screen. I didn't see anything, nothing, except possibly a shadow.
Certainly you didn't see scratches like you would from a ring, from a cut. You didn't see
swelling, no swelling.
No swelling, no stuff ripped out of her head. And here she's saying he ripped stuff out of my head and I was all swollen. Well, where's the swelling? Because I didn't see that. That's very odd. Those photos don't appear to show what she claims they showed.
It's insane. Okay.
But
Sean,
like I said before, there's no accounting for juries sometimes, and there's no accounting for the mischief that they can get up to. I mean, I respect juries, but sometimes they can be confused. I mean, that's just
all right, Sean, let's talk about proper lighting. I made a comment that if she had called the police, they would have taken photographs of these alleged injuries with proper lighting, correct? And we would have been able to see something.
Yeah, well, the police would have. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's an evidence thing, but the comment that I was making was, I'm a personal injury attorney, so we take photos of bruises all the time, and one of the things, so we learn a little bit about lighting, and we learn about that when you're taking pictures of bruises, you want to use high contrast, very harsh light, not soft light, and
there was hardly any light in those pictures. It was very dark. They were all very dark.
Right. And so in essence, those photos were poorly lit for an injury photo. And then it makes it really hard to see, is there actually a photo of a bruise here or not? There's something markedly missing from what she's testifying to, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that the jury is going to catch on to that. I mean, what I find is dangerous is that it looks like Amber has gone off and she's done a whole bunch of reading and research about domestic violence and the ways to say this story, the way to present this, how to put the details in, what kind of details to say. The buzzwords, to trigger all of those protective instincts that come, when you're describing this stuff and presenting yourself as a victim.
Okay, so I've got a question. Okay, so both of the attorneys in the room are feeling nervous about the jury. I can feel it coming off of you. You're nervous about the jury. So tell me, Stephanie, do you think it's possible that the jury does not see this, what we're seeing on the outside? What's different to them on the inside?
Well, first of all, we can't see them, so we can't gauge what they're reaction is. Like I said before, there's no accounting for juries. Juries can do things that you think for sure I've got it. And then they come back with something that just makes absolutely no sense. And you think, what? How did that happen? How did that happen?
Story yesterday. I told a story about that yesterday. Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about. The way we see it may not be the way they see it. And plus, juries are such a weird dynamic because when they get in that room and they start deliberating, you don't know who's going to carry the day, who's persuading people, who's got the most powerful.
A strange system. It's such a weird system that we have.
I mean, for good reason, but it's a complicated dynamic. But you're not just working to impress one person that your argument is right. You got to deal with all of them, and then you have to get them to make a unanimous decision. I mean, that's complicated. Have you ever tried to get 12 people in a room to agree?
Yeah, that's complicated. Although this jury doesn't have to have 12. This one is
unanimous in Virginia, or is it 10?
It's 10. I think it's 10.
So not as hard. So it's not as difficult because you only have to get 10 of them on your side. But I don't know. So are you guys worried for Johnny at this point? Do you think there's a real cause to be worried?
Look, if somebody believes her, if they believe her ridiculous stories, I think they sound ridiculous. He grabbed me by my hair and spun me around by my hair, and yet there's
sounds like a cartoon.
It does sound like a cartoon, and you would think if he did that, there would be some damage to her scalp.
She
that
said,
photo
swung me around.
That photo did not show such a thing.
All right, let me play something. For you. I want you guys to see this because we said earlier that we listened to Dr. Curry's testimony, and she told us what we were going to see with her. And
Histrionic personality disorder.
Let's hear it.
Sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this.
Oh, that fits.
So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words with magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end,
don't you feel like that's what we've been listening to? And then she says, at the end, you feel, let's see what she says.
Wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Hurd did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable.
What do we think about that? I think it sounds exactly like what we just heard. I mean, spot on, right? I mean, it's just, she described her completely. Will the jury remember that testimony?
The lawyers need to do a really good job of reminding them of that testimony. They need to do an awesome closing argument.
Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you saw Miss Hurd testify here today, and you know, her testimony may have lacked credibility, yeah.
I like Megan. I would use those photos in my closing argument.
I would.
I would say, you heard her say that he swung her around by her hair, that he beat her so hard that it was and this is the evidence she presented to prove that.
I would use her.
It's up to you guys to decide if you think this comports.
You know what I would
such an
do?
injury.
You know what I would do? I would use the Susie Walker defense. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's because of cases like this, because of people like her, that little crippled dying children never see their day in court. Remember from the hip, Judd
I
Nelson.
love that movie
He
so
told us,
much.
consider Susie Walker.
I
And
love that
the
guy.
opposing counsel goes, "Who the hell is Susie Walker?" And he goes, "See, that's his attitude. Who the hell is Susie Walker? Who the hell cares about crippled, dying children who never see their day in court because of people like him that waste the court's time? They wasted 6 weeks of your life." I would put that in there. They wasted 6 weeks of your life. And this is the best evidence they come up with. This woman did not get slapped. She can't even show you a bruise. She can't even show you a bruise. And she wants $100 million.
Megan, you need to call his lawyers right now and tell them you need to do the closing argument.
It's funny that I still have that. I have it by memory. I can actually do that. I can do that closing argument by memory. I would do it. I'd do the whole thing. I would do it's the Susie Walker defense.
I love it. I love it. What do you think, Sean?
Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't seen that movie.
Go home and watch it tonight. It is the funniest lawyer movie ever.
Nelson. Oh my God. It's almost
Which
worth
movie
the
are we talking about?
Judd Nelson in From the Hip. It is a fantastic lawyer
Aside
movie.
from My Cousin Vinny, it's the best lawyer movie ever.
Yeah, I think they should let me do the closing. I'm gonna go in there and do the Susie Walker defense.
I think you should write the closing. You should videotape yourself giving it, and then you should email it to Johnny's lawyers.
I'm going to. Maybe I should make a video doing that.
You should
put it
make
up
a
on the
video
YouTube
of
channel, and I'm gonna go study that closing argument. I'm gonna consider Susie Walker. She was a little girl,
but no,
who died before her case came to court because of people like her.
Wait. Instead of Susie Walker, though, you should pick someone and make a story about someone who's an actual victim of domestic violence, because to me, that is the most offensive thing about what she's doing. What she's doing is making it more likely that people will think when someone is complaining that she's been abused by a husband or a boyfriend, that women are liars.
Yeah.
And not all women are liars. Some of them are, but not all of them are.
Well, and I would actually say that the majority of women are not liars. There is a small minority, however, of these women who are out of their minds, who want to do everything they can to get revenge. Yes, thank you.
And who will.
And who will do it.
They will do whatever they can think to do to get that revenge. I've seen that. Oh, I have seen it.
Yeah,
no question.
It's not good. It's not good.
No.
It's not good.
When people like Amber Heard make 3 victims, they're victimizing their former partner, they're victimizing the child if one exists, and they're victimizing somebody who's
a real victim,
who needs those resources and isn't going to get them because they're being sucked up by someone's false allegations.
Yeah, and that has got to be part of their argument. If it's not part of their closing argument, I'm thinking they're missing out on a huge opportunity. A huge opportunity to also bring attention to a really serious problem. It's not this is for real serious.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And
it is life destroying.
Actual victims of domestic violence should be heard, should be helped, should be, protected. No question.
Right. And of course the problem becomes is that, the court system is one of the worst possible ways to actually figure out whether or not a person is an actual victim of domestic violence or not.
Right. I mean,
it's just so highly, it's so easy for it to become this something else other than really a quest for the real truth.
Well, because the system is what it is. It's adversarial on purpose for all the good reasons that it is that. But with situations like this, I mean, it does complicate actually getting to the truth.
Right. This is a tort case, right? So this is actually exactly where the adversarial system can shine. But inside of the family law context, I think it's pretty clear that the adversarial system is a rolling shit show.
Oh, it's terrible. It's really bad. It does not work. People
Right.
should be forced to go to mediation.
And that's where, of course, most of these domestic violence allegations happen. I mean, most people don't know this. Most people don't know that in family law situations, hearsay is actually admissible. So
depending on in some situations.
Right.
Yeah.
So, for instance, a lot of these things start with temporary restraining order, motions. And in temporary restraining orders, at least here in Washington State, hearsay is admissible. So a commissioner can consider that.
That's not the case. In our well, I mean, here somebody can file a request for a TRO, and it's pretty easy to get one of those issued because you just show up and say, "This is what happened to me. Please issue my TRO." But then, but that's very short. Then you go to an adversarial hearing.
All right, I want to check the headlines, you guys, because we do this every day.
The adversarial hearing here in Washington, hearsay is admissible.
At the adversarial hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh,
let's check and see how Amber's PR team is doing. Here's the Google searches that come up with her name today. Amber Heard recounts Johnny Depp's alleged threat to carve up and I think it was face. So at least they use the word alleged. They have her wiping away dry nothing. And another one with her wiping at her eyes. So she knew they were going to be taking pictures of that. Amber Heard testifies, nothing I did made him stop hitting me. That one's not defamatory because it says Amber Heard testifies. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard defamation trial. Amber Heard's second day. That's fine and neutral. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's relationship timeline. Fine and neutral. Amber Heard says Johnny Depp hated James Franco. Okay, that's fine. It's not defamatory. So today's headlines are better for Johnny than they are for Amber. I would say that her PR team did not. Let's see, 11 minutes ago was the most recent. So they're not doing a great job for her today. So far, the headlines all look pretty decent. Let's see what this one says. New York Post, Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard trial live coverage. Bloodstained furniture walls guitar in Australia. Okay. Recalls Johnny Depp's alleged threat to carve up my face with broken bottle. Testimony in $50 million trial shifts to Pirates 5 filming Down Under. Amber Heard testified. Okay, we already read that one. So far, these headlines, I don't think are. What do you think? You think they're great for her?
I think they're kind of neutral.
I think they're neutral today. Yeah, I think they're neutral today. There was a ridiculous article in the, what was it? Was it USA Today? No, it wasn't USA Today. It was a New York Post editorial, I think. Maybe it was the New York Post. I wish I had kept a link to it. I can't recall what it was now, but it's this feminist take on this, and she's just eating up every word, and I just couldn't even believe it. So yeah, the headlines are pretty decent today. They're nothing like yesterday, but it's always good to check because you have to keep an eye on what the media is doing because they will screw with this narrative if they can.
Well, it's click fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
I'm waiting for the first brave news organization to be like, Amber Heard shows her evidence of injuries today. No injuries present. No injuries readily viewable. I mean,
yeah, I was looking at those photos too. And again, I mean, at small screen, tiny, and I on one of them, only on one of them could I barely see any redness. But, since we're doing it.
Yeah. What is that?
Right. That's me just pushing my finger into my forehead for a moment.
I'm just pushing my finger in.
And I'm generating some, redness right
well,
there.
Again,
right?
Guys, did they say who took those photos? I missed that part. Who took the photos?
No, it wasn't asked. Look at here again.
Wait a minute. Start over. What do you mean it wasn't asked? Don't you have to authenticate where the photo came from?
I think that was probably done when the photos were put into evidence.
Yeah.
They were already in evidence?
Yeah, probably done on ER 904.
All right. So again, here's me with my little makeup box. just in like, you
Don't
know,
you guys think it's relevant who
second.
took the pictures? Because that could be a person we could question.
Yeah, you're absolutely
Who took the photos?
right.
What do you-
Absolutely. I'll bet you
I-
they did. I'll bet you they did that in deposition.
I
though.
think Amber took most of her own photos, but that I want to know who took the photo of her scalp. I think it was the nurse, because the nurse was probably documenting what she was looking at and what was being reported. The
Well,
nurse
then
probably
where are
took
the
scalp
nurse's
photo.
notes? Where
The
are
nurse
the
already
nurse's-
testified. She said
that
she
there
didn't
was no
see
injuries.
anything. Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
this lady is. I mean, I'm telling you, I would get the nurse's testimony in front of the jury and say, "Listen, folks, it's sad, but this woman Amber believes her own lies. She is delusional. The nurse who saw her documented no injuries. It's very sad, but it fits with her histrionic personality disorder." And we do believe that she believes her own lies, but that doesn't change the fact that they are lies and defamatory lies that damaged his career materially.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but this is nuts. This is crazy. It's crazy.
It is pretty crazy. That's true.
It is.
So-
It's totally crazy. Here's the problem, though. If this were a criminal trial and she was, you know, accusing him of these things, I don't think it would go anywhere. I mean, it would be tossed at this point, probably.
Of course it would be tossed. There's no way they
this
could
isn't
prove
a
beyond
criminal trial.
reasonable
It's
doubt.
not a criminal trial.
No,
it is
it's a total-
shit-slinging match.
It's a totally different standard.
Because it's a different standard. It's a shit-slinging match, and that's all that they're doing is just they're just defaming him. And here's the thing: when you defame somebody during a court, it's not defamation. They're protected. They can say whatever they want, whatever they need to.
You
get
mean
their-
inside the courtroom?
inside the courtroom? You cannot be. I mean, it is. It's not that it's not defamatory, because it is. You know, trying to ruin someone's reputation like this, but they're protected.
But
So
that ends at the courthouse door.
right.
And actually, it actually ends. Sorry, at the courtroom's door, because you know there's a case in Washington State where literally people made defamatory statements in the hallway outside the courtroom and got sued.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that limited immunity that you're talking about, it's a litigation privilege and it is a limited immunity, but it's limited, and it's limited to the pleadings, to the proceedings that are intrinsically related to the legal case, to what's said inside of the courtroom. But you know, she goes out and she says something literally in the hallway, right?
Yeah.
In the hallway, you know. That's not shielded by the privilege.
If she doesn't lose this case, she's going to go on a whole new media tour and do it all over again.
Oh yeah.
And this is why it's so important that he does not lose this case. He needs to win it, because they'll never shut her up unless she has to face consequences from this. She's just not well. She's not well. She can't regulate herself and what she says and does. And she's going to keep doing this until someone stops her. This court has to stop her, because she's out of control. This is somebody who is out of control. All right, you guys, I got to go. I got to get back to life and go it's been 8 hours and 24 minutes. This might be the longest live stream I've done yet. And I think I peed once today. Like and I ate Fritos for lunch.
Oh no!
Cheese.
Turn it off.
I gotta go.
Vegetables.
I gotta go.
So when is it back up?
The 16th.
The 16th of May. So yeah, we will be back. I will be back on May 16th. We will be doing
you
this
guys.
again. I miss you too, but I was thinking we should do like a group therapy live stream tomorrow. I might do an hour for group therapy where we can just like Zen. We can do some group
do a
meditation.
highlight. Do it, Meg. Do a trial highlight reel.
Oh God, that's so much work. I don't know if I can. I just don't.
You
know.
gotta ask your gynecologist to come in too.
Wait, Sean. Wait, Meg. Get the clip from the hip. Get the awesome moments from the hip, and then we'll talk about that.
I'll get copyright struck if I do that. I won't be able to use it.
Can't you do fair use, little bits at a time? No, not allowed.
Maybe, but probably not with the I can use the audio, maybe not the video, because they usually catch the video. But if I do just the audio and stop it every once in a while, we might be able to do that.
Okay, Sean, your assignment is you must go watch.
You must watch that movie.
You must.
You
watch
must.
it.
You must
and then
watch it.
Then we'll talk.
You must watch it tonight. Do not pass go
From the hip. Do not collect $200. It's on Amazon Prime. Actually, it might not be free on Prime, but it's cheap to rent. It's like $2 or something. It is such a good movie. I think I'm going to rewatch it tonight. You will get such a kick out of it. There is a scene where they have a special hearing to hear the admissibility of the word asshole. It is so funny. It is so funny. Yeah. And he's brought in every work of literature that contains the word, and he's throwing it out going, Dickens, Shaw. I mean, it's the greatest Shakespeare. It's the greatest thing you've ever seen. It's so funny over a simple assault case. You will laugh until you're silly. It is a great, great movie. So if you guys haven't seen From the Hip, please go watch it. It is my favorite lawyer movie of all time. Guys, don't worry. I'll be back before the 16th for sure with other live streams. We'll do some other stuff. We'll talk about what's in the news and what I'm writing about. All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Sean. You're the best for hanging out with me. I just appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. And it's been great having your knowledge here.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to go home and wear one of my nightgowns.
All right, everybody. I want you to go home, put your nightgown on from your subscription box that you get, and I want you to pour yourself a mega pint. And you know,
that's what you need to sell. You need to sell nightgowns.
Nightgowns. Nightgowns. We need to sell nightgowns.
And you need to sell little Amber Heard finger puppets.
Oh, oh, that's so bad. That's so bad.
Unbelievable.
All right. I will maybe work. You know what, Blah? That's a great idea. I will work on a video of how I would do my closing for this trial. And I will post that. That would be fun. I'll work on that while the trial is in recess. And yeah, that'll be a good time. All right, everybody, take care.
Good night.